entering Open Lines Friday. For today, anything goes. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, this is King Bucho. Welcome to PBC Boxing.
You are entering Open.
Jesus, you're entering Open Lines Friday. For today, anything goes. You know the rules, guys. How it works. Anybody can join. Everybody should join. Mr. BDA sent me a video, or I don't know if it was BDA or somebody else. Somebody posted a video, anyways, about this channel, this boxing channel that was saying that Al Haymon was being attacked by some sort of Illuminati group, some secret society group, because, you know, they just have a vendetta against Al Haymon. Because how come Top Rank is still operational? How come Eddie Hearn is still operational in the zone? So there's something wrong here. There's some sort of conspiracy against Al Haymon. So if anybody wants to talk about that or enlighten me on this subject, please go ahead and do so in the chat. We have Sursayer, JDA, Joker's Wild. Joker's Wild says Bucci is here. Good guy, even though he has a misguided political stance when it comes to the global order and how it's maintained. I know how it's maintained, but let me just tell you, you live by the sword, you will die by the sword. Who else do we have here? Super Sardonic, Marcy D, SSC, some rando, Quentin Lassiter, Eparacua, Timothy Figueres' Black Magic. All right, listen, guys. Let's get this party started. Let's see who's... Oh, we already have BDA here. By the way, guys, hit the like button. It really helps the algorithms. So last time everybody hit the like button and we got more viewers, it seems. So yeah, please hit the like button. All right, we have BDA and Jimmy. Jimmy, guys, can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
All right, welcome to the show. Jimmy, I don't know if you want to talk more about what's been happening, you know, with the PBC, with the PBC and Showtime. Have you heard anything new?
Well, Chris Mannix reported earlier today that from his sources that Haymon doesn't, the last resort, like the last place he wants to go to is the zone, obvious reasons. There he would lose most control of his fighters. Like he would be the representative, the advisor, but they'd be calling the shots. Regardless of where we go, well, as far as the Amazon thing is, yeah, they might be willing to stream some stuff, but they're not going to give him any kind of a budget. And see, there's no money. So that means every specific fight, he would have to go out and finance individually, or continue to go what he's doing, just putting everything behind a paywall, which is just a losing formula all the way around. And there was fights announced today. I mean, just an absurd amount of time off too. I don't know if you guys heard about the latest PBC, the card that they're announcing for this coming week. I mean, with
the end of the year.
Yeah, at the end of the year. I mean, it's nuts. It's literally nuts.
Really happening, or is it a rumor?
No, I'm pretty sure that's actually happening from what everybody's saying. I'll tell you. Let me see the The card is just crazy.
Can you
here
let
we go.
anybody, for people who don't know, can you just tell us what a card is?
Yes, Danny Garcia versus Eris Lara Lara. Yeah, Eris. Yeah.
Yeah.
They both at 155 catch weight. And then Keith Thurman versus Staniosos. But here's the thing, okay? Danny Garcia, 17-month layoff. Lara, 19-month layoff. Keith Thurman, 22-month layoff. Staniosos, 20-month layoff. I mean, it's just mind-numbing. You think of like just the last three. All right, you had with the last three guys who went out and got pretty much smoked. If you actually look at what they did, the time off they had the ring, you had first it was Fulton. He had 416 days out of the ring, and then Spence 469, and then Charlo 504. I mean, this is his formula. Take guys who haven't fought in a year and a half, put them in these big fights. But it goes to show you the disconnect. Thurman has no name recognition in boxing anymore. He doesn't. Let's be honest. That kid does not turn any heads. He's not going to bring any eyes. So what's that?
He fought Pacquiao. I guess people know him for that.
But you know what I'm saying? Imagine like 200 back in 2017. He was the biggest fighter they had. He was the biggest name welterweight they had. He literally, I just went through his roster from 2015. I remember when they first. He's literally driven these guys' careers to a grinding halt. Every one of his elite champions' careers are in tatters, and people are still holding this guy up like he's like the wizard. He has literally burnt bridges on every single network, and even some that are not even in business anymore. He was at the helm of boxing at the debacle or the shuttering of the two biggest premium cable networks in boxing history. Al Haymon came in, ran the show when he did it at HBO. I know a lot of people who started watching boxing 3 minutes ago don't realize that, but Haymon was calling all the shots at HBO before Peter Nelson got there. And like Peter Nelson said, the damage was done. He left such a sour taste in their mouth that Haymon fighters weren't allowed to fight on HBO. One of the ways that Triple G was able to fight the New York kid there was because he left the PBC and he couldn't thank Al Haymon. There was no PBC or Al Haymon's name wasn't mentioned. So yeah, he did that there, and then Showtime, and of course the accountability of Steven Espinoza was just laughable. How we did everything possible, the greatest fights, dude. Shut up. You let Al Haymon run the show. You looked out for PBC interest and not your own networks. And now you shuttered. 40 people are out of a job. But so yeah, no.
We'll talk more about this because I have some counter arguments that I've been hearing. But first, let's get some super chats. Sursayer, thank you for the super chat. He says Chopin 66 Opus on my record player. Chopin, or I don't know. I don't know if it's a Chopin. Whatever. The Mustache Man's Youth Brigade footage on my monitor on silent and listening to my favorite show, Austro-Mexican pride flowing through my veins. Okay, Sursayer, man, can you stop sending me these cryptic super chats? I don't know what the fuck this means at all, man. All right. Mr. Poe. Mr. Poe. I got Mr. Popo. No, what the hell? Michael Poe. I was calling him Mr. Popo. Michael Poe, thank you for your super chat. He says, hello, everybody. Pre-happy Halloween. Mr. BDA, what are you going as? BDA, what's you going to be your Halloween costume?
I'm going to go as a Trimpire, which is my usual attire every night. Now, but shout out to M. Coleman.
All right, and there's another super chat here from Jaden Anthony. Anthony, thank you for your super chat. He says, when are you going to change this to a UFC channel? We constantly get the best fight, the best. No political or promotional Twitter or YouTube wars. That's true. UFC is superior in that regard, but I think boxing is better to watch. I mean, it's more aesthetically pleasing to watch, as Ludi Bella said. I think it was Ludi Bella. Yeah, we're not changing. We're sticking with boxing. Boxing is number one. It will always be number one. Right now, we're hitting, some problems. We're hitting rock bottom. But that's what we need to do. We need to hit rock bottom like a fucking junkie and then after that we're gonna
But
get
can I,
much better.
can I say something
Yes.
about that? Like, what's this thing about we're hitting bottom? Showtime boxing is out, and like I said in the last episode, it's not a good look for boxing. But I mean, this year was fantastic, a lot better than 2022. So this whole, I think you're exaggerating a little bit when you say, "Oh, the boxing's hitting
No,
bottom."
it is the bottom. It's not because of the Showtime thing. Actually, that's proving that we're getting things are getting better. There's improvement because
Well, there you
once
go.
the PBC goes out of business, it means that we're going in the right direction.
I agree with
There
that.
you
But
go.
I'll say this too, man. I was making the rounds on Twitter and watching the comment section of certain videos, and it's interesting because now that Showtime boxing is kaput, which is something that a lot of us saw coming, and now here's what we were telling people, at least on this channel: the prices are stupid for the pay-per-views. These fighters are getting paid more than they're worth, meaning they don't attract any real customers, and yet they're charging as if they did. Haymon's has been making bad fights, except for this year, and then the good fights that they made were on pay-per-view. So a lot of this we were telling people. Another thing we were telling people, and I hate to say it, but it's the truth. I was telling people that we were telling, that Crawford Spence wasn't going to do that well. I remember somebody said that he was going to do 1 million pay-per-view buys, and I said that's just not feasible with those two guys. They're not known. They're not mainstream. And also the other thing is, I hate to say it, but there's a certain demographic out there that's notorious for avoiding paying for products. And so now I'm looking at the comment section, and there's a sort of dissonance occurring because now they're saying, oh yeah, Showtime failed, but here's one of them. Showtime was going to get out of the sports business anyway, which is not true. Or I don't know. If it is true, I'd like to know how they know that. B, they're admitting, well, pay-per-views are overpriced, which is what we were saying. And yet a lot of people were criticizing us for saying, oh, well, then don't buy the pay-per-view then. Now they're admitting, yeah, it was a pay-per-view price. And number 3, and this is rather amazing, a lot of the people that are saying that are admitting that they didn't pay for any pay-per-views, that they stole the fight. Technically, it's not stealing because if you look into the FCC, there's no such thing as stealing content via the airwaves. But if you want to word it that way, I won't disagree. But the fact that these people were telling you the PBC is strong, and they weren't even paying for it, as I suspected, just goes to show you how, they refuse to acknowledge that Al Haymon screwed up. I mean, he did well for himself financially, so the almighty dollar in the United States is the god. That's the new god. So in that aspect, in that respect, he actually did well. But in terms of improving boxing, he did not. And the fact that these people now want to admit, say, well, I wasn't paying for it, then that explains why it fell, because people like you who venerate it and support it through moral words, I was like, oh yeah, I'm Al Haymon all the way, and yet financially,
Yeah, also the
which is what
PBC didn't really provide you with very good content, especially those pay-per-views. I uploaded a short. If you guys haven't seen it, where Jimmy's talking about the PBC, and while Jimmy's talking, I posted the posters from all those PBC pay-per-views, and there were some pay-per-views that I didn't remember existed. There was Luis Ortiz versus Charles Martin. There was Keith Thurman versus Barrios. That was a pay-per-view. Andy Ruiz versus the other Mexican guy, Arreola. That was a pay-per-view. So, I mean...
And they didn't survive? Jesus,
exactly. That's like,
shocking.
oh, no. We're going to blame this and blame... By the way, Michael Poe, thank you for your super chat. He says, I always dress in black. That way, if somebody asks me what I'm going as, I say vampire.
Are any of you guys paying $85 for that Lara versus Danny Garcia fight? I've been hearing rumors that it's going to be $85 on pay-per-view.
Yeah, no, of course not. Fuck no, man. Well, that's.
I mean, can I say something about
one last super chat? Pound for pound. Malik says, "Tell Jimmy to stop calling adult boxers kids." Jimmy, could you stop that, please?
No.
All right, he's not stopping. So sorry.
I mean, a lot of them do behave like kids, though. So what the fuck are we supposed to say?
Can I say something, man? And then I'll wrap it up. But one last thing: if Showtime was still involved in boxing, and there were no news going on right now that they were finally leaving boxing, that card, the Thurman versus Stanionis old ass Lara versus or inactive Danny Garcia, they would be propping that fight up as if it was a big thing. The PBC fans, which now we know weren't paying for any of it at all. But if Showtime was still active, they'd be saying, "Wow, look at that great card, man! You got Keith Thurman, you got Danny Garcia, you got Lara. Look at all the big names." But like Jimmy said, really look at the context. Most of those guys haven't fought in over a year. Fucking Thurman hasn't fought since January 2021, I believe, or 2022. Excuse me, January 2022.
Okay,
so yeah.
If they're going out of business, why put on this card? What's the point?
I mean, I guess for
Because
nostalgia.
he owes them time.
He
Because he owes them. Yeah, it probably owes them.
But also the people are going to start saying, I'm telling you, you're going to, even though they're going out of business now, some people are still willing to die on that hill that the PBC put on great products, and they're going to try to laud this card as something great. Because look at all the names. Thurman, Garcia, Staniones, Lara. And now we know what the deal is. It's a bunch of inactive old fighters. Some of them never worse.
Yeah, the PBC has a lot of problems. They made a lot of mistakes, but I think the biggest one is they're afraid to make sacrifices. They're afraid to make, for example, two champions go at it in an in-house fight. And I know this year they've been doing it. That we're getting Andrade versus Benavides, right? Finally, one of them is gonna fucking lose the undefeated record. But look at Andrade. How old is he? 35? I don't know. Like these fights should have already been made years ago. And the PBC is already feeling it. They're like, oh shit, we're going out of business. We need to show them that, hey, it isn't really our fault. We're putting on the big fights, but it's piracy, the one that's ruining our system. But now, bro, the thing is, they never want to sacrifice. Not everybody's a winner, bro. And even your fighters that are winners, that's how they prove that they're winners, by beating another champion. You know, like the Benavides versus Plant. That's another fight that should have happened a long time ago. Andy Ruiz versus Wilder should have fought a long time ago. I could go on and on, bro. They're afraid to make sacrifices. And it's not even a sacrifice. Everybody's getting paid. I mean, not everybody's gonna be the undefeated Mayweather fighter, bro. That's the reality. That's the reality of the business, bro. There's one has to lose, one has to win, bro.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to dominate the sport. That was his idea when he was going to come in. He was just going to take over, and his first move was probably to go after welterweight, which he did a good job. He got most of the marquee fighters there, but as you said, they didn't do shit. So it's worthless.
And you know what? The other one is, the other excuse or coping mechanism that a lot of these guys are saying is, yeah, okay, Showtime nixed boxing, but ESPN and the Zone ain't doing too well either. It's like, are they, okay, maybe they're not doing well all around, but are they close to shutting down? We showed the rumors for a year before it really came to fruition. We were hearing things about the Zone have the prize, I'm not on hand at the top ESPN. Well, nothing to fuck. They're gonna have to shop.
Hey, BDA, the thing is, like, I look at Golden, and I'm just talking about Golden Boy. I know you mentioned Match, but I look at Golden Boy, and it's like they have a small roster. They're putting on fights. They're still out there, even if they're free on YouTube, even if they're not big fights. They're doing what they can with what they have. You get me? And I don't see the PBC doing that shit. A lot of their fighters have been inactive, and I don't even know if I should blame the fighter or if I should blame the fucking PBC not giving them any dates. At this point, I don't even know who the fuck to blame, to be honest with you.
You blame the promoter.
Both, probably.
Well, you know, people are saying too that, well, the PBC, yeah, they put on fights that maybe some of the fans wanted, like Crawford Spence, albeit it was late. But if you look at what the people at Showtime would look at, the ratings of subscriber ratings, they had one of the worst years ever. They had only one scheduled fight on Showtime that cracked 200,000 for average viewership. Everything else was way below that. It was atrocious. So,
But
yeah,
I don't
pay-per-views
understand,
just...
like, you know, you try to drill this into people's heads, Jimmy. 200,000, it ain't good. And they boldly disagree with you. It's like, no, hey, 200,000, that's pretty good for a guy that's not a mainstream star. It's like, no, man. It's like, you know, you try to explain this logically to people and they still wouldn't hear. I mean, that's kind of disheartening, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, just ask them. Say, if you had a business, you had 35 million people as a subscriber, and then you went out and spent millions of dollars on an event, and then you looked, and 110,000 of that 35 million people tuned in, would you say that was a success? Even
No.
200,000? No, it's not.
Absolutely not.
I've also heard that some people claim that the PBC was putting on the best fights. What do you guys think about
Well,
that?
somebody mentioned earlier that they took over the welterweight starting early on the PBC, but we never saw Errol Spence versus Keith Thurman, for example.
I'm just saying they went after the fighters. They got all the guys, but they didn't do shit with it. What?
Oh no, I agree with you. They got the belts right and all that shit, but and I know you weren't trying to say that they did good or welterweight, but what I'm saying is they had Thurman and then they had Spence, and they should have made those fuckers fight, bro. How come that shit hasn't even happened, bro? And okay, let's say it happens in 2024. Who even gives a shit about Thurman versus Spence now, bro? Especially after the beating that Spence fucking took, bro.
Yeah.
Right.
Bad timing. They have bad timing, bro.
No one.
So what you're
that's
saying?
the problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Gonzalo.
They did put on good fights. The problem is
They waited too
they
long.
were past their due date.
Exactly.
A fight's good when both fighters are like in their moment. When that moment elapses or they're like inactive, as Jimmy very mentions a lot, the fight's not the same.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So they missed a lot of opportunities. Like John Chingasos was saying, they had all these welterweight fighters, yet they were unable to make this fight happen at the right time. So
It's probably due to because they didn't give him a date and due to the fighters' inactivity.
Well, can I
Yeah.
say something about the fighters too? By the way, the fighters, because some people are saying, well, is it the fighters' fault or is it Al Heyman's fault or the adjacent promoters that were working under Heyman? The fighters, it's kind of tricky because we can only speculate about how many of them were dissatisfied with the product because they were prevented from voicing their opinion. For every Stephen Fulton or I forget the name of that Afro-Anglo fighter that signed with Golden Boy and spilled all the beans, or Crawford, who wanted to see the books during the Spence negotiations, it was prevented from doing so. For all of those guys, there's about 10 other fighters who are unable and forbidden from voicing their displeasure at how the PBC treated them because, again, they have a non-disclosure agreement. That's the rumor.
Kid Austin?
A rumor.
Kid Austin, BDA?
I don't know, man. I always confuse him with Amon Williams and all this. But
Yeah,
it's-
I think his name's Kid Austin.
I
By the way,
think you're going to
Kid
blame
Austin,
somebody.
Kid Austin,
You blame the
Kid Austin
promoters.
never signed a disclosure agreement with the PBC. That's why he was able to talk shit about them, or not even talk shit, but just tell the people, give the people a look at how the business practices of the PBC fucking have
Yeah,
wronged
exactly.
these fighters.
That's why he turned it down, his father said. And when he looked at it, he was shocked because his father comes from the music industry, I guess, too. And he said it was nuts. He said it was a contract like you would see given to a music band. I mean, things like a Bible. Most boxing contracts, 2 or 3 pages. This shit's like 20-something, 30-something pages.
shady.
It's nuts.
Why?
Guys, let me read a super chat here from
I
Rapat
wanted to
Trucking
bring up
Company.
something. I don't know if this just
Hold on.
All right.
Let
this
Pucho
takes a
go real
little
quick.
steam off of it, but
You.
the fact that they did get rid of the boxing,
All
but
right.
they also got rid of all the other sports. So I know it didn't. The fights not happening. The fights. Al Haymon not bringing the real fights in. I don't think it would have made much of a difference because they just got rid of everything. Like that whole department's gone. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't know unless you didn't try. So, I mean, if you tried,
What I have to say, bro, is why would you get rid of something that's working? Why would you get rid of something that's making you fucking money? If the PBC was making any money, they would have stayed with fucking Showtime or
Showtime
Paramount,
would've
whoever
kept them.
takes over. Yeah, Paramount, whoever takes over. Because I mean, we're talking about a sport right here, but these motherfuckers keep saying it's a business, not a sport. Like, what the fuck is it? You know. Truth be told, this shit's a fucking sport, bro, and every fucking sport makes money. Look at soccer, they make money. Look at the NBA, NFL, all of those guys are businesses too. Well, but how come it's always boxing's a business? You
a
get
lot of those contracts, like a lot of those organizations, have also shifted from networks too. I mean, basketball used to be on NBC, and you didn't have to have cable. And then I remember when they switched the model, and then you have to have cable to watch a basketball game. I don't know if it really mattered. I don't know if it was a part of their agenda, but most of the people.
Let me ask you this question: how come they cut the budget of the boxing? How come they cut the budget specifically on boxing? Because they're not making any money out of it, bro.
They're making money. That's if it were. It's pretty simple. If they were making money, of course they would keep boxing. That's the thing. If they were making money, they would keep boxing. All right. All right. Hold on. I'm gonna.
I think it's just on a.
All right.
On no other network.
Can you hear me? Hello.
You hear Bucho?
All right.
Bucho finished.
I don't think he can hear me.
Jesus.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. Let me just read a super chat here, and then I want to get to something else. Rapax Trucking Company, he says, Mexican proverb, lo mal habido no se logra. Translation, what is gained through greed or, well, I don't know what these words means, covetousness? Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. Will not come to fruition. He robbed Oscar de la Hoya. I mean, that's true. Can we blame Al Haymon for that robbing of, or what do you mean, stealing de la Hoya's fighters, or is that that Swiss guy, that Swiss banker guy, was Schaefer? Was he responsible?
Both Schaefer and Al Haymon were both responsible, from what I heard.
Jimmy?
Yeah, well, I would definitely put it. I mean, it was Schaefer was the conduit, but it was Haymon who went out and secured the money and set it all up. You know what I mean? So yeah, his foot was in the door through Schaefer, but he's the one who sat down with the individual fighters, and I guarantee you, Floyd was right in there in the room, or at least on the conference call where he talked to certain fighters to explain, look what we did for Floyd. But it's like, what did you do with Floyd? People hate to hear this, but it's a fact. Fucking Bob Arum drove Mayweather to the dance. All that Haymon did was open the door.
Hey Jimmy, do you agree do you agree about what Bob Arum said? Because Bob Arum said that you should never trust. I don't think you can hear me.
Generated for an organization like Paramount to be interested in boxing, because HBO left when boxing was still profitable.
Yo, the Madrazo.
Dude, listen, can he hear you? I don't think he can hear you, Bucho.
So. Yo, the Madrazo.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's true, Bucho. What Bob Arum said about Al Haymon, he's like a snake or something. But that's why, like, Bernard Hopkins, how do you say, like, when you're happy, but then you're getting revenge? Him and Oscar de la Hoya, he was on the Santillan press conference last night. Bernard Hopkins and Joe Rogan speaking in code, like all these metaphors, because they know what they try to do to them. Now they fucking died off and they're still here. It's like sweet revenge.
Yeah.
Arum called him, his term was actually cancer. He said Al Haymon is a cancer to the sport of boxing.
I think Bob Arum also talked about
was it my audio that was off?
No, I think you muted me, so you can't hear me when I talk. When I speak. I was gonna say that Bob Arum also talked about being wary of Swiss bankers.
With Oscar de la Hoya though, like it is true. Haymon is a snake. It was all coop, you know what I mean? But when it comes to Oscar, I put the blame on Oscar too, man, because he didn't take care of his company, man. He was on the coke binge. I mean, he's in a massive midlife crisis, and he should have paid attention to his company, man. You don't just ignore what's going on. I mean, it sounds like the guy wasn't even coming into the office. How do you not know?
He was in rehab.
Yeah, he wasn't.
How do you not
know? How do you not know this is going on under your nose?
Even a crackhead, Oscar was putting on better shows than the PBC, bro. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with everything I was saying with PBC, but I mean, I was one of those that felt sorry for Oscar, blamed Al, but at the same time, man, think about it. I feel bad for Oscar, what he's going through, right? But if you're a fighter, your livelihood is in that man's hands. So of course you're going to get swindled to go to the businessman with like Al Haymon. He has Floyd. Oh, look at what I did for Floyd. But you know what I mean. But you're lively. Are you going to take the path of the guy who just made Floyd all this that, or are you going to go with Oscar, who's off the rails?
But, I understand. Oscar was off the rails. No. Oscar was off the rails, but the company was still functioning. It wasn't like they were stumbling. As a matter of fact, 2013 was one of the best years in boxing, and De La Hoya was in charge. So there was already somebody managing the company. It wasn't like, if De La Hoya goes to rehab, the whole company is going to collapse, because he did go to rehab and the company still functioned properly.
Yeah.
So
I just love Oscar as a fighter, man. But as a promoter, he's one of the guys, man. I don't like him more than I like him.
I think
he's kind of a douche.
No, he's
He's
the
an
name
average
brand
promoter.
that works a lot. They try to rip him off at the rehab, offer him like little money.
That's all I was trying to get to, Guns.
Yep.
I mean, that's the business, man. That's the business. You can't be in that kind of situation if you're Oscar. If you're a fighter and you're not paying attention, look at what happened to Tyson. You know what I mean? You got to be. It's a dog-eat-dog business. There's no victims here, man.
I understand.
So, like
completely.
Oscar,
no, I understand it's a business. It's a business, absolutely. But you also have to maintain some sort of credibility. And Don King, like you said, and like you said, Don King was surely he was stealing from Mike Tyson. But look what happened to Don King eventually. Nobody wanted to be with him. So this might be the same situation with Al Haymon and Schaefer. These guys. Would you really trust those guys? I wouldn't trust them.
I wouldn't trust any of them.
If Oscar De La Hoya would have continued doing drugs and gotten all fucked up, it wouldn't have mattered, because if you would have sold his name, Oscar De La Hoya could have still gone down that rabbit hole, prison, died or something. But Golden Boy would have still been Golden Boy. It's the name that's worth a lot of money. Never mind. Oscar does drugs or what's up or just it doesn't matter.
The company has a president that makes decisions. It isn't really De La Hoya. De La Hoya is just the guy with the promotion license, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. Oscar De La Hoya can do anything in his life right now. Personally, what really matters is the fucking Golden Boy fucking name, the brand name. And they don't go hand in hand.
But by the way, PBC and Golden Boy have something in common, bro. Because people always tell me, hey, if you're bullshitting about PBC going broke, because I've been hearing that for many years. And it's like, bro, I've been hearing Golden Boy going broke for at least 15 years, bro.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're still not broke, but they're not operating at the same level as they used to.
No, did y'all hear the interview with Canelo when they on the I think it was the Breakfast Club, and he was pretty much saying to all the young fighters, don't sign with Oscar. And Oscar has had a recent track record of his fighters don't like him. I'm telling you guys right now, his fighters do not like him. So it's just one of those things, man. If he needs to turn it around, because if not, he's going to be like main events. He might just fade.
I mean, look at De La Hoya's roster. Have you looked at his fucking roster?
I mean,
De La Hoya, Golden Boy.
So they don't.
Of course, they're not gonna like it, because they could only fight so very little people, because their roster is so fucking small.
No, I mean, they don't like him because of the way he is. They don't like him because of the way he is. I mean, I've known guys like Franco who left him. We saw Sinisa Estrada left him. Ryan Garcia's hated him.
I mean,
Ryan Garcia's going to leave us. Ryan Garcia's going to leave.
Every time somebody leaves, they talk about why they left. It's like
exactly.
The thing about Al Haymon is you're not even allowed to talk shit about him, so we don't even know how his fighters truly feel about him.
I know, but and
I
that's
was about to say that.
Eddie Hearn tried to come in from overseas, but he doesn't have the roots like Oscar De La Hoya, who's from East LA and like settled shop. He's got a foothold of the Mexican market, whether people like it, whether Canelo likes it or not.
Gonzalo, he understands the Mexican market. He understands the Mexican market. He was in the United States. So this is a much different than some guy that's coming from the music industry, right? Who's there to basically just make a buck. It's steal from fighters. He doesn't love boxing. He doesn't love boxing. Al Haymon doesn't love boxing. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, no. I was going to say what made it so, from what I heard too, was it was Schaefer and Al Haymon who talked Oscar to go into rehab. So I understand business is business. I understand that. But karma never loses your address. Exactly. It eventually finds your ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you guys know Oscar's burned so many people in his lifetime too. I like I said, man, I think he could be doing a lot better. His company is. I think a lot of his fighters are going to leave. I think Virgil's going to leave if he ever fights again. Ryan's going to leave. He's putting even when he puts on shows down here, there's no crowds. There's nobody. I mean, I don't even want to put videos.
Don King burnt everybody, bro. But our point is
empty seats. You know,
our point is even Don King's matchmaking is way better than Haymon, even though Don King was burning everybody.
Yeah. I mean, I get y'all, man. I'm 100% with y'all on that Al Haymon front. But when it comes to Oscar, I'm telling you, man, he's another one that he's frustrating to deal with. You know,
you're
that's
saying
just the reality.
It's the business. Everybody burns everybody. So why, talk about Oscar De La Hoya as he's an exception? He's not an exception.
Now the fans are getting burnt. Who shows us the difference? Now we're getting burnt from big fights.
Yeah. But I've been telling a lot of people, it's the fighters too, man. The fighters are some spoiled fucking brats, man. They'll be the first ones to screw you over half the time. You know what I mean? So go ask trainers. You know what I mean? But but that's the thing. But it's a dog eat dog business, man. But I'm with y'all with the PBC. I don't think they're dead. They're gonna end up finding something else. Maybe another network. It's gonna be a hard sell, but he still has resource fighters. You know what I mean? He's still going to make money. Right. Whenever they get paid, he gets paid.
Listen, when it comes to De La Hoya or Bob Arum and some of these fighters, maybe they talk bad about those guys. I mean, I don't know what kind of relationship they had, but I know that Bob Arum and Golden Boy, if they can put on good fights, usually they will do that. When it came to the PBC, we know, and we gave a bunch of examples of missed opportunities, right? And bad matchmaking. Despite them having so many fighters and at some point $500 million, so the PBC, in my opinion, is the worst, one of the worst.
And Eddie blew $500 million too. Eddie kind of did the same thing with the inflation of fighter pay with Boo Boo and with Devin Haney, and now his roster looks real thin too. So he kind of did with the same thing what Al did, and now he's jacking up his prices, and now we're just getting domestic level British fights on for $225 a year. Like the bottom should fall out, man, and I think it's gonna happen when Canelo leaves, but that's gonna be another couple years away.
I agree, but look at Eddie Hearn. He already got his fucking start to lose, bro. AJ already has a few losses. My point is he at least fucking risks some of his fighters, bro. Something that Haymon doesn't do.
There's only a handful of superstars or fighters that people like really, really know that they can market. Look, but tomorrow, El Gallo de Oro Santillán versus Alexius Rocha, that's a good fucking fight. 50-50 possibly. Then Oscar Duarte versus Ryan Garcia, that's a good matchup too, where if one guy loses, he goes to the back of the line and the other guy moves on. Those type of fights are good.
Bam is there as well.
Look at De La Hoya. He already sacrificed Ryan.
Well, I mean, I think with Ryan, he knows he has to make the fights now because Ryan's not going to stay. So he's like, you know what? If Duarte wins, it might be a good thing for Oscar because then
De La Hoya even threw Canelo and Mayweather, bro. When he was
that's what you want to see. You want to see one dude's head get chopped off. That's what you want to see. And people don't do that, like Chigazos was saying earlier.
I mean, he made the fights. We can't complain. I mean, we can speculate as to why they did it. Go ahead, Jimmy.
A little hypocritical with that one, though. I think it's funny because remember he badmouthed Eddie Hearn after the Bivol fight. He said, "I never would have put him in there against Bivol," but yet you fed fucking Floyd Mayweather, a 23-year-old green Mayweather. I mean, you fed him to Floyd. I think it's just about the money. And then you know what? To his credit, though, Canelo did stay with. That's what saved Oscar.
And you're right, Jimmy. And he also did. And with the Ryan Garcia, the tank. I mean, who would have let him? I mean, I know a lot of it had to do with Ryan, but man.
Well, he had no choice, though, bro. He had no choice. He even publicly went behind Ryan, not behind his back. To his credit, I respected that about Oscar. He went right into the cameras. He said it. People would interview him. In fact, the last time he said it was about a month before the fight, and he was at a high school, his own high school, where he was there, to help him raise money. And he said, "Nah, man, I didn't want this fight. I don't think it was a good idea. He needed a couple of more fights." He was saying that from the rooftops. He was on a 3 knockdown rule, and he said it. But if you go back, Garcia was calling that fight since 2019. Ryan, he wanted that. Fuck you, I'm not letting the promoters get in the way, blah, blah. His hands were tied. If that was up to Oscar, that fight wouldn't have happened because he knew, being a smarter boxing guy than Ryan, that you're not ready, dude. You're not ready for that kid's power. And he was proven right.
Yeah, and it's funny seeing Ryan come out all of a sudden to be the spokesman. Oh, we need to come together and fix boxing. Like, man, I don't trust this dude, man. For turns out he didn't train the way he was supposed to train. He collaborated, according to Goosen. He didn't even take the fight seriously. He's been noted by saying,
days off.
Yeah, I'm comfortable just fighting once a year, twice a year. We don't need young guys to be saying that. I don't trust this dude. So hopefully, like a guy like Duarte, or maybe I think that's why they want to push that Tio fight across the line. Maybe make some money off this kid before he leaves Oscar, and then they could capitalize off somebody else's whoever beats him.
All right, guys, let's listen to this video that we found on YouTube from the channel called Hood Champion Boxing and Sports. All right. The title of the video is Terence Crawford and the Secret Society took a hit out on Showtime. All right, let's listen. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just fix the audio here. So this guy is basically saying that there's like conspiracy against Al Haymon. That's why he's out of Showtime. Hold on. All right.
Folks, all business. And if you didn't go with the flow, then it can make you very uncomfortable. So when you take a look at some of the things that happen over at HBO, it makes you wonder what the hell went wrong. And then all of a sudden, Showtime takes off.
All right, hold on. Let me fast forward.
The good stuff that's happened over with the zone, all the money that flooded into the zone. We know there's supposed to be some billionaires out there, man, who are owners. But these other platforms that's been around for 30-something years doing it, they gotta go. Y'all don't think that doesn't drive your curiosity? Y'all better wake up, man. The secret society's in full effect right now.
All right, what do you guys think so far about this?
Young crack.
Huh?
I think he's nuts, bro. I think it's evident that the weak matchmaking from PBC is what led them not to get any fucking viewership, bro. It's not fucking rocket science, bro. You put on some shitty fights, nobody gives a shit about those fights. Is that
how come
simple?
he says the zone still operation like putting on fights even though they also have bad numbers apparently, bad viewership and they
have a multi-billionaire who financed them. They're liquid. He dumped all kinds of money into that. You know, that guy, Leaf, I can't remember his name. I think he's Swedish, whatever. But yeah, no, he, and I like how he says, but Showtime had to go. Like there was a group of 5 people who vote every year. Okay, what's leaving? You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous.
But now I see a lot of the hardcore guys that were, the hardcore defenders are coming around. Did y'all hear what Barbershop Conversations was saying about Al Haymon? How he took away the value out, how he purposely took the value out of the fighters and overpaid them? Did y'all hear? Did y'all hear that one on?
No, I didn't click. I saw the video. I didn't click on it. What, he took the value. What was the point?
I can play it. Hold on. Check it out. It's on right now.
Can't hear anything.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't hear anything. But wouldn't their market value go up if you inflate them by overpaying them? If you think about it, I could be wrong for shit, but that's how I see it.
I mean, it's stuff we've all said it before. But I was just wanted to make it a point because it's one of the hardcore Al Haymon defenders that's finally come around and been like, he overpaid them. Then they hardly fight. They don't have any real value. They're not ticket sellers because they're not active enough. You know what I mean? Right. They're happy because they got the money. So
I get you. Actually, that's why Canelo left De La Hoya, according to Canelo, because Canelo overheard De La Hoya say, "Hey, I don't overpay my fighters because I want to keep them hungry." And Canelo didn't like that shit, and that's one of the reasons why he doesn't like De La Hoya. And Canelo said it. This is coming out of Canelo's mouth.
There's got to be a balance, man. Fighters today are getting paid way too much, and that's because Eddie Hearn had the war chest, PBC had the war chest, and then with Crawford, Bob had to purposely overpay him to keep him happy because he saw Spence over there getting all these crazy paydays. So Bob had to take losses and get that. So it created this inflation and these fighters thinking that they automatically get these. Yeah. I mean, it's inflation to a T, man. That's just that's what this all caused. And the bad thing about it is now versus when I was coming up in boxing in the early 90s, PBC was abysmal. Now, I mean, UFC was abysmal. So now the casuals who really drive the sports numbers, they don't even want to buy. They hear all this shit we're talking about. It sounds confusing to somebody who's never heard it. Now you got the UFC. The UFC's just picking up the ball and running with it.
That's what Dana White says, bro. That's Dana White's fucking motto. I think De La Hoya stole it from Dana White that if you keep if you starve these fucking fighters, they get hungry and they become better fighters. It's fucked up. As if you're a fighter, right? You wanna get paid good money, but hey, for the fans,
I think fair pay. I mean, like if you get paid $500,000 or $1 million, that's good. But these fighters today, man, I mean, look at what Wilder and Thurman and all these guys, they want $10 million, and they don't even sell, like they can't even fill an arena.
I think you have to look at the model too that he's using, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the metric he used, I think he said they only make money off 13% of their fighters. So if you think about that, everybody else, they probably don't have a big fan base. They're not driving a whole lot of people. Like, you can't put them on pay-per-view, right? Maybe they put people in the stands, so you get something off the gate. But most of the people, like I'm talking UFC here, most of those guys, if you're looking at their pay-per-view sales, it's a small amount of people. So they make most of their money off a small pool of guys.
Yeah, Joshua and Canelo are the only two fighters in recent years who there's no such thing as overpaying them because they generate the money. Like Canelo, in essence, if he wanted to deal with the headaches, he could just promote himself. You know what I mean? Because in essence, that's what they're doing. When you hear about him getting $40 million for a fight, that's because he brings in 3 times that. Everybody just gets a slice of his name.
Right.
And same thing with Joshua in England, 110,000 people buying tickets to go see him at Wembley Stadium. So when you have guys generating that kind of money, it all comes down to this. You should get paid for what you're worth. If you can't bring in any money, a lot of people would find that out if they had to promote themselves, and they would realize, holy shit, nobody's showing up to my fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard game of balance, man, because if you see Top Rank, they promote guys so well that they leave them because they become stars. They become their own. They become like self-sufficient. And then, but I think that's something that Al Haymon was trying to do by overpaying them, but not keeping them active.
Well,
you know what I mean? Because once they get to be too big, then they want to call the shots. They want to do things their way.
Well, Southpaw,
so there's a balance.
Southpaw, in the chat, Southpaw, somebody is saying unknown is saying that's not good money, bro. $500,000, and then he says the gates alone make the money back. Y'all just don't know the business. Is that true, guys?
Well, it depends on the level of fighter. If you're a B, C level fighter and you're getting paid $500,000, I mean, how many elite level fighters are there? There really ain't a lot. So, I mean, and if you're active and you're going to be sharper, you're going to be better and make it weight easier. If you're fighting 3, 4, 5 times a year and you're making $500,000, then it's going to be a lot of money.
What do you think?
What fights happen, man? You just gotta make. Sorry, Quags. Go ahead, man.
No worries. Oh no, I just said, what do you think Andre Ward did at the gate? I don't know. There's a lot of people I make.
I don't know, bro. Fuck Andre Ward. Nobody gives a fuck about it, bro.
Promoting it? When people say, "Oh man, they did like Top Rank, they do a better job at promoting." With the bubble and like everything that entails like putting on a show, that costs a lot of money. Sometimes they don't like play commercials even for the big fights because that's also expensive. You just got to make the fights happen. And if your company survives because you make the fights happen and people, they stick to you, they continue watching your product, you're successful. But don't think that for like, because these fighters, like, they're investing extra money to promote them. Sometimes they promote themselves. You got to do a good job of promoting yourself, right? Bob Arum don't do nothing extra aside from putting on the fights, dude.
Yeah.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah, he's not.
As far as the gate's concerned, look at Fundora Mendoza. Fundora, for whatever you think of him, he's a fun fighter to watch. He negates his hype by just standing in the pocket and swinging, but he's not in boring fights. I know if I was in a local area and I thought he was fighting, I'd go watch his fights.
Exactly.
But did you see at the Bowl that night in Los Angeles against Mendoza, Pucho? It was fucking empty, dude. Empty.
In California, that's, mind you.
In Southern California.
That's at the Fight Hub.
Yeah, the Fight Hub. Triple G sold that place out in 7.5 minutes.
Jimmy, that's a good point about Fundora. He's an exciting fighter. He lost, but like you said, you would watch Fundora fight again, and I think all of us would want to see him fight again. So now Fundora did himself a service by providing us with good entertainment. Now there's demand for for him, right? There's demand to watch him fight. But these other boxers that protect the zero, and they think that I'm like the next Mayweather. They're not helping themselves out because they're boring as fuck, and they know that if they lose, that's it. It's over for them. All they had was that zero and nothing else because they were boring as fuck. By the way, Billy Hoyle, thank you for your super chat. He says the Pope whispered in my ear, Southpaw TV is gay. All right. I don't know why. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah. Eddie Hearn certainly didn't help. He contributed to like that. How do you say? Like all that disorder. Because when he came to the United States, Tevin Farmer, all those guys that he overpaid when Danny Jacobs jumped ship, everybody went in a frenzy. Oh man, they're handing out a lot of money. He did it to Mikey Garcia too, gave him like $7 million.
Yeesh.
Right? So they got like this false sense of like right now it's like when we're gonna like make big bucks, but that shit was just people not realizing what the hell was going on until just recently that they were losing money. So now Eddie Hearn's not really doing business over here either. Al Heyman's out, and the guys that were putting on the little cards on the regular, like ESPN and De La Hoya, I know I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. They're still here because they're more shrewd, they're more intelligent.
Yeah,
they've been around for years.
Man, I don't know.
They don't like to go backwards either. They don't like to like, I made $5 million. Like they think everything's a benchmark.
Oh yeah.
So I made $5 million last fight, so I have to make $5 million going forward. No, dickhead.
Jimmy, could you
next fight you may make $200,000.
Repeat what Danny Garcia's father said. Remember?
Yeah. Danny Garcia's father said, "Why would we fight someone good when we could fight what was his name?
I don't know.
That kid they dragged up, Selka. When we could fight a Selka."
Hey, but that's what Spence told Crawford too when he confronted him. He's like, "Why wouldn't I take the easy route?" You know what I mean? So these fighters are crazy, man. They're spoiled. Like fighters are the problem too, man. Everybody wants to. Everybody quick to be like the promoters.
Well, did you ever hear fighters talk like that with Top Rank or Golden Boy?
No.
There you go.
Well,
you can tell.
Zorda had that attitude, and they blasted him.
You can tell me that all promoters are the same and all this blah blah blah, but no, the PBC was a different fucking monster. He was fucking disgusting. It really hurt the sport. It really hurts. Well, I'm happy.
But the reason it's such a hard topic and that it's so tribal and you get pushback for it is because it became like a cult, because it's kind of the same thing what happened with Trump in politics. You know, when Floyd is like the Trump of boxing, he got his guys to just really just draw a line in the sand and dig their heels and say, no, this is our stance and this is what we're going to believe. This is what we're going to say and this is what we're going to ride with. They went with the wrong side of the street.
It's racism. It's racism.
And if it wasn't racial, then it was just their guy was Floyd, and Floyd was saying Al Haymon. He was the main henchman for Al Haymon as far as like the what people want to believe, the message. So
I think the PBC lied to their fighter. I think the PBC lied to their fighters. You know what they think they did? Listen, you're gonna be like Floyd. Here's Floyd next to me. You know, you sign with us. We're gonna make sure we make you a superstar. We have all this money behind us. We have $500 million. We have all these other boxers. You know, you might as well come with us instead of staying with Golden Boy. And they thought that they were gonna become superstars. And what happened to Keith Thurman? What happened to Danny Garcia? I feel like these fighters didn't reach their full potential. I don't think they were great boxers, but let's be honest. Keith Thurman, what the fuck happened with this guy? Spence, that's it. He's 33. Yeah. He's 33 or something.
Keith Thurman had like multiple car accidents too. Then he got married. He's kind of weird, right?
Still, you were expecting more. You were expecting.
Hey, Gonzo.
Gary Russell Jr. was supposed to be the fastest man in the world, and what happened to him? For over inactivity, bro.
They
it's like what Keith Thurman said. Bubblegum ain't 25 cents no more.
Can you really say Spence Jr. was a superstar? Was he like almost the face of boxing? No, he wasn't.
Hey guys, I'm in Texas. Like, let me tell you something about Texas and about Dallas specifically. Do you know who promoted Spence better than PBC? was the Dallas Cowboys. He was lucky to have Jerry Jones in his have his back. I mean that freaking crazy stadium sells itself. I mean he had the Cowboys backing him. You know he had like a secondary promoter with Jerry Jones in them. It's like a culture down here with the Cowboys. So that's a big push that people don't realize.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. It's from Texas.
Yeah, the
I mean,
Cowboys
out of domestic level,
Mikey Garcia. And Mikey Garcia might not even be that big of a, or was a big of a superstar either, but he was Mexican at least, right?
Yeah, well, there's a connection between the Cowboys and Oxnard because that's where they have their training camps. So that's why there's so many Cowboy fans, and that's why there's so many Cowboy fans up in California. It's like there's like a Texas connection right there.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Earl Stevens,
Mickey Garcia was popular, just not a fucking superstar, you know.
No, and I think
was Mikey a sellout, bro?
What's that?
In what way?
If Mikey fights Floyd Mayweather, will he be a sellout?
Oh god.
Oh yeah. An exhibition fight for people who don't
I don't know. I mean, nobody gives a shit about
Mikey Garcia might fight Floyd Mayweather in an exhibition fight. So yeah. Anyways, by the way, Earl Stevens, you know what? I think he's a sellout. He shouldn't be giving Floyd any money. Earl Stevens.
Mikey reminds me of Spence. He's a party boy.
He also kind of fucked his career up. Earl Stevens, thank you for your super chat. He says Afro Anglo fighters are living vicariously through the accomplishments of previous Afro fighters. They are not fighting to prove their greatness. Strong words from Earl Stevens. Then we have Top Rank owns PBC. He says, if Haymon can't find a network, do you guys think it'll delay Canelo's career? Because Haymon is damn stubborn and selfish. Is this going to affect Canelo's career?
Nah, I don't think so.
Well, that's what I was wondering. What happens to Canelo's 3-fight deal? What happens with that?
It's just pay-per-views only. They're still going to do pay-per-views. From what I understand.
Yeah, Canelo's just pay-per-view, so they shouldn't have a hard time getting him the fights, bro. Since it's pay-per-view, they're not relying on a budget to make those fights.
Yeah, Canelo's going to sell, so that's just kind of like a one-off. You know,
you could sign a one-off contract with like that site that did Adhesion and Crawford. Exactly, brother. You could just do a one-off with something like that. Yeah.
What about
like a one-off? But well, he's got one fight. He's got one fight left.
Yeah. If he doesn't fight Spence, then it's 2024. Then I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, hey, Jimmy.
Yes.
If the PBC doesn't find a network at home, what's gonna happen with the PBC and all the fighters?
The fighters is going to be stagnant. I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to figure something out. He's got a lot of them under contract. He could sell them all. The thing, ideally, if Dana White really, this was ideal, it'd be an ideal situation to come in. I imagine it would all hinge on whether Haymon wanted to let him go. Like he would not take it on with Haymon still in control. He'd say you want to advise guys, but that's it. The first time I think that you're getting involved, like you're trying not to make fights happen, I'll just blast you out. He would never put Haymon in any kind of position of power. Like it would be, you can advise your fighters on certain shit, but you have no say in anything.
Yeah, the only way they're going to have to keep their fighters active if they can't find a deal, it's by cross-promotion, like sending PBC fighters to the zone, sending them to Top Rank just so they can make money. For the meantime, that's what I would do. But I mean, obviously, Al Haymon doesn't want to give any power to any network, so he's probably not going to ship fighters into other promotions, even at least to get them paid, you know, because these people need to pay bills and everything, bro.
Yeah.
You know who missed out the worst was Boots. Boots should have signed with somebody else.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, he got the thing. I mean, he wanted the welterweight division. It was under the PBC. By the way, Jerry Tasker says he says I'm out. Open lines Friday, yet no phone lines. All do same guys, same talking points. When we're talking about open lines Friday, we mean that anybody can join via Discord. So I posted the link. So jump on the show. Anybody can jump in, guys. And there's no phone lines today, but anybody can jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. During Al Haymon and the PBC's time, a lot of careers, basically, you could say that they got ruined in the sense that how many Hall of Famers did they really produce in that era? I don't think none.
I can't think of one, bro. To be honest with you, unless you think Wilder's gonna be in the Hall of Fame, but he
Hey,
might
Davis
make
is getting
it.
the Hall of
That's always nothing.
Gervonta Davis is getting the Hall of Fame.
Well, I mean, Al Heyman has a lot of those media guys in their pocket, and those guys that vote.
I'm gonna say
Look, if
Gervonta
Wilder,
Davis wasn't getting the Hall of Fame, bro.
if Wilder makes it to the Hall of Fame, it's because of lack of talent in American heavyweights, bro. That's the only reason. Like, just to put someone, an American heavyweight up there, like we need to have someone up there, type of
I
shit.
don't know.
That would
you guys,
be embarrassing if he got in.
well, Jimmy,
be
he
honest
has
with
nine.
you.
No. Hold on, guys. Wilder has 9 title defenses. 9. So
10. 2 against the same guy. There was a cherry pick on wrong. Remember, he even said, I could have made more money fighting Joshua. I chose to fight. I gave you a chance. But the other ones, the only other, out of all the other, the only top 10 was Ortiz. The rest of the guys weren't. In fact, when he fought Stavern, he wasn't even rated. He was so inactive for so long. So, yeah.
By the way, in the super chat, Top Rank owns PBC says, "What I'm thinking, Haymon won't give up Canelo if he doesn't get annual budget." What I'm thinking, Haymon won't give up Canelo if he doesn't get annual budget.
That makes
no
sense.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
Yeah.
How's he not? Was he gonna give up?
Yeah.
Well, he has to give.
Yeah. Is he saying they're gonna put Canelo in the they're gonna freeze Canelo's career until fucking Heyman fights
Canelo's too
hostage.
By the way,
Al Heyman's not Canelo's boss. Canelo is basically hiring Al Heyman to do business. The reason he went over there is because he wanted to face it. Yeah, he wanted to face these black fighters that they said that he wasn't willing to fight. Right. He wanted to check them blocks because over at with Eddie Hearn, they're kind of scarce for opponents. So he wanted to go over here to this side of the house and clean and face these fighters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. By the way, Daryl Alexander says 10 title defenses. It's in the books. It's in the books, guys. It's Wilder had 10 title defenses, whether you like it or not. So.
Well, it doesn't mean he makes the Hall of Fame just because he has 10 nuances. Who he fights matters. Opponents matter. And he fought garbage. He has the worst heavyweight resume of any WBC champion in that sanctioned body's history. That's a fact. That's not open for discussion or feelings. That's a fact.
What about the knockouts?
His resume was atrocious.
What about the knockouts? He knocked out all these.
Again, when you're fighting guys who are ranked 36th in the world, I mean, they averaged out his opponents prior to becoming world champion. I think 169 was the average ranking. There was guys 370, 410. They fed him trash until they got the wins up to a certain point. Remember, they offered him twice. He ruined the 4-belt era unification when Stavern was about to fight Klitschko for the unification, but Wilder was his mandatory. So they said, listen, we'll pay you, what do you want to step aside? And they both said, both Stavern and Klitschko said, we will put it in writing, whoever wins, you're the next guy. So you can actually become the undisputed 4-belt world champion, just let us fight. And he said, okay, I want $8 million. Mind you, that was 4 times what they were going to pay Stavern for the fight. So, of course, they didn't. And then right after he fought Stavern and won, was the first thing his man, Shelley Finkel, said, come on, he's just a baby. He just entered the sport. Give him a break. They avoided Klitschko like child support payments. And that's a fact.
Yeah.
Hey, we got
and
some
after
new
he
people
became
in here.
champion, Jimmy, he had how many title defenses did Wilder have? Maybe like 9 or 10. How many mandatories did he face? I think maybe like 1.
Luis Ortiz.
Well, I think only Brazil. Was his mandatory. And only because White got injured or something, I think. But he was supposed to fight Dylan White, bro, and he never did.
Oh, that's what
Till this day.
Yeah, he didn't fight White for 2 years.
I just like the people who say that stuff in the chat. Why don't they just call in, man?
Yeah, guys, I want different opinions. So if you're listening and you have a different opinion, please jump in. We're gonna keep it. Well, actually, we want excitement, but come on, guys, jump in. jump
keep
in.
it somewhat civil. We'll keep it somewhat
We'll keep
civil.
it civil. Keep it fair.
To make it quick, bro, the biggest names in Wilder's resume are Steve Byrne and Luis Ortiz. And if somebody's impressed with that shit, then good for you, but I'm not.
What about Hellenius, man?
That was a setup.
Pay-per-view.
His best win is Ortiz. And what's Ortiz's best win?
Charles Martin? No.
Jennings, I don't know.
Brian Jennings.
Does that sound like a Hall of Fame career? Come on, stop it.
Here's a question. Is Tyson Fury Hall of Fame material?
I'd say no, but
no. Fury? I think so. I think he's in the Hall of Fame.
Well, that's the thing, man. If Fury made a name out of himself, I'm not just talking because of this. I mean, he's a good fighter, but he beat Deontay Wilder twice. Now we're saying who is Deontay Wilder? Okay, now you beat Deontay Wilder because you beat him twice. That makes you the man.
But he also beat Klitschko.
Yeah, probably. But other than
he also beat Klitschko, though. You know, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he knocked off the man.
His names are Klitschko and Wilder, right? So that's how you're gonna put it. If he beats Usyk, what do you guys think? That'd be a Hall of Fame.
if he beats
absolutely
Hall of Fame. But until then, no.
Yeah, because how many title defenses he actually had? If you add up all the time he's had the belt, it's like what, 5 years, 4 years? He's had 2 title defenses.
You could argue that Anthony Joshua still has a better resume than
I argue that.
Fury.
He does.
I'd argue that.
He does. 100%.
Absolutely.
He does.
Yeah, he fought Usyk
Fury really hasn't
twice.
fought anyone since the Wilder fights. He really hasn't fought. Fought Dillian White and Derek Chisora. That was about it.
Yeah,
come on. Dillian White and Derek Chisora, come on, bro.
Yeah, but we can't really get mad at the Dillian White because that was mandatory because Wilder never wanted to fight Dillian White.
No, that was a good win, in my opinion.
The mandatory.
That's a good fight. That's a good win. So Fury defeated Klitschko 1,000 years ago. Then Wilder and Dillian White, 3 wins.
And White,
he fought Otto Wallin. He got cut up. But the fact that he they patched up the eye and he made it to the belt and actually came back and won that was impressive. But really, Otto Wallin, who is he?
That fight could have been stopped, by the way.
I was going to say, anybody else who didn't have that kind of favor, anybody else who didn't have that kind of favor with the refs and the establishment, they would have got stopped with that disgusting fucking cut.
47 stitches he needed.
Yeah, and they let that go. Come on, man.
Insane.
And I remember that fight. Otto Wallin was swiping at that cut, trying to rip it open. That shit was crazy, bro.
Really should have been stops. They really should have been
grabbing that shit and yanking down on it with his glove, bro. He wasn't even trying to punch him.
I've been fucking lacing that shit. You know what I'm talking about?
He was using the thumb. He was using the thumb of his glove, the thumb part of his glove. Yeah.
Thank God he didn't.
That's where Capetillo made a name for himself.
That shit was crazy.
Supposedly, Fury gave Capetillo a bunch of money after that because he saved his fight. I think $50K just for patching up that cut. Maybe more.
I just want to say, if there's 10 people on here, I'll get off to let that guy call in. Gladly. Somebody who, you know what I mean? Someone who's in the chat, if anybody's in the chat running their mouth about stuff and has a big problem and we don't know boxing and all this other stuff, then call in, man. Set us straight. I don't understand. You go to any other place, they time you out. You even say something in the chat, they time you out. They don't even, never mind, let you get on and actually set them straight. We beg for people to come on and set us straight.
Yeah, I know. We want to spice it up. It's about spiciness. So please jump in. Let's get a debate going. And by the way, I want to say that please hit the like button, guys. We're at 68 likes and we have 180 people watching. So come on, let's get to 100 likes. We can do it. 100 likes. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, what's the deal with that Islandi Lara, man? Where did they fucking get that guy from? Yeah, he's been gone forever, and all of a sudden he's fucking back. That dude's probably fucking 40 years old now.
He's been fighting for Reggie belts, man. He's been fighting for.
Nope.
Yeah, I heard he's fighting fucking Danny Garcia, bro, who used to be a 140 pounder.
Hey, check it out, bro. I seen a little stat I think on Facebook where they outlined these fighters who they're gonna have on their December card for PBC, and I think it was Emiliantis Stanionis versus Keith Thurman, and both of them had like 19 months off or 20.
Oh my
and
god!
then it said Arislandi Lara versus Danny Garcia, and they both had like 18 and 19 months off. It was almost equal, bro. Like they both almost. None of them had fought in almost 2 years, basically, at this point.
They're done.
So
Thurman, at least Thurman versus Stanionis is interesting, bro. Even with the inactivity, at least for me. I don't know about you guys.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, Stanionis is gonna knock his head off, man. That's one I'm like, okay, cool.
No,
fine.
hell no. No, I got Thurman. Thurman's more better.
Nah, he used
Thurman's
to be.
more better.
Yeah, more skilled, you know.
Why is he more better?
Cause he's just better. I don't even know who Stanionis
He's
is,
old
bro.
and inactive, man. He can't take it
So
to the body.
how are you gonna say he's better than him if you don't
No,
know
I think I
Stanionis
did
is,
something.
bro?
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he beat Buta Stanionis. Those are good.
What kind of weird ass? Hey, come on, straight G, you can't be on that shit, bro. You can't straight cook like that. I don't even know who he is, man. But Keith Thurman gonna knock his head off. Can't
No,
do that,
I mean
man.
I barely know who he is. Yeah, Stanionis. Yeah.
I mean,
I think he's a left-hander, man. He's probably in trouble.
Stanionis is
Every
the
time
man
Keith
with the
Thurman,
belt.
I think he's a left-hander. I'm not sure, but every time Keith Thurman faces a lefty, he gets fucked up. He gets to the body. He gets hurt. Oyaso, freaking. There's a whole list of dudes he's gotten fucked up.
Wait, what's
with the
up,
left hand to the liver.
What's up,
I got Stanionis, bro, on that fight, bro. I think he's gonna break Thurman. Thurman does punch hard though, so it's not gonna be easy for Stanionis. But I still got Stanionis just because the work rate.
Stanionis is gonna
He's
walk to his
hungry.
punch.
And yeah, I was about to bring that up. Stanionis has a badass punch resistance, bro. He doesn't fucking go down, bro.
But by the way, I don't want to sound like
but-
I don't want to sound like I hate Thurman or anything like that. But like, what's left for Keith Thurman? In all honesty.
No, listen.
No, seriously. Like,
Wait,
yeah.
Hold up. As a boxer, right? You know, I was watching Lennox Lewis, so he did an interview, right? He said he was inactive for a long time himself, and he said that when he came back to boxing, like he couldn't take punches. So I get y'all saying that Stanionis has a punch resistance, but we don't really know if he's gonna have good punch resistance, like coming off of a 20-month layoff, you know. So.
Well, he probably will, but the thing is, both fighters have been inactive, so it's kind of even when it comes to the inactivity factor, at least for me. But let's see how the fight plays out. But I'm leaning Stanionis, bro.
Anyways, I don't even want to talk about this.
Well, I mean, the one that doesn't have punch resistance is Thurman. That's why he hits and moves. He's actually got power, but he don't like to sit and trade. At this point, he just fucking pop shots, fucking moves around, and that's basically it.
No, I think Thurman, I think he has pretty good punch resistance. I've seen him get hit, you know, with big shots before. I just think he doesn't have a good body. He has a weak body.
Barrios hurt him. Josecito Lopez, freaking Collazo, Manny Pacquiao. Every fight he's
Soto
fucking in,
Caras.
he gets
Soto Caras hurt him, remember?
Chavez.
Soto Caras, everybody.
Chavez, Soto Caras.
Everybody.
That's Chavez, exactly.
Everybody fights. Hurts him in the body.
Remember that
It's
guy
like a
Diego
rite of passage.
Chavez?
Diego Chavez.
That Argentinian dude, he was a dirty ass fighter, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was funny, bro.
He was, man.
Stanionis is gonna hit him to the body until he falls.
By the way,
No, the reason he hasn't got knocked out is because he got good legs. If he would like sit down and exchange, which he doesn't really rarely want to do, that's why he's been able to survive.
Yeah, he's smart.
But at the end of the day, that affects the way he fights because he's most likely going to go the distance and going to try to beat you on points.
By the way, super chat JXV88 says I recommend to not buy these last fights. Boycott what remains of the Showtime events. Rafael Garza, thank you for your super chat. He says, according to Mexican legend, si un hombre se pica a otro hombre, queda salado por 7 años. That is probably what happened to Al. What does that mean?
Wait,
If a man gets, can somebody translate? Because I saw that he gets poked by another man, he stays salty for 7 years.
Yeah, I'd rather not translate that one, bro.
I don't even know what that expression means.
Tell us, Gonzalo. I know you know what.
Yeah, Gonzalo, you know this expression, right?
Well, it's weird, man. I haven't heard that expression really. When a man fucks another man, he's burned for 7 years. In other words, he's got bad luck.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's been forever.
That's for fucking life, bro.
Si lo pica, como se lo coge, o qué? Okay, anyways.
Sí, se lo coge, you get burned or like
Pinches caquinos o qué verga, güey.
I don't know. It's okay. Jaden Anthony, thank you for your super chat. He says, off topic, but if Canelo was to beat David Benavides, then retire, do you guys think he would be top 20 or top 10 of all time?
Yeah, I think he's top number 1 of all time. Yeah.
Yeah, I say so. Yeah.
Top 1 is crazy.
What do you guys think? Canelo all time?
Yeah, he'd definitely be top all time.
Yeah, I agree.
But why is David that measuring stick for that though? How great is David for that?
In terms of skill,
that's why.
Like mediocre.
Yeah, I don't know why. Because David's a monster. He's
huge, bro. He's like 6'2", bro. Come on. Of course, if Canelo beats him, it's gonna be impressive as fuck, especially with the speed that Canelo
impressive. What I'm saying, but why is that gonna be the measuring stick to making him all time great?
Because he's so.
Because those are the only fighters that's left, bro. Canelo beat everybody already.
Fight, you know, like besides
it's not. It's just ridiculous.
The measuring stick used to be Triple G, but I mean that happened already.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Who
Triple
else
G was
next?
kind of overrated though. Like even Triple G beat him. So like, what was that saying about Canelo?
What?
What do you mean? Which fight? The first one or the second one?
Yeah, he's talking about the first one, I think.
I think both of them, the first two.
All right. Well then, all right, man.
What do you mean? But what do you mean? But what if Triple G beat him? What does that make Canelo? Triple G's an all-time great. Triple G.
The question should be like. My question to you is, who has a better resume? Like, who has a better resume than Canelo on this era? You know.
We can't do this again.
So if Canelo's resume is trash, then well, I'm just asking him who's the good fighter right now. You get me, the one with the best resume and all that shit. You get me?
The best resume is
because I've looked at everybody's. I looked at everybody's resume already.
Are we going through this again?
Yeah, right now Canelo has the best resume. You know, but you know that's the one who's right behind him though. So you gotta, you know, super middleweight.
Guys, can you see the picture that I'm posting?
That's my point. That's my point, bro. All these fighters allow Canelo to stand out, bro, to be ahead of the pack by them fucking around, not fighting enough champions, not doing what they're supposed to do, bro. That's what it comes down to in this era. To be honest with you, nobody else has 64, 65 fights, type of shit. You get me? 60 wins. Nobody is doing that shit. You get me?
Yeah, that's right, guys. Can you still on the topic? Can you guys see the picture of Marc Antonio Barrera with David Benavides? I'm sharing it.
Canelo's about the same height as Marco Antonio Barrera, bro. They're both like 5'7".
Bro, listen though, Marco Antonio Barrera was like a bantamweight. He was like 120 pounds.
Yeah. But he's about the same height as Canelo, bro. There might be like an inch between them.
Yeah.
So muscular, but make him more muscular, bro, and that's about how they're gonna look in the ring. That's what the picture's for.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe a little bit taller.
Maybe,
of course, a little bit.
Give him like maybe an inch. Canelo's not tall, you know what I mean? And Barrera's not. He's not like 5'4". He's not short. He's like 5'7".
Yeah, he's like.
They're both like 5'7", bro.
Hey, I'll put it to you this way. Go ahead, Gonzalo.
Yeah. No, when that dude lets his hands go, Canelo's gonna belt him to the body, man. Gonna fold him like a lawn chair.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking abuse the body of Benavides.
He has a long torso, bro, and he has like small arms, so he comes in. But he does have an advantage with Canelo that, you know, that the shoe shine combinations that Canelo likes to get distracted by when he likes to play around with his head movement. Someone like David could come in and throw a bunch of those shots to get him distracted and then land, you know, 3 punches at the end. His hands are fast enough to do that. You know, Bivol did that to some degree, but I'd imagine David's hands are faster. You know, he could be effective in that.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Mars super chat with a super chat. He says Canelo beating the three killers. Sorry, Canelo beating the three killer bullshit Benavides, Bivol, and Beterbiev. Benavides, Bivol, and Beterbiev, and will solidify him as the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. Viva Mexico, cabrones. He's gonna.
I agree. Actually, you know, I think that's a solid point, but I don't think he's gonna fight Beterbiev though.
Yeah, Beterbiev's on just a completely different track.
I don't know if he even fights.
Didn't he try to fight him in 2019?
Who, Benavides?
Yeah, Canelo did. He did. He looked into the fight, and Benavides was going to fight Bostic, whatever. But I mean, fuck, to ask Canelo to beat everybody, like, Bebo hasn't even fought Benavides. How about that
I
fight,
understand.
bro? You know?
Don't you guys?
He got to fight both of them, bro.
I'm with
They
you
need to
guys.
fight. If Bebo and Benavides fight, and then
does
Canelo
not
fights the
have to
winner,
move
that
up
would probably
to-
solidify him.
Canelo does not have to move up to 175, in my opinion. He does not have to. But
No.
But
No,
guys,
he does
what
not
about
need to
guys?
move
The
up to
Benavides
175.
fight. It seems like Canelo cannot avoid this fight. Like he has to. He cannot retire without fighting Benavides. That's what it comes down to now.
Absolutely.
Is that what you guys think? Do you agree or not? I'm just saying what people.
Yeah,
think.
I agree. I agree.
I think he could retire, but I mean, it's always gonna be behind him for the rest of his life. People are gonna bring it up forever that hey, you didn't fight Benavides. So I mean, he should fight him, bro.
People say Cotto ducked a Triple G. You know, that's never really gonna go away either. You know.
Well, in Cotto's, I can understand why Cotto. I didn't blame Cotto for paying Triple G off. That would have been a slaughter. No, I agree with what you're saying. No, I hear. I'm 100% on what you're saying. And my thing with Canelo, let's be honest, he could walk away from the sport right now. Say, I'm going to play golf. I'm out. See ya. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean? He's an all-time great. So taking on Benavides at his age, this stage of his career, too, well, not at his age, but this progression in his career, he's this far into it. I mean, it's just my thing is this, and I'm not like Canelo's biggest fan. I appreciate Canelo, everything he's done, but I hate to look. If you want to badmouth Canelo, badmouth what he does, but then turn around and carry water and fanboy with some dude who's never fought anybody. It just doesn't hold water with me, man. Just to me, you just sound like a fool at that point. Keep that shit fucking above board.
Is David Benavides Canelo's? I mean, is David Benavides Canelo's George Foreman?
Yeah. Well, you can't say he hasn't fought nobody because he fought Caleb Plant. You know.
He's cleaned everybody at the 68 division. When he went on
he fought Anthony Durrell too.
Except Benavides.
I don't know because George Foreman was actually a heavyweight champion when Muhammad Ali beat him. Where's fucking Benavides' belt?
You're
right. Wait, I thought he was WBC, or he was.
He used
champ,
to be
but he
the
got
WBC champ until
he lost that shit though twice.
Foreman was the champ, right? I think that's
he was a belt holder when Ali beat him. He had beat the other short fucking heavyweight. Joe Frazier.
Twice. He basically beat up Ali's leftovers. He beat up Ken Norton. He beat up Joe Frazier.
Hold on. Wait. Ken Norton beat Ali, and so did Joe Frazier, bro. So how's that his leftovers when he beat the fuck out of him?
I know, but what I mean by that is that, well, on paper,
and both of their first
Ken
fights
Norton
though,
never beat Ali.
And both of their first fights though, didn't Ken Norton also beat Ali in their first fight? Or he fought him to a draw? I know Frazier beat him in the first fight.
Robbery.
Yeah, but on paper, like they never gave it to Norton.
You know what I'm saying? But Foreman fought them after those losses, so you can't say he's fighting his leftovers. He
fought him after that, but in the first, bro, like, he basically, like, when I say leftover, I don't mean like if he beat.
Well, that doesn't make sense, bro, because both of those guys beat Muhammad Ali.
All right, listen. So it's like, you gauge, like, he basically performed better against them than Ali did. So that's my point.
This is a Canelo, like the most dangerous contender he would be facing, like an undefeated with all the momentum behind. He's like the John Mugabe to Hagler, right? Like just a fucking killer.
All right, can I put it? Gonzalo, question, quickly. Is David Benavides more dangerous than what Triple G was back in a few years ago when Canelo fought him?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe both sides alone.
The reason I say this is because Triple G's best win is Danny Jacobs at that time, right? I think Caleb Plant is way better than Danny Jacobs. Then I don't know. He fought a bunch of contenders, a bunch of like Macklins and Gabe Rosados. I think Durrell and Caleb Plant are better names than those guys that had better abilities and accomplishments than. That's my opinion.
You got to ask yourself why, because all the good guys wouldn't fight him.
Yeah,
They paid money, they ran, openly ducked him. Would openly duck him on.
That's a good point, right? But like, the truth be told, we would never really know how good Triple G kind of was. You know,
Well,
I don't know.
No,
I mean,
no,
the thing
I,
is,
listen,
like,
at his
Benavides-
prime, it does suck that he didn't have one of those, you know, but I just remember at his prime when he was, there was no middleweight from 2013 to 2017 was going to beat him. There just wasn't. And that's when all the middleweights knew it too. That's why they all either lost their pen, paid him money, went on vacation, skipped the fuck out. Other ones wouldn't even say his name when asked. I mean, what did somebody say once? Shiloh said fucking, somebody tweeted once back in like 2018. I don't think Shiloh said a word with a G in it for the last 2 years, just in case somebody mistaken thought he said Gennady.
God,
you know what I mean? It was crazy.
You can put that burden on Triple G because he made like 20 title defenses, bro. He fought everybody that was there for him to fight. And a lot of people ducked them, whether there was others that you could bring into the mix, that why he didn't fight those. People are always going to look for excuses or grasp at straws, man. He had 20 title fucking defenses. How many does Benavides have? Triple G is dangerous because he have a tough chin. So you know right off the bat, even before the fucking fight starts, that you're probably not going to knock him out.
How I see it, Benavides is going to look a lot more impressive, and Benavides is going to look like a monster after he beats Andrade, bro. Like, he still hasn't beaten Andrade. I mean, fuck. How am I supposed to know if he's the fucking monster?
All right, listen, you know, here's my prediction, right? About
He's going to trash Andrade.
Wait, I think Demetrius Andrade is gonna drop Benavides, but then Benavides is gonna come back strong. But that doesn't mean that Benavides is a trash fighter if he gets dropped. Or that's my prediction, though. It doesn't mean he's not gonna be.
I can see that happening.
Yeah.
By the way, it could happen because he squares up. The why he got dropped by Ronald Gabriel is because he squares his feet up. But I mean.
Exactly. He's always squares his feet up way too much. And that's
when he was a kid, bro. He was in the developmental stages back then still, at least for me, bro. I know he had already won the belt against fucking Porky Medina, but still, bro, he was a kid.
Necessarily looks stellar against Plant to begin with either, so...
Yeah, he still squares his feet up, though. That's just his style because he comes in. He's just an aggressive fighter. That happens with a lot of aggressive fighters. They square their feet up.
We'll see.
Benavides moves smart though.
Go ahead.
My bad.
Go ahead.
I just jumped in for real. I don't even think y'all knew I was here. But I think Benavides moves smart when he apply pressure though. So I don't really see Andrade starching him unless it happened early in the fight at that, because I feel like he's gonna run out of gas. He's gonna get starched.
Yeah, I agree, but
Andrade get starched.
I think it might be early, right, when he drops Benavides. But the thing is, Andrade, the reason I say that is because I think Andrade is crafty and tricky enough, right? But I think he just, at the age of 35 or whatever his age is, like he's not going to have enough, you know, his gas tank. Simple as that. Just
stamina. That's what people are saying. By the way, Don Chile Relleno, thank you for your super chat. He says, Benahobo is a mixture of Chavez Jr. and Antonio Margarito. All right. Well, Margarito was actually not that. He was a good boxer, in my opinion. Chavez Jr. probably not. But
no, I think they were both just regular fighters. I don't think they were. But Benavides is better than both of them. I think, easy.
Margarito was an animal, though, man. That fucking kid, it's not a dude you want to mess with.
I think Floyd avoided him.
He's a true fighter.
I think Floyd.
Floyd shook, bro.
Yeah.
But, everyone shook because he was cheating though.
Come on, man.
By the way, I found this picture. It says Benavides. It's in Spanish. Benavides is not Mexican. He was raised in the United States and lived all his life there. His mother was born in Ecuador. When he was 8 years old, his parents divorced.
Hey, man.
And he was only raised by his Ecuadorian mother.
So he was raised in Ecuador.
And blah blah blah.
Hey, bro, he's from Arizona, bro. He's fucking Mexican. What's up with these people? They gotta stick up their ass about who's Mexican and who the fuck is not. Who the fuck made you the arbiter? What the fuck is Mexican, bro? His dad's fucking Mexican. That's what it is, bro.
I mean,
Goddamn.
I kind of follow. I kind of agree with you there, man. I agree with you. I don't understand it. I guess it's some kind of a pride thing. But if my dad was like, I never lived in fucking Sicily, but I'm part Guinea. You know what I mean? Because my dad's fucking Guinea.
Right. You have the name,
There you
the
go.
lineage.
What the
You have the
fuck?
lineage. So what
These
is
fools are acting like they can change DNA verbally, like on command. You
So
can't
is
fucking do
this
that, bro.
happening because of the Canelo feud? You know, so Canelo fans are taking Canelo's side, so therefore, you know, we gotta make sure that, or no, we're gonna start saying that he's actually Benavides is Ecuadorian, basically.
Canelo's the only Mexican boxer, or what?
Yeah.
This reminds
I
me
mean,
of
I can understand
When
like a
Jaime
kid
starts
comes on. If
challenging
I,
him, what are they gonna say behind him?
Yeah.
well, I can understand if a Mexican American, right, was fighting, always wearing blue trunks, you know, shit, just never really even played up his Mexican heritage until he starts getting on TV. And all of a sudden he wants to pull that fucking, because the Mexican Americans are the biggest purchasers of pay-per-views, bar none. So
Yeah.
he also wants to tap into that fucking
Hey,
source. Suddenly,
hey,
well,
no,
Mexico,
you're still
I can
Mexican,
understand
even
like
if
where
you're
you
ashamed,
been, motherfucker.
No, bro. Even if you're ashamed of it, bro, you're still Mexican, bro. If you are, that's what your parents are, bro. That's what it is. There are
Yeah, so,
motherfuckers.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I can understand being Mexican and being upset by something like that. That's what I'm like. If I was a Mexican and all of a sudden this Mexican American never threw any props to his country, his heritage, but then all of a sudden needed that numbers and suddenly, coming with the Mexican flags in their hand, you'd be like, where the fuck was that on the way up? That's all. You know what I mean? That's what I meant by that.
This reminds me of Oscar de la Hoya versus Julio César Chávez Sr., where one was Mexican American, the other was born in Mexico, and it was as if Chavez was fighting a non-Mexican.
Yeah, it was like he was fighting an Anglo, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of similar here. It's a similar situation, I think.
Well, do you remember though, like Oscar pissed off the Mexican people because of the age thing? Like, I guess it wasn't as illegal, but he'd go down to Mexico and get 16-year-old girls pregnant. If I was a Mexican dude, I'd be fucking pretty heated too. Like, don't come down to our country, start impregnating our fucking girls. Fuck you doing? Pull that pedo shit up in the States, man.
Yeah, it could have been that. I think it was more of like Mexican American. Like it's not really Mexican, I guess, for some Mexicans.
Look at what happened to Ryan Garcia, right? Because I remember when they were fighting, leading up to the Tank fight, right? There was a lot of Mexicans that were like, "Oh yeah, Mexican," being pro-Mexican, basically, right? And then as soon as he gets whooped, right, then they're like, "Oh, it doesn't matter," he wasn't even. I don't even know why people were rooting for this Mexican who's not even Mexican. He's a Chicano, he doesn't even speak Spanish and whatever. He's not Mexican, right? But I don't know. They just random on him.
Mm-hmm.
Feels kind of racist, bro.
In the chat, Quentin says Mexican is a nationality, not a race. Benavides has no Mexican citizenship. He was born in Arizona. He's American. Interesting point there, nationality-wise.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Campos.
Yeah, guys. But the thing too is Benavides also says he's Dominican. Benavides also says he's Ecuadorian.
He said he's Dominican.
Yeah. Okay though. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. If he's mixed, that's fine.
No, there isn't. There isn't. But he's not Mexican. Now, here's the thing.
He's all those things.
What messes
every race ever.
Yeah,
he's everything.
He's none of them.
He's the world.
The thing with De La Hoya, where De La Hoya messed up, is when he ran the last 3 rounds against Trinidad. That's where the schism started happening with De La Hoya. Because after he fought like that, what did people start saying? I was a kid. What did people start saying? Oh, he don't fight like a Mexican. Because honestly, De La Hoya didn't.
Yeah, but that was way after.
Not take Mexicans.
Way after.
I understand, but Mexicans don't take 3 rounds off, guys. They don't.
But we're talking about something. No, yeah, but we're talking about. No, I think it was. Yeah, you're right.
Does Canelo fight like a Mexican?
Guys, you know what's funny to that? A quick story about Mexican toughness, right? Back in the day, when the Golden Gloves. They used to have when they would post it on the board, right? Who you were fighting next in the tournament. So by the time the fights were over on Thursday during the finals, you would get the postings on the board. Everybody would run over, and if it was a fucking surname, a Spanish surname, I remember everybody always turned, is that a Puerto Rican or a Mexican? Always hoping, that's a Puerto Rican, right? That's not a Mexican, right? It was just always funny. Like everybody wanted it not to be a fucking Mexican because it was just known to. You had a fucking
reputation.
Yeah,
reputation.
yeah.
Right?
They don't come just to fucking float around and jab you. They're gonna fucking fight.
What made it worse? What made it worse with Oscar is that he ran versus Tito, and that was the heated rivalry. He didn't just ran; he ran versus the number one Puerto Rican. You know, so that was like a major like blow, I think, to his.
Plus, plus the USA gold medalist. He really played that up. You know, obviously he was.
That helped.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, there's inner rivalries within Mexicans. It's hard being Mexican, man. I'm like,
that's what I was about to say, bro. I was about to say, bro, what's this weird ass identity fucking crisis I'm hearing with the Rasta, bro? Y'all fucking saying you're not this and you're not that. What is going on here, bro?
I think it's because like I'm here in Texas and like I'm third generation, man. I'm not even a fluent Spanish speaker, and like the guys, the people with the paisa straight from Mexico, we usually don't get along. They usually don't get along with like my type of people. We kind of jab at each other all the time. You know, same thing within Mexico. Like, remember the Morales, Barrera, where
they're from the Mexico City.
Yeah, it's so tribal, man. It's kind of like Afghanistan, where like they have all these different tribal kind of things where it's like.
Well, a lot of it I see it online too, man. Just go see it online. A lot of see that with the Black Americans and first generation Africans who come here. You see a lot of battling. Like I think they call them tethers. So yeah, you do see that, right? Just because you're the same, ethnicity doesn't always mean you're going to get along.
No, that's everywhere. In the U.S., you're
French Canadians don't get along with French.
People's genealogy and shit. Yeah. Like what the fuck?
Oh yeah, yeah. We have.
No, but it's a factor in boxing, right? Because a guy like Ryan Garcia is not going to get the same kind of fan base that Canelo's getting. You know what I mean? So it's just weird. It's a weird dynamic, man. It's hard to explain.
Southpaw, it could be like
as bad as it used to be.
Guys, it could be as a sort of not an insult, but like Mexican boxing is pretty has a good reputation. So if you call somebody, oh, you're not Mexican, it's like you're saying you're not part of this group. This elite group of boxers.
Exactly.
I mean, that's kind of it. I'm from Ecuador.
I mean, you look at a guy like Zurdo. Zurdo is like a Spanish-speaking guy from Mexico, and he never got that fan base. But I think that had to do more with his style too. But yeah, the dude couldn't sell tickets.
Yeah.
And it's not even as bad as it used to be. It used to be a lot worse. The nationalism in boxing, back when like the fucking Olympics. Boxing in the Olympics, we get 10, 15 million people view. So it was as big as any professional fight, especially 84 and 88. Those fucking classes were insane. The guys don't come out of those two classes. But yeah, so you would see that. So it was very nationalized back then, especially when it was a big communist thing. So a lot, because they wouldn't allow their fighters to fight pro. So there was a guy, Stevenson, a heavyweight from Cuba. A lot of people say he would have beat Muhammad Ali, But he never got a chance to fight. Yeah, I'll never know because he never got a chance to fight.
Was that his name, Stevenson?
Stevenson was his last name. I don't remember his first name.
I thought it was, yeah, but there was a Cuban guy, remember? Yeah, that everybody talked about. But
you know what? Was it Stevenson? I could be wrong. Sure. I could be wrong. It's I'll check it out. But he was excellent fighter. It's just a shame. And it sucks too because Cuban leader, the dictator, he boxed. Oh. He was a huge boxing fan.
Jimmy,
that's why it was hard for his fighters to escape. What's that?
Quentin says in the chat, Teofilo Stevenson. I guess you were right. Teofilo.
Yep.
Oh, I thought you said Teofimo.
Yeah, me too. I was like, Teofilo. I guess. Yeah. Okay. Grim Reaper in the chat says Russians had a similar deal, weren't allowed to fight. Yeah, the whole Soviet communist bloc.
Yo, can I say something with regards to the whole nationalism topic? All right, so like I have a grandpa, right? Well, my grandpa, he's Mexican, right? But it kind of reminds me like he's kind of like the LDBC but for Mexicans, right? But like he's really dark skinned. He if you see him on the streets, you would think he's black, right? But his Mexican.
What are you talking about, bro?
don't speak English, right, or nothing, you know. But whenever he comes here, he talks boxing to me, right? And like I remember I always try to show him like Lomachenko and got like European guys and stuff. And then he was like, you know what's weird to me? He was like, but back in my days, he basically said back in my days we never heard about Russian boxers or boxers from England or nothing like that. He said we only heard about a bunch of Mexicans. And then I show him like fights from like Marco Antonio Barrera and stuff. He doesn't know them. But he can name Mantequilla and Napoles. He can name a bunch of fighters from like the 70s, right? And he also is interesting because he doesn't like a lot of Mexicans like Pacquiao, right? Like he hates him. He's like, oh, Pacquiao Correlon, and he's a runner, right? It's very like he's super like Mexican nationalistic. Like he'll name all the fights from like the 1960s and 70s and stuff.
Yeah, but boxing now is truly global now because just like we're talking about, people, these former communist countries are not selling their boxers. Gonzalo, we can hear background noise.
Somebody just got taken away by a tsunami.
Yeah, Gonzalo. Oh. All right. I think it's fine now. So, guys, hit that like button. Hit the like. Let's get to 100 likes. We can do it.
It's fucking weird. People got like that thumb polio. Seriously.
I know.
Hit the like. Comment. Say something, man.
We're at 85 likes. 85 likes. Come on, guys.
Yeah, let me say this right with regards to the likes, right? So like it's a proven fact that, you know, if generous people are happier and richer, right? So it's like, you know, I mean, if you want good fortune, you might as well hit the like button, you know.
That's right. That's a good way of putting it.
It's like the media and Bucho, you know, fucking put all the time and effort. Everybody enjoys. You get to call in and stuff. They take more calls than anybody. I mean, what's it fucking hit a like? It's almost at this point being a douche. But if you don't,
I like the new intro. Just for the intro, the Halloween theme. Like, come on now, y'all gotta like that, you know?
Right? Yeah, right.
Come on, guys. Come on. Either you like the show, there's no Halloween, right? No Halloween. Go ahead, Timmy.
Oh, Bucho, you know what's weird? Like, what really struck home me. Like, I fucking, it popped up on YouTube, so it was playing in the background. So I was listening to it, but the new Rocky Balboa movie, right? Think about it, man. For them to say a couple of things they said in that movie, like at one point when they said, come on, man, look at boxing right now. You know the sport's dying. And then another time they said the sport ain't not, it's a shell of what it used to be, like shit like that. I'm like, so that's in culture now. Think about it. The only people saw that because the movie buffs have nothing to do with boxing. So I started flipping around, going online, seeing checking to see boxing, look up boxing, the word boxing, and reference the things that really aren't involved with boxing, and a lot of it's the same thing. This sport is like it's got a reputation as a sport on the way out, a shell of itself. And what's happening now with Showtime, I mean, yes, I think the PBC, when Al Heyman's been canceled the sport, but that doesn't mean Showtime going out of business is actually a good thing. Just another network getting away from it. That tells everybody that the sport is literally dying. And you kind of see these guys, Garcia, Terrence Crawford, people tweeting about it. Oh, man, we're going to smarten the fuck up. It's like, what did you guys, like, how did everybody think, like, the arrogance and the hubris to think that a sport couldn't die when the fucking Roman Empire crumbled? Yeah. You don't think a sport can fucking just become
they were getting paid
completely irrelevant?
It's
just nuts.
Maybe because they were getting paid millions of dollars and they thought, like, well, you know, the money's going to keep on flowing.
Yeah, Crawford wouldn't even take a fucking cut. Nobody in the audience besides fucking, the guys in the corner. Remember during the COVID lockdowns? He wouldn't get off his $3.5 million guaranteed, right? He wouldn't say like, yeah, man, it's true. There's going to be no gate. No, I want my $3.5 billion. So they're all at fault. The promoters for fucking bringing it to this level, the networks for the tribalization of it, just like, no, we don't cross promote. Again, that was all started under Haymon. He started that when he was at HBO. There was never a real rift between HBO and Showtime because HBO was known as the gold standard, and Showtime did a good job. They came along, but there was no bad blood. There was no fighters being signed to HBO, fighters being signed to Showtime. It was just, this is what we're willing to pay for this fight. So you had two cable networks willing to pay money for fights. Certain fights were going Showtime, certain fights were going HBO. And once the tribalization and you start fighting for networks like we're at now, and we're not getting the best fight against in the marination, of fights, and then throwing everything behind a paywall, everybody sat back and watched where it's at. And I don't think we've hit rock bottom yet. It can get a lot worse. It can get a lot worse than where it's at now.
But it's going to get better after that. I don't see how the sport can disappear.
Hopefully. If it gets to the point where a big thing, Bucho, right? Little things. Like, yes, globally, I agree. But I'm talking United States where it obviously affects me because that's where I live and I'm being selfish. But
no, but it has to
when
be...
I ever heard them dropping the Olympics, dropping boxing, I'm like, what? How could that fucking be? How could that, is a sport fucking collapse to that point? Boxing in the Summer Olympics, everything else was secondary. Who gives a shit? Okay, so you're going to go throw a stick and run. Hey, good luck with you, bud. Everybody tuned in for the boxing. Now they're dropping it in one generation later? That's a terrible sign. That's a sign of the fucking pay-per-views, shoving everything behind pay-per-views, nobody fighting each other. People have just lost interest, and it's a generational thing. If you ain't got parents passing this shit on to their sons, shit fades away.
Oh, I think there's a chance of saving it. But like you said, these fighters are now starting to realize that, that the demand is not really there, and they're asking for too much money. But at least they're realizing it, even though it's a little bit, late, I would say, but it's not over yet.
If our economy crashed, boxing would soar again. Believe it or not, if we went to a Great Depression, boxing would soar. Because boxing was huge during the Great Depression. So when I hear that, it's the economy to a certain extent. People are maybe buying pay-per-views, but nor should they have to when the fights don't belong there. But you know what people did do? They would tune into any fight on the radio, or they would show up. Madison Square Garden was still selling out during the Depression because people wanted to see their fights. And so many more people were like, fuck, all I have to do, I'm a tough kid, let's fucking start boxing, fight my way out of poverty. But when you got a softer generation, just look around, I stand in line at Dunkin' Donuts, these fucking kids in skin-tight jeans. What the fuck, dude, your problem?
It's pretty bad.
The prize fighters in the 1920s, the prize fighters during the Great Depression, they lived well.
Yeah, no, they all fought. Yeah, there was fights everywhere. Fights everywhere, man. Back then, I live in a city that has 110,000 people. We had 10 boxing gyms at one time. 10 in a city of 110,000. My grandfather had 11 boys in his family. 9 of them fought and won the Golden Gloves. You know what I mean? So it was like 9 out of the 11 boys fought in the Golden Gloves. My father had 4 brothers, him and 4 brothers. 4 of them fought in the Golden Gloves. Like, that was like low. Everybody fought in the Golden Gloves. It's just what you did.
Yeah, in the chat,
it's just crazy.
Unknown says no ducking in the UFC. Well, they have no choice. They want to be in the UFC. There's nothing else outside the UFC. There's other organizations, but good luck. If some people are claiming that UFC fighters are not getting paid enough, could you imagine how much MMA fighters are getting paid outside the UFC? Probably absolutely nothing.
I went to see an MMA card 2 years ago at Hampton Beach, and these 2 dudes beat the dog snot out of each other, man. Welted the fuck up. Start talking to somebody after. You know what his loser pay was? $8,000. $8,000, dude. I'm like, holy fuck, man.
You pay your medical
expenses. You have more than $8,000 worth of medical bills right now. You know what I mean? You didn't have insurance, like literally, to go get stitched up and shit. If you really were like a concerned person, but probably didn't even bother. But you know what I'm saying? 8 G's was the loser's salary.
Well, Jimmy,
for the loser, the winner was getting 25. Yes.
Think about it. You gotta fight. You gotta win to survive in MMA. In boxing, it's like there's like you were gonna fight. You're gonna fight Rod Salka. You have another fight in the contract. So these guys sometimes they take it easy. And that may be something that we have to look at. These elite fighters in boxing, so-called elite, they had it fucking easy. They can choose. I don't want to fight this guy. Oh, I want to fight this guy. That's easy. But in MMA,
dude, you're right. Think about it, brother. Tommy Hearns, he got knocked out in the 3rd round against Marvin Hagler. Do you think nobody wanted to see Tommy Hearns fight anymore? Right? It's just that's such a fucked up mindset to me. This Patukto, you can't lose. Like, yes, Tagla lost, officially on the scorebooks to fucking Leonard, even though I don't think that really happened. But that wasn't like he never said like I never was set out to like try not to lose again as a pro because he already lost earlier in his career. But like Ward used to talk to Mickey used to talk to him. They were like fascinated by this, the Mayweather era, just obsessed with the O. He says just that fucking mindset cripples boxing. If everybody's afraid to lose, nobody's gonna fight.
Yeah, that's true.
Because these guys don't have much substance outside of that zero.
Yep.
Yeah.
So exactly recognize it's what they're basing their career on. Fuck, man, losing ain't shit. You can learn from a loss.
When you're confident in yourself and you fail in, let's say, whatever it was that you set out to do, you don't get discouraged by that. You just go back and do it again because more than likely you're going to get the job done the next time around. These dudes, they don't, they can do the same thing. It's just that they don't have much of a selling point. They're just basically selling that zero. This is why, you get like a fight like Canelo and Charlo, where one guy looks like he's just like there to just...
Go for a walk, buddy. Hold on.
Yeah. That's a good point. Jimmy's talking
Yeah,
about
I mean,
that, probably.
you could still be a great fighter, even if you lose. I mean, look at just this year, right? Look at Lee Wood and Lara. He lost the first time, and then he came back and rematched, and he won his belt back.
Right. Yeah. Right, because he's not afraid. He's not afraid to lose a fight. Like when you're so good, you shouldn't be afraid that you might fail. That's part of the game. Like fighting. Anybody who's ever been to a fight or just been in a fight, you could lose, right? Like you know that in your mind.
Yeah.
And it's like
it's
as long as you don't fucking embarrass yourself like a Charlo did, or like other fighters in the past, you're always like Jimmy was saying. Marvin Hagler got knocked out. Tommy Hearns got knocked out by Marvin Hagler in 3 rounds. He went on to go do great things after that. He did great shit after that. He won.
I think what was happening with boxers now is that they have that zero and they want to protect it because they think that zero gives them value. But I think that eventually, I'm not saying, but eventually, I think they do want to fight. In a big fight at some point, but they think, well, if I manage to keep this zero for another 3 fights, I'm gonna make a bunch of money in somewhat winnable fights, and then after 3 fights, I'm gonna try to look for that big fight. But they don't realize that they're actually hindering. Yeah, go ahead.
It's because the thing is, it's because everyone looks up to they look up to guys like Mayweather. They look up to guys like Joe Calzaghe. They look up to like Rocky Marciano.
Joe Calzaghe.
Yo. Uh-oh.
Oh, Joe Calzaghe. The greatest fighters of all time, even though they fought and so they were undefeated.
It's a big thing with Americans, bro, because you see, and it's to some degree that these guys are scared to lose their O because they'll lose their market value. It's true, bro. Look what happened to Keith Thurman, bro. He lost to Manny Pacquiao, who's going to go down as all-time great, whatever. He was supposed to win, had a close fight with him, didn't go his way. Hey, bro, Clarissa Shields thinks she could beat on Keith Thurman now, dude. That's how much respect he lost in his community because he took 1 L.
Yeah,
Stephen Fulton, you think anybody's going to talk about him again?
But what about Canelo though? That he lost and still people. I mean, he lost to people.
Mexicans aren't like that, bro. They don't look at it like that.
Good point. That could be it too. Yeah, I think it's certain.
That's what I'm saying. It's an American thing, dude. It's an American thing to be undefeated and shit.
Okay. Yeah. That's true. And we have to blame Floyd for this. And I know people don't like us bringing up Floyd. Don't do it. Don't mention his name. Or why are you mentioning his name? It's important to mention his name because, let's be honest, he's the one that talked about the O. He always kept talking about the O. He's invincible. Come watch me fight. You're gonna witness this invincible boxer. It was a selling point.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Just because he can't be figured out. It makes him undefeatable.
Yeah,
it makes him unbeatable.
The blueprint.
Yeah, exactly, bro. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an American issue, bro. And it's infected boxing.
Yeah, you forget about forget about coming here and watching an entertainment fight. It's not about it's about can somebody figure out the blueprint? That's the excitement. Can somebody figure it out? The suspense. Horrible. I invited a bunch of my friends to come. Oh my! I was fucking stupid. I was like, oh yeah, let's guys. There's a boxing fight this weekend. Let's all go to the bar. Where you should go watch a fight. Oh yeah, let's go. And they were like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, fucking, trying to hide because it's a boring ass fucking fight. 12 rounds. Floyd against Robert Guerrero. What the fuck was that?
Wow, you thought that fight was gonna be good, Bucha? Oh man, they got you, dog.
Man, I like to go. At that time I was always going out, like drinking. So I was like, hey man, fuck, guys, come on, man, And
yeah,
I fucked it up.
His dad was making it interesting though. Robert Guerrero's dad. But I remember watching all that promo, and I'm thinking, man, this dude's making a fool of himself, dude, because his son's gonna get his ass whooped at the end. I'm like, fuck, bro.
Yeah, that was funny though. Like his dad and who was
like, oh, you guys like the woman beater, huh? We're gonna beat the woman beater. Yeah, you like that shit?
Yeah, that was funny.
And then I think they did some shows with Floyd's dad and Robert Guerrero's dad, and these fools almost got in a fight. I remember I was looking back on that a while ago. They had to stop that shit because these fools were really finna fight.
You know who looks scared of Ruben Guerrero? Danny Garcia's dad.
Andrew Garcia, yeah, bro.
He looked afraid. Fight, huh? He didn't. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be interesting because both fighters are crazy. But Angel Garcia, man, he kept it quiet.
He pussied out.
He tried to take the high road with him, right? And I'm like, since when do you do that, bro?
I think he said, yo, this dude, this cholo will this old cholo will fuck me up.
Hey, you know what was funny? When Danny Garcia fought Zab Judah. And Angel Garcia was going at it with Zab Judah in his camp. Remember? I don't know if you remember. He was like almost.
Oh, then remember when they put a muzzle on Angel Garcia after he called Keith Thurman a nigger or something?
Yeah, yeah.
He's like, listen to me, listen here, bitch ass nigga. And say that shit on the stage. That shit was funny.
Mad. I don't know why Thurman got mad because it's like he's Puerto Rican, right? Recognize? Can you enlighten us? Can you guys use the N word? Recognize? I know Hector Macho Camacho used the N-word, so. All right, recognize.
Why not, bro? Why not, bro? Puerto Ricans say all minorities can say it. All minorities can say it, bro.
Recognize he's afraid of answering my question, but all right.
I'll answer it right there, bro. All minorities can say it, bro. There you go.
Oh man,
that's what it is.
All right, what are we talking about? Because I forgot now. Before we got into this.
We were talking about the undefeated records, like Rocky Mayweather,
Oh yeah, and then
how people gonna keep protecting that zero.
Yeah. What else? Fuck that. Somebody wanted us to talk about Al Haymon again. I don't know what else can we say about Al Haymon in the PBC.
Wait, run out of
they ain't getting no deal. I heard they ain't getting no deal. Ain't nobody fucking with him right now. I heard that much.
That's good. So these boxers
they ain't got nothing coming.
These boxers will be free. Finally.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to get Al Haymon out of this shit for real. What you think?
I think we gotta wait and see, bro. We gotta stand by and stand down. You feel me? Because we don't know what's gonna happen until it happens. Because these guys are still trying to figure out what they're finna do. So
we can only speculate.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. I think they need to get rid of Al Haymon because he doesn't. I personally, I have no proof of this. It's just my opinion. I think he hates boxing. I think he hates what it did to his brother Bobby, and he figured he'll fucking destroy it and make some money at the same time. Everything's all good. But a man who refuses to speak to anybody, like Lou DiBella tweeted out how he needs to be on the Hall of Fame's next ballot. Like, why? But anyways, he even says in his next tweet that although even if they did nominate him and he won, he wouldn't show up anyways. He's a ghost.
Well, Jimmy, in the chat, somebody saying, in the chat we have somebody saying, why aren't you guys putting any respect on Al Haymon's name?
Because Al Haymon.
The door.
Well, why don't you come on the chat once you
Al Haymon knew how to rob people with no gun. That's exactly what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's robbing people with no gun at all. He's really mentally fucking people out of their goddamn money, yo. Out of whatever the fuck they pay for. He playing on our emotions as boxing fans and just robbing us for $85 and giving us shit poor value for fights. And then they just run off and leave these dudes to sit at home and spend $10 million with drinking and fucking drug habits or whatever.
100%. And then what made it even worse with him is in the beginning, everybody said, yeah, but he takes care of his fighters. Remember, that was a PBC fanboy statement. Oh, but nobody pays their fighters like Al does. And then you say, of course he overpays him. He gets 15% of their salary. You knucklehead of both guys. So, hey, you guys would normally get $1 million, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it 1.5 for both you motherfuckers because I need a new swimming pool. What do you guys think? Huh? Come on. Such a fucking scam, man.
That's probably the greatest honest game of all time.
Let's listen to... Oh, wait, hold on.
Damn. It's sad.
I mean, what's that, 150 G's? So he wants to go he pays somebody. Fucking, it's a buck and a half. So that's 300 G's if he has two guys fight at 1.5 million. $300,000 sitting up in the fucking special booth upstairs laughing his balls off.
All right, Jimmy, let's
hold on,
let me just quickly, let's continue listening to this guy on YouTube from the channel called Hood Champion Boxing and Sports. All right, let's continue listening to him.
Keep making us money, even though I personally think Crawford was making money over there with ESPN, with Top Rank. I don't care what they say. I think they had a projection as far as their profit margins to say, they expect to make, let's say, like $10 million off of a Crawford fight. They were only making like $3 million, which was still profit, but there's a $7 million difference in what they made and what they projected. So they were saying, oh, we're hemorrhaging millions. We didn't make $7 million. We lost $7 million. But really, they didn't lose anything. They made a profit of $3 million, but they didn't hit the $10 million target. So as a result, they said they lost $7 million. So then Crawford goes over there, and all of a sudden, as soon as he goes and makes the big fight with Earl Spence, everything falls apart.
So this guy's saying there's a conspiracy, right? So he's saying Crawford's doing good numbers. All of a sudden, he goes to the PBC and fights Spence, and everything falls apart. It's not a coincidence. He says there's a secret society. The title of the video is Terence Crawford and the secret society took a hit out on Showtime.
I say crack is whack, Bucho.
I still don't understand his point.
Neither do I. He's like high or some shit. I swear to God.
Niggas get high, yo.
Well, maybe it's not a coincidence. Maybe it's not a coincidence.
So look, you know what I think it is? They're probably like they probably got mad because you know how some people were trying to make videos of Crawford cheated with his gloves or whatever, and they thought that didn't take off. So the next best thing to say is, he took out Al Haymon's business, you know.
Oh, maybe there is maybe the Illuminati are actually involved. Go ahead.
Well, they announced a lot of the layoffs for Showtime 6 months ago. Think about that. Almost every department they announced it, including upper echelon, including Stephen Espinosa's bosses. So the bean counters had already counted everything down. But yet, why did they take all the way until October to say we're cutting the sports division? This is months after they said we're getting rid of NFL, inside the NFL, the number one watch sports program, after they dropped 6 or 7, shoulder programming things. So why? And my thing is, I think they were waiting. I think Espinosa was able to talk to his superior, say, listen, I got these big fights in the chute. They got signed Canelo and fucking Crawford, right? They got them in. Let's make this happen. The problem being, they over marinated the Crawford Spence fight. That fight would have sold double that. Back in, first off, the economy was better, sport was more alive. But if that thing would have went off in 2018, 2019, when everybody was calling for it, when they were both, right, especially right after Crawford won his first, belt at welterweight, that shit is when it. So it was past its due date for people who knew the sport. Like Steve Kim said the same thing. This fight doesn't have the same meaning. I see the physical deterioration in Spence. He doesn't take punches as well. He's not moving as well. Every time you see the dude, he's fucking hammered. A professional athlete, that's going to pay. And we saw the residual effects of it all against Crawford. So
Jimmy,
that fight was way
Jimmy,
past its prime.
Are you taking
Yes.
credit away from Crawford?
No, I'm no, because I said, but Mucho, because that'd be a different story. But you know, as far back as 2018, right, or 2019, I was saying Crawford would beat him. I never was off that, right? Haven't I always said Crawford would beat him? In fact, stop him. The stopping, I really think I pushed harder in the last 3 years, definitely in the last 2 years. But I was always confident Crawford would beat him.
All right,
always.
Jimmy.
That was never even a doubt. True.
Spence was very overrated. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think. Well, what it was. I like Spence. I said 100 times. There's nothing personal.
He was overrated.
I just didn't rate his wins, right? Like, because look at how they rated it. Remember when he was first announced to people like, okay, champ side, everybody, he belongs to pound for pound #1 status. What win was that coming off of? Mickey Garcia, a career 126 pounder. He had 42 professional fights. 32 of them were at 126 or lower. No, in fact, I think they were all at 126. So in every stretch of imagination, a career 126 pounder. He happened to fight one time at 140 or 2 times, but went back down to fight Easter 135 because, like his father said, anything big in 135 is too big. He thought 140 was too big. He came out and said when he announced the Spence fight, this is a bad idea. This is just for the money, and I don't like it. His own father, the guru of that gym, said that because they knew. And what happened? Spence tried, couldn't even fucking put a dent in that kid. Didn't even put him down. Didn't come close to hurting him. But yet, boom, fucking Mickey Garcia, 4th division world champion. This kid's an all-time great. But it was always like kind of, and even though the size disparity, there was a greater size disparity between Spence and Mickey Garcia than it was between Triple G and Brook,
Right,
and
so
between fucking Lomachenko and Rigondeaux.
Yes, it was.
All right, hold on. Let me just read a super chat. I want to ask a question. High and Low Sports Centrum. Thank you for your super chat. He says BDA, the home of boxing. I appreciate that super chat, High and Low. I was gonna ask. So, if Spence was overrated, and Spence is Crawford's biggest win, and Spence is Crawford's biggest win in a long time.
Yes.
How come some people have Crawford #1 pound for pound, and they don't move him, and they don't want to move him? He's #1, you know.
I don't think he's number one. I don't think he's
yeah,
number one, in my opinion. But he did beat the dog shit out of Spence. He made him look, and that takes a good performance. I know. Listen, I know Spence is a little off the rockets, but let's put things. Put things. A little overrated. He's the younger guy. It looks like Crawford was having problems making that weight too, because he didn't look that good in the weigh-in as well. I think it was the skill set that how easy he made it look, because I don't think he did anything that
Jimmy
special.
just explained it. Jimmy just said that Spence was overrated, and he was even.
Yeah, he is overrated.
Even his camp said that they didn't want that Crawford fight.
Yeah,
I mean, what does that even tell you?
What
does that even tell you about Spence's state? If that is true.
Wait, but I still think Crawford is #1 because even besides Spence, he fought all the top contenders. You know, like at 140 and 147. You know, Sean Porter is not a bad. You know,
at 140, that's the thing, though. In my opinion, Crawford at 147. What are his biggest wins at welterweight?
But Jeff Horn was a champion.
It would be Spence. But Porter, that's another thing. Excuse me. Look at how they rated that win for Spence, right? The contrary, hypocritical way they viewed that. When Spence Porter, mind you, went life and death with him, it was fucking, again, adulation, props. Crawford stops him. He was a fucking shot fighter. Oh, man, get the fuck on out of here with that shit. They just wouldn't give Crawford any props, no matter what he did.
They refused to.
Listen. Spence is the most. Yeah, but Spence, in my opinion, was the most talented welterweight the whole time. But he didn't get the big fights because of he was with Top Rank, so he couldn't get those PBC fights. But
yeah, they froze him out.
But that still doesn't.
He was never more talented than Crawford to me.
I mean, it's not. The reality is that his record at welterweight is not even great. It's not that good. It's not that great, right?
Oh yeah.
Who are the best names on Errol Spence's resume at 147?
Well,
okay.
Well, you would say Porter.
Kell Brook.
Porter.
Danny Garcia.
Come on, Danny Garcia at that point was.
Yeah.
So who's the best
think about Danny
undefeated?
Garcia.
No, so
Danny
who's the
Garcia-
best
well, I was
undefeated
gonna
guy that who's the best undefeated guy that Errol Spence's beat? Mikey?
Yeah, I would say record-wise, but you can't count that win because of the fact he was a career 126 pounder. But again, that's what they, like. Yeah, it's just listen. I always knew Crawford was a talented kid. He became even meaner and going for the knockouts now. He's just become more deadly with his punches and shit. It's just. I mean, we've seen his accuracy. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's so focused for that fight, man. Remember, he had 5 years of wanting that fight, never thinking it was going to happen. Always that shit online. Remember the vitriol he would get? People talk shit about his wife. For the love of God, his fucking mother of his kids, they talk shit about.
Jimmy, I
it's
understand.
crazy.
No, Jimmy, I understand all that. And
Well,
I
I know-
understand that. No,
Mucho, yeah, you know, I'm just saying that.
No. But Crawford couldn't get those PBC fights, and I think he could have beaten those guys. But my point is here. We're talking pound for pound. We're talking pound for pound, and I don't know why he's like above Canelo, just because Canelo lost.
No,
to
he's
Bivol.
above Canelo to me.
Yeah, no,
It's-
they place Crawford above Canelo just because Canelo lost to Bivol.
Tell us why, Straight G Turo.
You know, it's like why?
Tell us why. Tell us why. Because Straight G Turo, he has him above Canelo.
See, right now, in mine, I have him fourth. I have Canelo fourth right now.
That's
yeah.
I want to hear from people. I want to hear from people. I want to hear from people.
I think he's a better. He has better skills than overall skills. I think if they fought each other, I think Canelo beat him.
No, but that's the okay. Fair enough. But I want to hear from people who have Crawford above Canelo in the pound for pound list. So go ahead.
Listen, first of all, my criteria, me personally, I can't put you above somebody who beats you. So I can't put Canelo above Bivol. It doesn't matter like resume what he did, but you know at some point, you know, he beat a couple of guys. You know, he beat John Ryder. That kind of redeemed him because John Ryder is a 168 pounder, right? So
yeah, you gotta, but when you talk about pound for pound, right? Don't you do the whole resume? Like you look at everything as in it, you know. Honestly, I would say honestly, if you're honest about the wins and the caliber of opponents, you have. For me personally, you'd have to have Inoue as A, and then like Crawford A or 1, 2, 1.5.
If
Inoue wins,
let us Straight G break it down. Let's Straight G.
Go by resume, man. You gotta probably say by resume. Canelo probably has the best resume of one of the best resumes of all time.
Okay, Straight G.
Break it down, Straight G.
Straight G, go ahead. Straight G.
All right, so I agree with Jimmy about the Inoue thing. I actually had Inoue at number 1 right before Spence and Crawford, right? But Crawford looks so dominant. But I will say this though: if Inoue beats Tapales later this year, then I'll put him back at number 1. For me, it goes back and forth, Crawford and Inoue, right? But I have Crawford above Canelo just because. You know, 2-time undisputed champion in 2 different weight classes. No matter the level of opposition, that's not his fault, right? You know, it's like it is what it is. But when it comes to having those pounds, 115 pounds on you, like you know, the last guy who Crawford didn't knock out was back in 2016. So you know, he's a finisher. You know, he's up there with like the Kirby too. So it's like,
but can I say something?
I agree with everything you said.
I understand the level of opposition is not his fault, but when we're looking at pound for pound boxers and the metrics here, whatever, it's that we look at the quality of fighters that a fighter fought, right? And so Canelo, in my opinion, fought better fighters than Crawford.
Oh yeah, overall,
yes, absolutely. But there has to be.
But Crawford's a better skilled fighter, and I think skills should play into pound for pound.
So
I think Crawford's probably a lot better skill wise than Canelo, or substantially. At least in my opinion. Let me just say that. In my opinion, I think he's skill wise. He's a lot better.
Okay, I was gonna say, so when you bring that in, you have to bring in the resume because it matters against the opposition because your style changes, you know, according to how high the level is of competition you're fighting. So say, for example, David Benavides, he's a cardio machine and he's an activity machine. He throws hella punches. We didn't see that against Caleb Plant, right? A lot of the activity almost cut by a third. So it matters with the resume and the competition you face, because those skills are going to show up differently because they're going to be tested like for real.
No, a variety, different variety of styles. And Flex Luthor in the chat, just quickly, Flex says in the chat, preach Bucho, it ain't knocking, but Canelo just had those opponents. That's what I'm saying. I'm not knocking out on Terence Crawford. I think he's a great fighter. I just think Canelo had a better resume. He's pound for pound better. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, can I explain why I have him? Like, listen, he did a dare to be great moment to go up to 175 to fight Bivol. I picked Bivol to win only because of the size, strictly because of size. And because he had the length, and we all know why. But anyways, it was a dare to be great, but he did lose. There has to be some ramifications. And that doesn't take away from an all-time great, doesn't take away from Hall of Fame. I've talked Canelo up as much as anybody, but there has to be. So for that reason, right, you did went up, you did lose, though. So because you did lose, I'm going to take it off a little bit and put you third or fourth behind Usyk. I have, like I said, right now, it's Inoue, Crawford, Usyk, Canelo.
But Jimmy,
I
agree. I 100% agree with you. You know, but here's the thing, though. Canelo is 5'9", and it was like the fourth division where he was moving up. So
started at 140.
I was talking about Canelo. No, because you said when Canelo lost to.
Oh yeah, Canelo started at 140.
Oh,
his first professional fight was junior welterweight.
Yeah, you're right. I always you just consider 154 because that's where he won his first title. Yep. But you're right. Yeah,
140 because of skills.
It's crazy.
Well, okay. So that's what I'm saying, Jimmy. So the fact that he lost against such a much bigger guy, it's like, okay, I don't even consider that a loss in a way. If Canelo would have moved up only one weight division throughout his whole career, and then he loses, then you're like, okay, you weren't fighting a giant or anything, and you lost. But in this instance, again, 4 weight divisions.
It was 5 divisions heavier than what he started his professional career at. So 5 divisions.
And Canelo
I think because of Crawford's dominance at 147 against the his last weight class, right, that he's won, where he became undisputed. I think because the way he blew those guys out, it's because of skills. I think the reason why, and this is not a knock towards Canelo, I think the reason why Canelo can't do that, number one, you could say that he's fought better fighters. Number 2 is that he doesn't have the arsenal that Crawford has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and even
in fight.
Yeah, Jimmy.
I was going to say, even a lot of fans who even follow the sport religiously make this mistake. When somebody's jacked up muscle-wise, like a mesomorph body style, right, looks like they could become a bodybuilder, they equate that to power and punching power. If you fought, you look at people like Terence Crawford or the builder Tommy Hearns. Tommy Hearns' right hand that he knocked out Duran with was one of the sickest punches I think I've ever seen thrown. So that's the body style. Somebody can whip a punch. And people who fight Crawford, everybody says it. Holy shit, he's a lot fucking stronger than you realize. Because, you know what I mean? So he's just like, he's got a lot more strength than people realize. And it's not always about muscle. So a lot of people saw Spence. He looks like, he's thicker and stronger, but it's not the case.
Official Scorecard Boxing in the chat says people waited on Bud Crawford to destroy a drunk and punch drunk car crasher, and he's a pound for pound number 1 all of a sudden. Right. Interesting.
No, he didn't just do that. He beat 2 other champions. He beat former champion Sean Porter, and he beat a active champion Jeff Horn at the time.
I don't think he's number 1. I got other guys above. I got other guys above them, but I do think Crawford is a better pound for pound fighter than Canelo. Obviously, I don't think Canelo's number 1 pound for pound. I just don't. I don't even think.
Well, you have Usyk, Inoue.
I got Inoue.
Canelo, Crawford.
Right now, I got Inoue. I got.
Yeah.
I got probably Crawford number 2. Dude, I don't care what anybody says, bro. He's a 2-time undisputed champion. That's not an easy task. And I know, Spence is not all that, but nobody made him look like he was, like that until he fought Crawford. And so that's
can I say something about this undisputed thing? I don't really pay much attention with the undisputed thing because there's 4 belts. So it's very difficult.
No, I agree. And
so you know what I mean?
politics
So my thing is, who did you beat? Let's just keep it that way. And the boxing fans can decide who the lineal champion is in each division.
Look, when Canelo fought Cotto, who was old and much smaller, best he could do is just win a decision. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like that was the best he could do. When he went up to fight Triple G, who I think is way better than anybody that Crawford fought, he lost that fight. You know what I'm saying? The second fight, he could have won either one, right?
I think he won.
And he fought him when he was old. Then he fought him the third time when he was an old man, and he clearly won that fight. But he didn't knock him out. You get what I'm saying? He didn't knock him out, and that was a lower version of Triple G.
Hey, and on top of that, Triple G looked constipated the first half of the fight. In the third fight.
No, the third fight was to me the first one he was too old, but Canelo. I think Canelo lost the first fight, but I think he won the second fight. But if you think Canelo,
right, but you're not going to say it was a no doubter, right? You wouldn't say the second fight was a no doubter.
But he still, I mean, somebody has to win somebody has to win the fight. It's not like it's a draw.
No, I agree. No, that fight was to me was to me. If you really look at it, the way boxing fans break it down, I personally thought Triple G won the second fight, but that fight could have won. That fight could have easily went either way. And
fair enough.
Politics dictated that.
Okay, he got that fight. He won it by an inch or a hair, or whatever you say. How you
right, an inch by
But
what I'm saying is,
it's a better win than anything Crawford has ever done.
Yeah, but you see, you don't just, at least to me, you just don't pencil somebody in for pound because of a win.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me. I understand. But it's not only that.
I was trying to say about the skill set. The skill set has to get challenged. Canelo's skill set was challenged against someone like Triple G. Crawford's skill set hasn't been challenged to that degree yet.
Well, I mean, he was drunk. That everybody's saying it. Everybody admits that Spence was drunk. He was done. His own camp was saying that the guy was shot and shouldn't fight Crawford.
He ate a weird pizza before the fight.
No, but everybody's saying that even his own family or whatever saying Spence should not fight Crawford. All of a sudden, well, great win. You know, it's an amazing win with Crawford. I was like, yes, it's a good win, but I mean, everybody's admitting that this guy's shot.
Because people say, Bucho, people say that this guy Boots Ennis has pound for pound skills and whoop-de-whoop, but it didn't look like it against that guy Karen Chukagian, whatever that dude's name was. You know what I'm saying? So it depends, and the resume, the opponent's opposition really matters, bro, because that's who really tests.
If somebody has Canelo over Crawford, I can't blame them. I mean, look, the resume I'm telling you, it's one of the best resumes of all time. It is. But I'm talking about the skills, man. I'm sorry. Crawford.
His skills haven't been tested.
He's more exciting. To me, he's even more exciting than
Crawford?
than Canelo. I think I find
I think that a lot of people are still, romanticizing or stuck in this fight against Spence.
Maybe you might be right about
that. Was amazing.
Right.
That was a destruction.
It's not over yet.
He destroyed him. It was exciting in a sense because he was so violent. You know what I mean? And this is what we want in the sports. This was violent stoppage.
I think when it's all said and done, I think Canelo's going to be. I think he's going to be in the hierarchy of, of the boxing when it comes to boxing. I think he might be a little higher than a guy like Crawford. Because Crawford can't lose a fight, bro. If he loses a fight, and especially if he gets his ass whipped.
He's 36. So
yeah,
gonna be like
I don't think he could. I don't think he'd come back from that. You see, at least Canelo was young when he lost. He was able to bounce back and have, good fights along the way. Tough fights. I think the reason why they were so tough is because Canelo is not as skilled as some of the all-time greats. I think he's kind of limited, but he makes up for it for strength and will.
I think Canelo has better defense than Crawford. Crawford gets his much more. And
probably, I would agree with that. I think you're right about that. I think he is better defensively.
And I think Crawford, if I'm gonna have to place Crawford above Canelo, I think Crawford should fight at 154 and win a belt there.
What if he beats Tim Tszyu? That would be a good test of his skill if he can fight someone like Tim Tszyu.
Yeah.
That'll be a good test, man. If he could do that, that would be something, you know. And I'm not talking about beat him in a bullshit decision. I'm talking about clearly beat him. You know,
guys, think about this.
No doubt.
Think about this. Think about this. When was name me tall fighters that Crawford has fought. I think Ndongo was tall, but come on. Postol.
Benavides was a little taller than him.
What happened in that Postol fight? What happened in that Postol fight? What happened in that extremely boring? He played it safe. He played it extremely safe in that Postol fight. People forgot about that shit. That was a pay-per-view, by the way.
Wait, but didn't he get Postol out of there though?
No, he didn't.
Oh, I thought it was a RTD or something like that.
Canelo has fought short fighters, long fighters with long range, tall fighters, fighters that come forward, fighters that run like Lara. He fought Triple G, which is like he's an amazing boxer. This guy can box, he can fucking punch. This guy was a monster. And then everybody at 168, you know. So, in my opinion, I mean, this is debatable. Obviously, we're just having a debate. He has the better resume, and he fought more styles.
You know, I think he has the best resume in boxing, like as far as names go that he's actually fought, you know. But you could kind of say that, for example, like you know how you said earlier about Errol Spence went life and death with Sean Porter. You could say Canelo went life and death with Lara. You know, it was close.
I mean, if that guy's running, it's not life and death, you know.
Well, I mean, I don't think he was running as much as people think. You know, I think Lara was.
Oh, what? Okay. Well, fuck. I don't want to waste my time, but I can do it.
But he ain't like those body shots had him moving around.
Man, guys, come on. Right. Even at some point he leapt backwards. I don't know how you say it, but he jumped backwards. Like he was so scared of getting hit again. He literally jumped back at some point.
Yo,
it's pathetic.
I remember thinking that Triple G was gonna knock Canelo out, bro.
I thought so too.
I thought Canelo was gonna get embarrassed by Triple G, bro.
Yeah, I thought so too. The first fight, I thought he was gonna get destroyed, but he held his own. He clearly lost that fight, at least in my opinion. He at least A4'd him.
He didn't do enough. He didn't do enough.
I think at least A4.
Yeah, but still, but there were things. Like, listen, going into that fight, I thought I didn't know what to expect, but I thought, you know, Canelo can he handle that punch? Because remember, people were saying, oh, he should be fighting at 60. He's a weight bully at 154. Now he's gonna be fighting guys that actually hit hard. Like, I mean, Golovkin hits extremely hard. You know, he might get hurt. And I was like, shit, maybe. You know, maybe he won't be able to take those shots. He managed to get those. And by the way, Triple G was respecting Canelo. I know Canelo, in my opinion, he lost that fight. But there were moments where Canelo was on the ropes. He was inviting.
And respected him.
And Triple G wasn't even caught. He was keeping his distance.
Triple G must have felt something. He must have felt something to do that. Yeah, I agree.
That's why they didn't throw a whole lot to the body. The first time they were supposed to fight, I think Canelo passed, and I get it. I understand why. I don't guilt him for that because he was too young, and Golovkin was too seasoned. But that's true, man. They weren't going to the body either that much. Either guys they were renowned body punchers, Triple G and Canelo. You know what? The second fight is probably, to me, one of the greatest fights of all time. I watched it many times, and I still every now and then want to watch it because it's just that good.
And there's quality, Gonzalo, just quickly. There's quality in that fight. There's skills. You're not watching just two guys brawling and shit. There's jabs. You know, there's defense, head movement, counter punching. You know, it was just it's a great fight of skill. The skill level, and then you compare. Just quickly, and then you one last thing. And then you compare one last thing. And you compare that fight with Crawford against Spence. Quality level, skill wise. Come on, it was only one guy fighting in there.
Yeah, one guy was just totally outgunned.
Yeah, punch resistance. It's kind of like Castillo Corrales when they were both throwing. It was hard shots. You know they were fucking hard shots. The Canelo Triple G even more so because they're bigger and they were taking the shots.
But like, fucking Crawford was so accurate in that fight. That's what really fucked up Spence, because you could throw hard shots, but you know. How accurate are you going to be most of the time? He was just too accurate for Spence. Spence was just he looked like a fucking like he saw a ghost in there.
Yeah. He got a dog.
Yeah, my theory is like he had to boil down, and he's getting older, and
Carlos Trainer, Ronnie Shields said that he believes it was the Texas Heat. I kind of agree with that because that dude was training like with no AC outside, basically wanting to cut that weight. And I think that hurt him, along with all the other stuff that everybody knows, the car accident and shit.
I don't know.
I don't think
at this
so.
point,
I
there's
just-
so
I
many
think-
excuses at this point that it's.
Yeah, how are you gonna blame Heat for an excuse? Like, look at the first round.
No,
Aerospace-
but you gotta listen, bro. I didn't say this. I said that the reason he lost punch resistance. Punch resistance, because he used to have more punch resistance.
I mean, it's possible. To me, there's a long list of excuses now.
But also, you know this. You guys know this. When a guy's hitting you accurately, doesn't have to have the best punching power in the world. Though Crawford has power. You know you're gonna get hurt, bro. That's gonna hurt you. You know, even if you're at your best. I'm not saying that if he. Look, I don't know what was in fucking Spence's brain. You know, he does look. he does look fucked up ever since that car accident. He's a goofy looking dude. He's always been. But the way he annihilated him, bro, I can't just be like,
he beat the shit out of him.
Much drunk already, and that's just. I'm way better than you. I'm much better. I've always been better than you. Always.
What's funny, y'all are comparing the two fights in Triple G and Canelo and then Crawford. The two differences is that Canelo did a good job, or I don't like it, but he did a good job at waiting out Triple G until he aged out some. And with Crawford and Spence, Spence crewed himself by just waiting too long. He should have got him as soon as he moved up, and that didn't fill in yet. And then he ended up getting, in him backfiring, just waiting so long because he was already shot.
That's what he gets.
Really?
Yeah. So. But, and I know, recognize, I know I told the other guys this before, man, but I'm down here in Texas, bro. Like, I'm going to tell you, I know people who grew up with Spence in the amateurs. Man, that boy's been sneaking out partying during tournaments and ever since the amateurs, man, since teenage days. So, man, this shit caught up.
Dude, I believe he was such a good fighter that he could get away with it, and maybe that caught up with him. But I'm not gonna take that on Crawford because at the end of the day, bro, we both talk shit for a long time. So I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. You two, let's step in there, and I'm guaranteeing you, I'm gonna fuck you up. And then he goes in there and he fucked him up, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, I think he would have won. I think he would have won at whatever stage, but because he waited so long with everything going on, it was a landslide.
Yeah, he let him get acclimated. He let him get acclimated to the weight. He should have taken him on right when he moved up to 147. That was when he should have taken him on. But he waits to get acclimated, goes into the weight, and then
Errol Spence didn't fight any southpaws going up into that fight, right?
Yeah,
he never looked
also
different. He never seen another style. He never got that other look, did he?
Was that what we're saying?
One time? That's not enough. For all that inactivity, that's not enough. That was too much inactivity for him to have only fought one style.
This shit. We keep shitting
469 days out.
We keep shitting on Spence. He didn't fight this guy, this southpaw in a long time, blah, blah, blah. And then this is the guy, and then Crawford beats him, and Crawford, we got to place him above Canelo, because...
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, come on, man.
They're big dudes too, man. There's you kind of have to wonder, even like the younger guys, when you can still get away with it, like Devin Haney. You gotta wonder, like even Andrade, like the guys fighting, you gotta wonder how they ever fought in the weight classes that they used to fight. Same thing with Spence, but he just hung around too long. The overeating, the partying, I recognize it.
Yeah,
he is a gym rat when he trains, but when you go from hot to cold, like from 0 to 100, like from one day to the next. That's just gonna catch up to you eventually.
Listen, let me add this.
Go ahead, Jim. I'll make it real quick. I was gonna finish with this. I can't stress enough, dudes, the damage alcohol does to the human body. Like I studied exercise physiology. I was in a bodybuilding. What foods take that help? When you sleep is the only time you physically grow. when you drink, say you go to the gym, you get the most insane pump you've ever had in your life. You go and tie one on that night, 72 hours before your liver even starts functioning properly to fucking pass your glycogen and turn everything into back to normal. You destroy like up to a week before and a week after of working out. That's how dangerous. That's why to see in 2022 was when the last time I saw him out fucking wasted. I mean, Spence, and see a professional athlete, never mind basketball, any other sport, to see a fucking professional athlete that shit-faced in public. And then he was so wasted. Oh, I didn't want to fight in Dubai, baby. I mean, that motherfucker was wrecked. Dude, listen, so that doesn't, people who just drink occasionally, hey, I'm going to have a couple of beers, watch the game. I'm going to fucking have a couple of pops at dinner, okay? People who just drink even at that level don't get that fucking wasted unless you're a drinker. And even admits he was drinking. I just can't, honestly, the way he come right out and said it after the fight too on the podcast, I was drinking in everything. Right after the car accident, I was getting wrecked in everything. So he was basically saying I was a fucking drunk.
Jimmy, what's that drink?
Yeah, man, it's a bad thing.
Jimmy,
it wasn't the car accident. My point being, guys.
Jimmy, what's that drink? Jimmy.
After the car accident, you know, he was disabled, convalescent. So he had to have been like living a sedentary life for a long time, just like laying down, eating, recovering, putting on the weight. Plus, he was probably taking sedative painkillers. And if you mix painkillers, and eventually, when you wean off of those, but you're still taking some and drinking alcohol, that's a bad combination, even worse.
Hey, Jimmy, what's a drinker? Like, what is a drinker? Like, if I go make another drink here. Is that it's a Spanish level or
well, just to officially do like to be even considered an alcoholic by like the people who came up those two guys who wrote the Alcoholic Handbook, they categorized it as they asked 3 questions. Have you ever drinking more than you set out to? Is there a certain date that you absolutely have to drink? And I can't remember the other one. If they said yes to those 3 things, you were considered alcoholic. But they said also you could drink maybe even once a month, but you don't stop until you're plastered and blah, blah, blah. So I can only tell you that's what I've been told. I don't know like what levels of alcohol. I know plenty of dudes who just think they're beer drinkers. They come home from work to crack some beers, or on the weekends they work hard, so on the weekends they light it up. Because they fucking work hard. I'm not passing judgment. But just as a professional athlete, at that level, elite professional athlete, a fighter, right? That's crazy.
I wanted to say, look, throw something in there real quick.
About 12 drinks.
So look,
look in the mirror. That's a drinker. Go look in the mirror.
Exactly. That's the thing. That's what I'm thinking now. I'm scared. Go ahead, Laura.
I wanted to say something real quick, right? So look, I agree with everything that y'all said on how Earl Spence decided to sabotage himself because he had decided to stay out the ring, inactive as hell. He decided to go up against only certain types of styles because he wouldn't come outside of that in-house PBC bracket. And then on top of that, to add insult to injury, you go into the biggest fight of your fucking life with a coach that tells you in the public that he don't even watch the fucking sport. I mean, like, that's just like having me just jump out there with you and be like, yo, you know what, yo, I'm gonna be your coach for this fight, yo. I think that you can really beat Terrence Crawford. I'm telling you, he ain't got shit on you. That fat ass coach over there, I'm telling you, he can't do nothing with you. So there's no reason for you to go in this bitch and lose this fight. You gonna fuck him up. He been fighting Euro bums. I don't know if that's what he told him, if he was just only giving him confidence, but Terrence Crawford also said that when he was fighting him, he hears him in the corner only saying, hey, just circle around, just circle around. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you're not giving this man no real advice over there. He was lost. They didn't have a plan B. They didn't have another plan to execute. So they just got wiped the fuck down in there. It was just a fucking massacre. And the crazy thing about it...
Do you think if it's a rematch, it's going to be different, Laura? Do you think if there's a rematch, it's going to turn out differently?
Hell no. And it's crazy because I got a guy that hit my phone like every day.
Yeah, but I don't know what you're saying.
Lost this fight. And I'm trying to tell him that inactivity...
Laura, you're cutting off.
Let me say this real quick, BDA.
Laura, you're cutting off. You're cutting off, Laura.
Wait,
That's
you're cutting
Can
off.
you hear me?
You're lagging a
You're
bit.
cutting off.
There's
Anyways.
videos out there where Derek James is giving
All right,
him
hold
the
on,
right
hold on.
advice. It's out there, man. And
Hold
he
on,
got dropped
let
in
me,
the second round. So after the second round, the fight was pretty much over to a lot of people's eyes.
A minute 47 into the second round, that's when the fight was over. You can literally see everything
Yeah, it
change.
was like-
Seriously.
You seen his face?
Right? Yep, you see his face. He catches him. It was a very sneaky one. Al Bernstein said something. It was like 10 seconds later, he said, wow, he really snuck in a right cross there. What it was, Crawford stepped. He just counted over top of he finally counted over top of his lazy kind of long out and elongated jab. And phew, you see his head snap. It caught him right on the chin. And all of a sudden, there he is. He stepped back and he started doing the blinking. And anybody who fights knows when a dude's blinking, it's because he can't focus. He can't see you. So when you got a fighter start opening his eyes and big blinks, because he's trying to get one of you to stand still so he can know where the punch is coming from. And that's why you saw fucking Bud really kind of turn it on right there. But he was never the same after that punch. Never the same. That's when the fight changed.
Yeah, so I don't care. You could have been Emmanuel Stewart or Eddie Futch in that corner. After the second round, he was done, man.
I mean, we act like Terrence didn't have the style advantage in that fight.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, man, we can hear you. Know what's going on, dude? We can hear you perfectly. Then all of a sudden, you just completely drop off for like 7-8 second stretches. It's weird.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
So you can hear me now, though, right?
Yeah,
Go ahead, go in, bro. Go in, bro. Go in, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to say, all I was saying was that he goes into the biggest fight of his life with a coach that says he doesn't even watch boxing, and that was just a recipe for disaster for real, because he had absolutely no chance after that. It was just going to be a long night for him.
I don't believe
and the sad part is, right, it's not even only him, it was him, Ugas, Stephen Fulton, and what was Charlo. All of these motherfuckers, every last one of them inactive as fuck, and every last one of them got dropped. you seen the inactivity right there, like it showed in full form, in 4 fights. Every last
Except
one
for
of them.
Fulton, I have to say, I just want to say Fulton's the only one who's different. Listen, Fulton's still a great fighter and will beat majority of the dudes at 122. Absolutely.
I believe that too.
I know. Listen, I agree. Oh, absolutely, brother. Ring rust. I said that going into the fight. That's one of the things I said. Anyone's going to take advantage of that. His timing's not going to be right. And of course, what did Fulton say right after the fight? My timing was off. I couldn't get my timing down.
You can't really say
the same shit
on Fulton, because Fulton across the street, unlike other fighters.
Yeah, he showed balls. He said, fuck it, I'll go to Japan and fight the dude. So props to him. It's just, that's a different animal right now. Anyway, it's just a different animal. And listen, guys, the most impressive thing I've seen in a long time in boxing was when he caught with that pop, the 1-2, and he fucking put, what's his name, Fulton's glove just scraped the ring. And Fulton had no idea this was coming, right? It scraped the ring and he spun around. And you could see his eyes get fucking, it was right on him. He didn't even get a chance to fucking, in fact, he hit him. He hit him with a left cross while he was still in the air. His feet wasn't even on the ground yet. Flies in the air, sing douche. Catches him with a left. Imagine I'm just thinking, imagine getting rocked like that. You spin around, you turn, and here comes fucking his flying jab through the air. Crack. And then he just catches you again, and then...
Yo, Jimmy, you don't even know how happy I was when he got starched that morning, yo. That morning I missed work and all of that shit, bro. I didn't miss work that day, but I missed a lot of time, like before work type shit. I was late as fuck going into work watching that fight. I was so happy when he starched his ass. Like, hurry up and knock this nigga out.
Yeah, because the people who were going for Fulton were aggressive.
Yeah, good for him.
I was going to tell you the reason why probably Derek James doesn't watch boxing, because he's in the gym all day. Imagine fucking training fighters all day, then going home and watching fights. It's like, that's a lot.
Yeah, but they usually have a TV in the gym.
But you gotta focus on what you're doing. You can't be watching no TV and training fighters.
Because I remember when I used to go to the original La Colonia gym, they had the TV with VCR. on that, like
I mean,
on top of this metal thing.
Even Robert Garcia said he don't watch a lot of boxing.
Yeah, but
they not watching a lot of boxing.
They still had a
They
TV
watch
in the
their
gym, though.
opponent.
That's the
They
thing.
gotta do homework. They can still gotta do homework. That's different.
Yeah, they gotta do the
That's what I'm
homework.
saying. When you still watch your opponent,
Yeah, come
Yeah,
on. So
that's
they don't watch any boxing? Come on.
I'm still watch Terrence
Hey,
Crawford.
listen, Derek James.
You don't watch boxing.
Derek James studied. Yeah. And I guarantee you, he studied every video. He was just saying that to show, like, I have that much little respect or that much confidence in my guy. You know what I mean? That's the type of bullshit. But Derek James studied it. But here's the problem. When you become like Derek James, all of a sudden you're fighting the year, but he's coming to fight for you. He's got fucking, AJ. He's got this guy. If I was a champion, I'd be like, dude, you're spreading yourself thin, man. I want someone paying attention to me. When you're not training with me, I want you fucking calculating what I should be doing. I want you watching fights and saying, this is what my guy could do against you. When you got a fucking guy sometimes even overlapping, dude, it's not the same focus. I can't believe it is. I just can't see how a guy could do that, but that's just me.
But I don't know, Jimmy. A lot of these coaches train more than one fighter, so and they kind of
been training more than one. But he's been training a lot. Dude, he had like 5 dudes he was training at once. Yeah, he did. He was missing at one time.
Top guys.
Yeah. And how do you I don't know, man. Like Garcia's gym. The Garcia's gym, they got Garcia, right? But he's got brothers and he's got his father who comes in. That dude's a fucking dude's like a fucking people say like his knowledge of boxing is like he'll sit you down and you'd listen to him talk for hours. That dude knows the game like that, right? So, but he's got a bunch of dudes there like that who are great trainers and have been trained and in there for a while. So it's a very good culture there. I don't know, maybe Derek James got other dudes. I just never heard of it.
No, well, Joan Guzman came on board for Charlo, but still that didn't help Charlo. Right? He was I believe he was undefeated. Maybe he lost one time or got a draw. He's like a former.
But that was weird, right? Why would he bring on another fucking trainer? Unless that was, to me, honestly, I took that as like, see, he's basically telling, dude, I'm gonna take someone else on because you're not there all the time. You're not giving it all to me, so I need, another trainer. That's just weird. You don't usually do that. Wow. Especially for a fight you weren't even going to try.
Well, he trains other fighters. He's training Ryan, but supposedly he said that ever since the Crawford fight, he hasn't seen the Errol Spence. So maybe he's leaving him now. He's not going to go back to Derek James. Yeah, but then he got Ryan right
there. I think he should, man.
Also,
Ryan Garcia going to fight any better?
Yeah, I think Ryan Garcia might do.
I think the only thing he can really brush him up on is defense. I mean, offense, he's pretty cool. And you know when to fire and when to step back and all that type of shit. He's pretty cool.
He's not really a defense type of trainer, though.
Hey, guys, before I forget, I just want to add this, right? Gervonta Davis, the first time he steps in there with somebody who can really crack, he's going to eventually get exposed too. He's a drunk. Dude's drunk all the time.
What?
I heard that. Like, this dude's drunk all the fucking time. Right? Yep. And again, it's the same person I've heard other things from, but certain things he can't go public with because he hears and he's like, dude, don't put me on the record and shit like that. So, but yeah, all the time. Think about it, dude. Every time he had police interactions, he was wasted. Every time he put his hands on a woman, he's in court telling my client was under the influence. He fucking was so shit-faced, he ran from a fucking accident. And then you got the Super Bowl. At Super Bowl, hey, remember he left in a fucking wheelchair with security around him. 5 security guys around him because he's smiling because they don't want anybody asking him questions. So people are like, yeah, Dick, what happened? Fucking ankle. Because he was so drunk he couldn't even walk. So like, fuck, dude, we're gonna have to drag him out of here. But how are we gonna get him out of here? People are gonna notice that shit. Dude, this isn't a good look. Dude, you twist your ankle. Yeah. I got the fucking video. You guys ever seen it? It's fucking hilarious.
Somebody
said to me the other day. So that's what I'm saying, dude.
I'm dangerous.
Yeah, what's a TMC
dude, I'm dangerous. Yeah, dude. So someone had come up with a bright idea, dude, because think about it. Why would he have 5 security around him? So they actually called in a rented security to come in and fan out so nobody could get close to him. And they rushed him right to his car because he was wasted. They couldn't even walk. Because all of a sudden, right, the next day, you don't hear anything again. You're fucking a professional athlete, and your ankle gets to the point where you can't even limp your ass to a car. It's that damaged, but you're out next week and fucking dancing and shit. Fuck out of here, man. You were that shit-faced. You can't even hold your liquor, dude. You really have no self-control, dude. No impulse fucking control at all. Bitch get you angry in public, smack, you'll hit her. You don't give a fuck. There's 73 cell phones facing you.
Who else is a drunk?
In the parking lot, a 10 in the chest.
Who else?
Jimmy,
Who else is a drunk?
He's doing it for the culture.
Nah, that's fucking yeah. You bastards.
Didn't he just say that he's in fear of his life right now because they killed one of his friends?
Yeah, he knows a lot of friends.
Dude, he should get the fuck. He should change his circle.
He's heavy. He's heavy in the Baltimore gang culture. I'll put it at that.
Yeah,
very heavy and involved.
And they will scalp him.
Recognize Nipsey Hussle? You can't be a gangster and be rich and think that your homies are gonna.
No, the kids.
His last 4 fights, there was gunplay at his fights, guys. Think about that. People were shooting guns outside of his fights.
Yo, harsh reality is your homies ain't gonna be putting money in the books, bro.
No wonder he's in fear of his life because they're probably plotting on him right now. It's a fact.
Of course. And he says shit cryptically on fucking Twitter and then deletes it right away. People are like, what the fuck does that mean? Weird thing. Like, come on. He's sending messages and shit talking about ops. That's just fucking Chicago fucking, Slay Rock fucking death shit right there. Like, so and then what did he say, man? People wouldn't be talking this shit if we were in the street because I'd be handling it with a tool. Basically saying he'd shoot you and shit. Like, so his mind, right? Yeah, you can take that. And
hey, Jimmy, let me explain something to you about Baltimore guys.
I know, dude, it's bad, dude. It's a mean fucking
I'm gonna
town.
tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm from down here, so let me tell you something, right? So outside, when you see a lot of guys that's from down here, and they go outside of the states, we gotta put on. So a lot of people gotta bloat their chests out and act tougher than what the fuck they really is, because a lot of people that's outside of Baltimore kind of already expect you to be like that. So around certain groups and certain entourages, people gotta act certain way. They gotta be fake. I'm not gonna say they have to act, but they gonna fake. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. They're going to fake. You see what I'm saying?
I know you're from Baltimore.
There's going to be a lot of them that's going to keep it real, but a lot of them going to fake, though.
I knew you're from Baltimore when you say groups. Or you say group again.
Groups?
Yeah, there you go.
A lot of people get out on me about how I used to say do and blue and all that type of stuff. Like, they don't like to use the name, I guess. I don't know what it is.
We all have accents at the end of the day, so
he should stay away from that city because
though, bro. But I done witnessed it when I was locked up out of town type shit. So it'd be a lot of faking for real. It just be going on abundantly. But me, I don't add to it. I just watch it.
Right. I mean,
he should stay away from it because he's making some money, right? And he could do a lot more for people that I guess he cares about, if he cares about them. Just stay away from it because eventually he keeps going back over there. Somebody's gonna find out when he's there. And all it takes is just that one time to somebody to get the drop on him, and they kill him. They'll kill his ass. They'll do it over there. Not just
I don't know.
Anywhere where the environment is, I'm gonna shoot you, and then you come back and shoot me. Da 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 da. It keeps going back and forth. They'll shoot him to make an example. Like they say, for instance, they hate his boys. They're like, just have that on his boys. Like, yo, I murdered your man.
It's a feather in their cap, of course. Yeah. If you're really about that life, if you're really fucking, you're banging and you take out like whatever fucking set he's fucking, whether it's fake hanging with, you're the man. So of course that's so if he's in Baltimore, he's got to be careful. Yeah, the killingness of your opponents, right? No, but I want to say, but think about this, guys, right? Recognize he was in New York. 6 months ago, he's there. He's fucking drinking the night before, of course, hungover. That was his excuse. So he's in fucking goes to get his fucking car. He's got a Lincoln Town car or some bullshit in a parking garage. So he gives his keys to one attendant. Didn't really pay attention to what he looked like. Obviously, I'll explain why. Kid goes off to get his car. So now Gervonta's standing, he's waiting. They said about a minute and a half goes by. A kid who just shows up to work, zipping up his jacket. Gervonta sees me and goes, yo, where's my fucking car? And the kid goes, what? No, I just got here. Don't fuck with me. Don't be fucking with me. And he turned, he said, no, before he could get another word out, he fucking punched the kid so hard in the chest that the kid was on the ground, couldn't breathe for like fucking 5 minutes, people said. Like, boom, right in the solar plexus. Damn. The reason why he wasn't arrested is he's already filed charges because, well, it's on record and he's suing them. He had witnesses. There's a videotape that's going to come out. Think about the mindset. You're a professional world champion fighter and you're punching some fucking citizen in the chest because he fucking ain't got your car fast enough.
Where did that happen? Where did it happen at?
New York.
In a court.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't lose his license.
Listen,
in a parking lot.
What he's doing is he's hanging around people. He's hanging around people, no matter where he goes, that are they're like in that fucking street life. And in New York, he's probably thinking somebody's gonna try to steal his car, like through the parking lot, and he just overreacted and punched some dude who doesn't even know what he doesn't even know what he probably didn't even know who Gervonta Davis was until he got punched. And
was he by himself?
But
That's
I was going to say,
these are the questions I always ask
if he's
myself.
living back home and then he's got, sorry, but if he's still wearing like the gold necklaces and the rings and like especially the watches, then he's carrying that bag of money. They're also tracking on him because these fools nowadays, they'll even drop their location. I'm over here, then they'll go kill him.
Yeah.
Well, they'll try to kill him and rob him. Yeah. Like that extent.
Well, that's going to affect his growth. That's probably what affected his growth in boxing. Because
but those
Gervonta
locations
Davis
are guaranteed.
He's a very talented amateur. He was a kid though, so he didn't get to go up these super world ranks, like a lot of other guys do. Because I think he turned pro at the age of 17. But this fucking kid was really good. I think he fought in some like. I want to say it might have been silver mittens, but it was pretty high. It was pretty high up. He fucking knocked out 4 kids. 4 dudes his age, bigger than him, in one little round tournament. So he was
KOing kids. Yeah. In the images, dude, absolutely. He was known for that. I heard about him in the images. He was known for knocking dudes out, completely powerful. But
I don't see growth.
We discussed it. He was driven by his rage. Now money's losing it.
I don't see growth in this game.
Jimmy, funny as shit. You're funny as shit.
Because he's drinking, he's hanging out. His growth hasn't. His
mind hasn't developed the way it should. Probably.
And you know what? After I just want to say too, right? I want to put it out there too, man. I couldn't even imagine his life. Boom, the trauma having cops bust through your front door and throw your mother on the ground, cuff her up, drag her away, pull up your little sisters and send you off to foster care. Time and time again that happened to him. That's how kids, PST, that wasn't first, that was child psychology that got moved over to police. It's the military. That traumatizes kids, man. So that kid's life, right? Foster home, he had a horrible fucking life surrounded by that type of shit. So just put that out there, man. I'm sure that has a lot to do with his fucking punching people in the chest who don't get his cock quick enough. Holy shit.
I ain't never meet Tank, but just from seeing what I see on TV and shit, he just remind me of every kid that I ever met with lead. There's a lot of lead babies down here in Baltimore, if y'all ain't know that neither. It's hella lead babies. Hella people that got lead checks cut for them and shit with, though they gonna run around, buy a bunch of shit, fuck the whole lead check up, and then be broke again and shit. It's hella lead babies down here, like a lot.
Dude, he just bounced. That's one of his charges. He got arrested. He got arrested for fucking floating $500,000 check. And then here's the best part. Not only did he float the motherfucker, but he knew it was bogus because they traced it back to the bank, and he was told there by the bank managers, this is not a good check. This won't go through. And he actually tried to fucking write something out on the check. So yeah, that's how they knew it wasn't bad. So yeah, he's trying to pass a bad check.
I just want to know.
I
just want to know why does Davis.
There's a lot of that.
I just want to know why does Davis like to have designer purses that matches his gloves? Anybody know?
It's that fruity culture going on right now in this generation.
Yo, I don't know what this. I don't know what this culture. Yo, I don't know what it is. I can't rock no purse, bro. It's nowhere in the world I'm wearing no purse. Nowhere, bro. It's just an insult, yo, to your manhood. You're like, why would you even? Why would you put that on your fucking? Why would you wear that shit, bro? With the earrings on top of that, some shades, and your hair long. You just, oh my god, bro. You just look like penitentiary. You just look like penitentiary fun time out there.
Yeah, dude, exactly.
You look like penitentiary fun time. Like,
what about the jacket that he was wearing? The girl jacket that he was wearing. What about that?
That's what I was about to say, dude. A fucking couple of months ago, I saw a picture of him. He looked like dude, he had this big fluffy winter jacket on with the fur around his head, skinny jeans, and I swear to God, he had Uggs on. I'm like, dude, it looks like you should be holding on to a guy's belt loop in the can. You know what I mean? You like they trick you out, dude. Look at you. Fucking like, what the fuck is this dude doing? But that's just the style. Clearly somebody said, oh, this is what, make you look good. But yeah, dude, man, it's fruity as shit.
He got some sugar in the He got some sugar. He got some sugar in his tank now.
The way somebody explained it to me, and still I'm not going for this shit, is this is almost like how the rappers get endorsements and they get endorsed to like wear certain or certain companies might ask them to wear their products and shit like that, or wear this purse or wear this shirt or wear this so that way they get exposed to their brand and company type shit.
Okay, well
they don't pay me that kind of money.
Here's the issue though: they're girly colors and they're not dark gray or black or dark blue. They're like pink, purple, and all
pink
these
and red. That's
That's
what I said. I was like, yo, wow, yo. I was like, what's up with the color choices though, yo? I was like, if that's the case, why didn't you just dress you in black and shit? It still would have looked weird, but I don't know. I guess you could have kind of made it look gangster or some shit. If you're dangerous. So I'm dangerous.
Y'all talking about
you gotta at least wear the black. You feel me? Like, can't be dangerous in a pink, nigga.
We're talking about they're making the excuse that Tank is getting sponsorship with designer purses, but the issue with that is he's wearing feminine neon colors.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck the colors, man. My man's wearing a purse. He's trying to make a What's wrong with you, motherfucker?
Here's my other counter argument. Why not get like a designer duffel bag? Why does it have to be a purse?
Fuck, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, at least wear some shit with the Nike or Adidas symbol on the side of that bitch. Let us know what time it is, at least.
No, but why can't it be a duffel bag?
Yo, as much as I'm giving shit to fucking Sean Porter for his atrocious looking suits, at least he's wearing men's clothing. You know what I mean?
True shit. They do look hideous, yo. He be wearing some hideous ass shit. Fucking suits.
You know what I mean?
He looks like a fucking guy. He looks like a fucking leprechaun.
Yeah, yo, Sean Porter be playing sometimes, yo.
The black version.
We're talking about someone who smashed fucking doo-doo in his fucking daughter's toothbrush. Come on, no mother would have taken, would have shoved shit. Yeah, man, no bitch. I don't give a shit how crazy a bitch is. She's not putting shit in her children's fucking toothbrushes. A mother's not gonna do it. But he did it to make her look bad. Look what she did.
Jimmy, let's come to the conclusion that he chose that woman. You understand what I'm saying? We as
of course. But you know why, dude?
You know what I mean?
Because listen, everybody has a home they go to, right? Everybody has that safe space they go home and they just like all of a sudden relax, right? That's called home, wherever the fuck it may lie. This dude, all he's known is chaos. To him, that's home. Like, I couldn't even imagine having that kind of life with a fucking crazy bitch smashing my shit and fucking keying my car and shit. And that to him, that's like soothing.
You did just say something, Jimmy, that kind of stood out. I don't know no female that would put no fucking shit on a kid toothbrush. Though.
Nobody would.
That's just kind of over the top for like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's over the top for the dirtiest bitch. You feel like what did the child do? Like in the midst of the argument, the struggle, or whatever the fuck was going on, like the child ain't had nothing to do with that. So it's like,
I don't know.
Really put the shit on the toothbrush?
Anytime a baby comes out, if you got two parents fighting, anytime a baby, you got two parents fighting, a guy and a girl screaming at each other when the baby comes out of the room crying, who's always the first to fight? Baby, it's all right to run to him. It's the mother. The mother's always natural, instinctive.
No, but here's the thing, though, Jimmy. You're talking about
nurturer.
You're talking about conventional women. We don't have that anymore. Women.
Oh no, she's an Instagram bimbo. Oh, she's a narcissistic Instagram bimbo with a shoe size IQ. Absolutely, but she still wouldn't do that to her daughter.
Though, Jimmy, you're talking about women 25 years and younger.
Yeah, dude. Even if we were still back in the cage, dude, fucking Neanderthal chicks.
They're not traditional anymore, Jimmy.
I just can't see a broad doing that, man.
Well, I can't really see one doing that either. You're like, it is some trifling ass Baltimore bitches. Don't get it fucked up. But I don't know which one is it though. Like who the fuck did that though? Like hell no, that bitch she need to get blasted if she ever did some shit like that. I just don't see.
Who takes pictures of it and puts it online? Who makes that girl look that fucking bad? Right? Why you online posting your shit?
Well, but
that would be bad. That was just dumb on his part for real. Like, I wouldn't have blasted my girl. She even did no shit like that. I wouldn't have put that out in the atmosphere because I'm fucking with her. You feel me?
It's a bad reflection on you.
Mother at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly.
It's a bad reflection on you.
What the fuck?
It's like makes you look like our boy's saying. Why the fuck is he even with her? Like, right? You're inviting that shit on yourself when you lay with that type of woman. Right? You lay down with dogs, you wake up with fleas. That shit's fucking real.
I thought they separated.
Oh no, they're right back at it, man. And she belittles them too, man. Ever see the videos? Look at your fat ass. Oh my God, she starts laughing at him with her friends and shit, and then he starts dancing. But you can tell, like, she's just, I don't give a, she's got that little ratchety shit about her. You know what I mean? Like, she just wants to fight.
Yeah, she's a masculine female.
Oh, Jimmy funny as fuck.
She's a boss chick. My daddy never told me that shit. You know what I mean? Like, one of them boss chicks that is just gonna bring it all day.
Yo, but you know what? But like, seriously, fucking, look at who Gervonta's fucking idol is, fucking Floyd, right? And Floyd, fuck, man. I mean, Floyd at least he got titles and shit, but Tank don't want no fight. He's after the bag. He's out after money. He ain't after about like legacy, and that's what pisses me off. That shit
pissed me off too, big bro. I ain't gonna hold you. That should definitely piss me off too, big bro, because like for the most part, it's like, all right, so we watching all of these months go by in between fights just to see you announce some low value ass fighter. Like, who are these people that y'all trying to market and blow up to say, all right, he's good enough to get in the ring with Tank, but a Shakur, a Devin Haney, and the other fighters with the real goals and accomplishments who already got belts and titles and accolades, they not the draw, they not the fight, and then you get Calvin Ford jumping all on the camera talking about some, I think Pitbull is the bigger fight than a Shakur.
Blue, you gotta understand, man. No,
he knows.
Tank knows deep down. Tank knows deep down that he could get punked off by Shakur. He knows he could probably get punked off by Devin. So he's like, I don't want to test my thing. In his mind, he thinks the Floyd Mayweather fucking blueprint of holding on to your undefeated title means everything in the world. So why should he chance getting a loss? Whereas he's not looking to other guys like, and I'm not saying, but Canelo has what, two losses on his fucking thing, but he's the real fucking face of boxing. He's making all that fucking cash. It's like, dude, come on, man. You can get a fucking loss, bro, and it's not gonna be the biggest thing. Fighters from back in the day used to get a fucking loss and they just dust off her boots, man. Be like, yo, man, I got a fucking loss. Move ahead, right?
Now, see, this really true, though?
Take sugar.
Is that really true? Because look at Lubin. Look at Lubin. He lost to Charlo, and look how hard he had to climb back to get to relevance.
You're talking about that guy that got
Lubin
a
just
victory
got
win
the
in his
gift to
last
skip.
fight.
He just got a gift to sit.
Exactly.
Okay, but no, we're not talking about that. You said you guys said that losses don't matter. Okay, in some cases that's true, but a lot of times when you do lose, you got to go to the back of the line.
Yeah, but we're
That's
talking
cool.
about
But if
people
you
with
take a
seasons.
loss,
We're not
if you take a
talking about
loss to a
gifted
good fighter, it's
decisions.
cool.
And no, listen, and it's not. It's a what kind of loss? And
Right,
not
yeah,
all
who
losses
you
are
lose
equal.
to.
You got Jamal Charlo's loss. That fucking shit is like that's like a stain. That's like a cum stain on your jacket. You just throw that shit out because it ain't coming. You ain't gonna wash that shit out. So fucking, I'm telling you right now. But then there's fights where the dudes goes fucking life and death, man. You're like, I've gained more respect. There's been fighters that I weren't even respectable that much until I see them in a loss.
Right. Okay. Hear me out.
Exactly. All losses are different.
Hey,
It's
Jimmy.
like, for example,
Go ahead.
Brian the Bala Mendoza, who fought Tim Tszyu, he's got 3 losses, but guess what? He comported himself like a solid contender. He's gonna get another chance. Just wait.
Yeah, if you're competitive like Sean Porter or like Mendoza, you're gonna get a lot of fights. Or even that kid that lost to Keyshawn Davis the other week, Albright, he's gonna get more fights.
How many chances did Gabe Rosado get?
And he should because he wasn't on his bike. He wasn't fucking running away like fucking Mel was. You know what I mean?
Okay, Gabe Rosado, honestly, guys, you know why? And this is sadistic. He's a bleeder. He's a bleeder, and that's good for boxing. They love when guys get caught in his blood, and because he's willing to fucking take us up beating and shit. So that's he satisfies the fucking hunger of like the. That shit. But no, listen, we've been waiting for Davis for 6 years since Pedraza to fight somebody. Somebody put it best on Twitter. He does. When I think about the lightweight division, I don't even consider him a part of it. He competes on the periphery of the sport now. He's on the outside. When you have to fucking weight stipulation, a fucking Instagram model, dude, right? And then fucking, dude, listen, that means your people already know, dude. That fucking six, everything about him is smoke and mirrors, dude. Look at how he acts. He's an alcoholic. This motherfucker's drunk all the time. He's a professional athlete. That's why he's always so puffy. See that picture of him outside when he's waiting for that fucking food at the Chinese restaurant, yawning? The fucking dude looks like he's 205 pounds. It's insane. So, you know, half his camp to begin with is a fat camp, right? The 8-week, 12-week camp. Right? Tank. Half that fucking camp is just him shedding pounds. There's videos out there, him sparring. It looked like my father because it looked like his knees were bothering him. He had a gut. And remember, he's like, with every punch, he's screaming because he's like just sucking for oxygen.
Yeah, but that's
why you're not putting him in against Shakur.
Everything you just said is true except for one thing.
What's that?
Everything is smoke and mirrors except for the skill level.
Yeah, but that skill level is deteriorated, dude, big time. Look at his punch out. Look at his arm. You know how many punches he thrown. Go back to Pedraza. He was a combination fucking dot in and out. Threw a lot of punches. Now he throws way below the fucking weights average. Yep. 2 reasons: matching him softer than paper fucking mache, and he knows his power is gonna fucking bail him out. So he's conditioned himself instead of like taking his skills where they were at and honing them to become a more deadly fighter. He became an alcoholic, pretty much menace on society while collecting checks, and he's just honed his skills to match that. So now he's kind of going in there, not trying to exchange too much until he can catch you. But there's a reason why he's avoided fucking Shakur Stevens and Haney, Lomachenko for years.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Confidence. It's the confidence, man. Confidence.
Shakur is also hanging out with degenerates as well too. For all we know, he might be fucking be an alcoholic low key. We don't really even know.
Go ahead and bet against Shakur. You're gonna lose a lot of money.
I'm not betting against him. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not. It's hard to bet against someone that's allowed to dick punch all night. So I mean, let's just think about
that. Come on now.
Well, he was also with when he was the Olympics. That's a lot of fighting. So I think in his youth, and when somebody fights in the Olympic trials, all that shit. You're fighting 10 months to the year. So if he was a party, it would have been something he got as he got older. I've never heard anything about him. I know he was drunk supposedly the night he punched that chick in the face outside. That better be your excuse.
He didn't punch the chick. He swung at one of the guys and he well, I don't know if it was accident or not.
Oh, okay.
He hit her in the back of the head. I can find
when it comes to Shakur Stevenson, I think Shakur is talented, like Rare Breed says, but Rare Breed also says that Shakur is a generational talent. And I don't know how you can determine. I don't know how you can determine generational.
If you're so talented, why do you gotta resort to dick punching? Come on.
And how can not only that? Who have you fought? Like, how do you know a generational talent is determined after, I would say, years in the sport of boxing? After
well, you can also kind of tell. Look, you heard what De La Hoya said. He said he wanted Zepeda to fight Tank, Devin Haney. I think he even said Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, but that's what he said.
How does that make
generational talent?
How does that make generational talent?
Let me finish. And then he said in that same sentence,
always, bro. You always got some weak ass fucking arguments, bro.
I don't want him to fight Shakur Stevenson. He can fight all the other guys. So you can tell how these fighters are moving. These promoters, they know Shakur Stevenson is that guy. That's why they won't put him in there.
That makes him a generational talent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really. I can't listen.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
Well, I think he's a very talented kid. I can't right now co-sign a generational talent because what his skills are, it's speed without a doubt. That's his number one attribute, and accuracy with his jab, and he's got great control of distance and good balance. So, but those are always those things I just said. That criteria is also the first that erodes with age and also deteriorates as you go on and move up in weight. The reason why he will always be the most successful when he was 130. The more he goes up in weight, the things that he has advantages can be countered by bigger guys with power. But I am saying he's like right now. I think he's the best 135. I don't think there's nobody at 135 who beat him right now. That's just my opinion, for whatever it's worth.
Be who? If you think about a fighter like him,
135, you think?
Who's often compared in a miniature version to Mike Tyson. He said it himself. I'm more skilled than Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, when he was at his peak, was like for about 5 years when he was living clean and training hard. He was hard to beat, but once he started getting older, like Jimmy was saying, all those advantages went away, especially with the lifestyle that Tank is living.
But that's true. A lightweight should be more skilled than heavyweight. So that's not.
I know. But you didn't listen to everything else that I fucking said.
That was a good point, Gonzalo.
I was going to ask you.
Sorry, I like Tank, but he wasn't better. He wasn't better than Mike Tyson. Fuck out of here.
He's more skilled.
What I'm basically saying is that even if you're at your even if you are at your best, the size for Tank is better suited for like when you're young. That's the point that I was trying to make. Once you're 28 years old, and you're kind of slipping when you're not training as hard, dude, you're gonna get found out. Look what happened to Mike Tyson. That's the comparison I was making.
Hold on. My thing is this. Hold on. My thing is this. How can we say that Tank is more skilled than Mike Tyson if, for one, they had different competition, and then for two, on top of that, hold on, they both considered to be knockout artists, but Tyson was slumping people way faster.
But a lot of those guys were cans.
Yeah, let me answer the question.
And a lot of those guys,
at the end of their career, a
lot of those guys weren't cans, and he still knocked them out fast.
Hey, okay, but hold on. Let me respond to Dude because I'm the one that made the statement. When I say more skill, like there's a reason we have a pound for pound list, and it does include heavyweights.
Oh my
the guys in the lower weight classes.
It's hard to do pound for pound when there's not when same day weigh-ins.
Deontay Wilder. There's a reason why Deontay Wilder. There's a reason why Deontay Wilder, as low skilled as he is, can survive in a heavyweight division. He won't be able to do that stuff.
What basically he meant is like a little guy is obviously gonna throw more punches, just like a little fucking hamster in the fucking hamster wheel. He's gonna do shit that the big dude can't do, but the big dude's never gonna. The smaller man is never gonna punch like the bigger guy, right? Yeah. You got more weight, you're gonna throw less punches. That's just a fucking fact. By divisions, it starts becoming lesser. So that's the only reason he said that. I do believe Tyson, pound for pound, even though you don't consider him pound for pound, he is more skillful than Tank. I didn't say that I said that. And it's but not only dude, a lot of people diminish the dudes from the 90s. Julio Cesar fought a bunch of fucking cans, supposedly. Mike Tyson fought a bunch of cans. Everybody
Man, the whole head
bought a
always say
bunch of
that shit.
cans, but that's not true, man. That's one of the most exciting division eras in boxing. The 90s,
Yeah, but
bro.
hear me out.
See, my thing is
it's easier to pass judgment in the future when you look back at stuff 20, 30 years later. You have the ability to look at everything. But
Jimmy,
back at the time, completely different. Yes.
Yeah, Jimmy, let me weigh in.
Gonzalo, the point I was about to make, right?
No, Gonzalo, I'm going to tell you one thing. The cans that fucking Mike Tyson fought back ways wins were way fucking better than any competition that Tank fought now. We can talk about we're talking about the recognition of different era. So the fighters that fucking Tank is fighting now, in regards to now relevancy, they ain't fucking match up to no fucking can that fucking Mike Tyson fought back ways once. Because those motherfuckers had heart. It's like heart.
And then on top of that, Mike Tyson is a heavyweight who is fighting other heavyweights who can knock him out just as fast. So like the trying to get you out of there factor is like that's a thing, bro. And then Tank didn't fight nobody. He didn't fight nobody that's substantial right now. He just fought all in-house fights, yo. He fighting all in-house fights, bro.
I'll tell you this. Blue.
Mike Tyson was a smaller guy facing bigger heavyweights.
That's true.
Mike Tyson was a smaller guy facing bigger heavyweights.
I don't know why we keep hyping up Mike Tyson, bro. Does anybody
Mike Tyson
know
in his prime? Listen, Mike Tyson in his prime.
Overrated.
Would beat anybody that ever laced the gloves.
You have no damn mind.
He would have beat anybody.
I got Muhammad Ali beating him, and the reason why
he would have killed Muhammad Ali.
Muhammad Ali would have beat him because he would have used psychological warfare. That's actually one of the
psychological warfare. Yeah, he'd have got knocked out. He'd have got knocked out.
Oh my God!
Mike took too many hits.
One at a time.
He took way too many hits.
Mike Tyson sleeps Joe Frazier, right? I believe so.
I mean,
that's possible.
When life and death with Muhammad Ali.
Eras, man.
I think he would have slept Joe Frazier too. I think he would have slept Joe Frazier.
You could also make a case of Quick Tillis, who gave Mike Tyson a good fight, or Buster Douglas is similar to Muhammad Ali. So there you go.
Tyson knocks out all these guys in the 1970s.
No way.
Maybe
bro.
not George Foreman. Maybe George Foreman goes to a decision or something. But
if Holly knocks him, he's gonna clinch on him, bro. That's
I don't know how many
Probably would have went to a decision. I see that.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when that shit was going on. I mean, Christ, first time I met Mike, he was 16 years old. So I watched his career intensely. And I remember Frazier at his fight saying, damn, man, like I'm fucking Christ, like his quickness before he fell apart after Cuss left. He was a mental disaster case. He just was. But Cuss kept it together, focused everything in the gym. And when he was on and he was at his quickness and his explosive power and move like that as a heavyweight, I'm telling you right now, I put up anybody. You know how small fucking Muhammad Ali would have looked next to Mike Tyson if they both had their shirt off? Ali would have been about 2 inches taller, and Tyson would have almost been twice as thick. He was a fire plug with explosive speed. Like his fucking hands were so insane. The Irish kid I know who fought him was a correction guard. Now, mind you, Mike was 16. The correctional officer who fought him at the time, I think, was 24, 26, whatever, an Irish kid, right? Comes back, and of course we all wanted to wait because we started hearing the rumor that kids coming down Team Vermont because the Catskills didn't have their own team, so they went on the Team Vermont the gloves. Anyways, we heard the rumor about 2 weeks out that kid Tyson's coming down. Heard about it. First time I saw him, he was at his back turn, like I said, his neck was as thick as my thighs. I looked at him like that, I was like, holy shit. So anyways, the dude fights him. We go run in the locker room after. We all run up to him, dude, what was it like? And he said, I said, because I met, was it Mickey? I can't remember who asked him, like, how did he hit? And he turned, took a big breath. He said, that fucking dude hurt me with everything he hit me with. Hurt. I've never been hit so hard in my life.
And the waist movement wasn't just to slip punches. It was to load up on shots. So it was like defense and offense in one.
Yeah, you're right.
That was 2 years before he was the heavyweight champion.
He
That's
would
the
have
thing
got
about
outboxed by Ali. Let's be real, man.
I really don't think we can compare eras because at least back then they was fighting more and they was way more active and we was getting the fights. Now these motherfuckers sit back on our money and they fucking blow it, bro. They fucking blow that shit.
My thing is this, guys. They had heart and they were willing to fight each other back then.
All right,
now they don't.
But why didn't you
really? Look how long Evander Holyfield had. Hold on. How long did Evander Holyfield had to wait as number one contender? He waited 2 years. So even back then, they weren't all fighting each other immediately all the time.
But we still got other fights during the meantime that meant something. Like, I mean, now it's like they're not making no good matchups. So it was better matchups. Even if we wasn't getting the fights that we was fucking supposed to get, it was better matchups back then. You know? It was more matchups back then. It was better matchups and more matchups.
Some of them were free too. Some of those matchups.
That's another thing. We try to fucking put in.
And it was free.
Well, that's because the mafia ran boxing. So of course, it was better fights.
Maybe that's what needs to happen. The mafia needs to run boxing.
Right, the mafia needs to get back in there.
The mafia ran boxing 100%.
Oh my guys! We have too many people. We got too many people in here. So people have to go home. Some of you guys.
Shit.
No, I'm not even joking. People in the chat
kicking us out the chat.
There's 15. We have 15 people in here. We have 15 people who are. We need a few. Okay, wait, hold on. Who's gonna sacrifice themselves? And then we can rotate or something.
I'm gonna sacrifice myself. I'm gonna go holler at this little turkey, man. My little turkey, she looking for me anyway.
All right.
Take it easy, kid.
All right. Thank you.
But
for
hey,
that.
Have a good one, brother.
Quick, before I go, I'm gonna still be listening. I need y'all to answer a couple questions for me. Who do y'all think Tank is gonna fight next? And who do y'all think
Isaac Cruz.
He's gonna
Brandon
fight Frank
Martin, but probably Isaac Cruz.
No, he's probably gonna fight Frank Martin next.
No, he got to redeem himself, bro. PBC going under. PBC Showtime is going out, so it can't.
Tank ain't fighting nobody except for Cruz, and that's what he wants. Him and Calvin.
It's PBC.
Yeah, Frank
Martin's not gonna redeem themselves. They don't. Those guys that over there at that side of the street don't give a shit. Let's be real.
Didn't Frank Martin say he ducked Shakur so he can get the Tank fight? But he fighting somebody else, though, right?
That's not ducking, bro. If you're fighting another top elite guy, that's more like.
But he's not fighting Tank, so it don't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, I have a question for Rare Breed. Who's your number one pound for pound boxer? Number one.
Boots.
on the talent scale is Boots, but reality, just off of talent.
Man, I even want a title.
For real. But for real.
Oh my god, man.
Yeah, you ain't for the champ yet. You ain't for nobody.
Yeah,
you ain't even fight the top contender
yet. In the ring with him, you gonna see. But you ain't even fight the top contender yet.
I see you get embarrassed already. So it's already tape out on yo. It's already tape out on Boost though.
They know what's gonna happen. That's why they don't want to fight him. But
it's already tape out on Boost. Just foot movement make Boost look silly. So I'm just saying, like,
exactly.
If that get exposed,
go ahead and try to emulate and lose all 12 rounds like Karen did. Go ahead.
If that get exposed, what's gonna happen?
Anyways,
if your feet looking funny, I'm just saying, if his feet looking as funny as it looked in that fight before last, what's going to happen?
We clown Charlo for running, but we don't clown Karen because that's basically.
I'm just saying, what's going to happen though? What's going to happen to him?
What do you mean? We did clown
we did.
Mel for being a coward like that.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't get any credit for
I'm not clowning Boots. I'm just saying it's too early to be making these type of predictions for him to be pound for pound and all this. He's the next up and coming. That's how PBC Showtime. That's how PBC Showtime market they fighters, yo, to make you think that they really but all of them motherfuckers end up getting exposed. Anybody from across the street.
I never thought Earl Spence was special. Like.
Every last one of them exposed, yo. That shit bad, yo.
I never thought Earl.
You might as well stop fanboying behind them boys. I don't believe in nobody over PBC Showtime, especially at the
Lauren, let Never Sober's go in, man.
No. I wanted Lord to keep going. I was trying to encourage him to school this fool. school his ass, bro.
Every last one of their fighters, they got all their fighters got to prove themselves at PBC Showtime, yo. Because that's why they're going out of business. Because none of them want to fight, and all of them getting washed. So nobody wants to see them. So at this point, it's like Boots. You out here screaming for Boots, yo. Boots got to fight somebody. Like the rest of them got to fight somebody.
Somebody gotta want to fight him.
Exactly. The whole storyline with PBC Showtime. All of them got to fight somebody. Everybody over there still got to fight somebody.
We getting off topic, bro.
Yeah, all right.
You brought up Boots. You brought up Boots.
Now he's asking for mercy, bro.
You brought up Boots. You should have said
no. Hold on. Bucho asked Rare Breed who we thought number one was, and that's how Boots came up. So we're not off topic. We're on topic.
No, I said to me, you are rating Boots. Buddy interrupted. Yeah, Buddy interrupted me. I say, for me, talent-wise, it's Boots, but for real, my number one pound for pound is between Bud and Inouye. You can't go wrong.
It gotta be.
One.
It gotta be. Now you making sense. Now you making sense. He fixed that shit. Man. My man.
You snapped his ass with the ruler. That's why.
I don't know.
That's really my pound for pound.
And y'all would be Usyk because no one else is fighting way bigger guys ratio-wise.
Then who?
Then Usyk. And the only guy that comes close is Canelo, but
Usyk deserves to be in there.
Usyk's number one, bro. Pound for pound.
I don't know about number one because Inouye just to me is a better fighter pound for pound skill wise.
What happens at 140 or 147?
Blows out the pump.
Yeah,
I mean, you gotta look at the performance. Inouye puts on dominant performance.
So my dog, that's nothing nobody speaks about. Can somebody tell me why do Better Be's name never come out nobody's mouth? I'm just saying, like, why do nobody talk about my dog, yo? Nobody talks about my dog Better Be, yo. What's going on?
Because every time he fights, he gets injured. Like a lot of these cats think he's on his way out.
I don't care if he get injured, yo. He be starching shit. That's the guy.
Yeah, but see, what happens every time he goes out there, right? And he does that. Everybody's
shit out of his competition.
But so he gets injured, so he ends up going on the shelf, and he loses momentum. Because think about it, he blew out Joe Smith, and then all of a sudden, boof, he goes. And now he was about to fight, and see what happened? Canceled because of a fucking wrist surgery. Like he
had a fucking bad root.
He a warrior.
Oh, bad root canal. Yeah, that's right. Bro. Yeah, no, it is. But I'm just saying, unfortunately, because what it is, he trains with heavy weights, and it's just I don't know. It's something to do with them Chechens. They do that. Boxes, I don't recommend it. It puts too much stress on your joints and on your ligaments, your white tissues, and you always see these guys getting hurt. You just do.
Well, that's probably where that power comes from.
Yeah, but he's what?
You look football monster, yo. He a monster.
Well, you look at football players in the 90s, right? The injuries in the from 1995 to like 2005 were the highest in NFL history. The reason why there was almost no fucking steroid testing. The guys are jacked up with the shirts off, look like all muscle. But they were getting injured all the time. Their legs breaking under pressure, joints popping, knees popping. In the 70s, dudes would be drinking and smoking in the locker room. Big monsters dudes, but they weren't all muscular and shit, but they could took beatings. Dick Buckus and all those dudes. I'm telling you, it's the heavy training. Better be trains himself into injuries, and that's what's frustrating with him.
And not just that, Jimmy, they had equally padded practices back then, too. They don't do that anymore.
So. He's aging too, though. That's another thing.
He's not aging. He's already aged, bro. He's like 38.
That motherfucker's 38.
Yeah, he's 39 now, isn't he? Isn't he 39 now?
He's gonna be 39.
Jim, you got a lot of amateur fights.
That's a long time.
How old is Arthur Better Beef?
39.
He is 38.
There you go.
When is he gonna be 39?
Age his ass out.
He's gonna be 39 on January 21st.
Watch Canelo fight Beterbiev before Bivol, bro.
I don't know. Honestly, it kind of seems like Paul's becoming a diva, bro. Like he hasn't fought Better Beef yet.
Is Canelo a generational talent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Rare Breed says no. Okay.
No.
What?
Do you watch Canelo and think to yourself, man, this is some shit I ain't never seen before?
Well, no, but I don't say that when
when you watch Roy Jones or Floyd or even Inouye, you think that.
This is something I never seen before. Canelo like Canelo do what needs to be done to get
nobody ever saw? Nobody ever saw a Mexican at 168 lift the fucking belt, becoming a unified four-belt division champion.
On the screen when you watch him fight.
That's a great point.
That's the fucking point, though, dude.
Okay, Devin Haney is the youngest undisputed champion ever.
Like,
is he a generational talent too?
No, because nuances count. You got
I'm glad you said that. Nuances count. Canelo is not a special.
Yeah,
not a generational
Haney's
talent.
a joke, bro. He's fighting.
What are you talking about? He fought 4 times. He went up to one side at 140, went up to 168. Unified the division.
Devin Haney is the first light-skinned 24-year-old to be undisputed. He's a generational talent.
No, he's not.
No,
he's
no,
he's
not.
No, he is not.
Check it out, bro. Look, Referee, check it out. Hey, look, hold on.
That fool's bigger than Crawford, and he's fucking fighting little guys like
If Haney wins belts at 140, if he wins belts at 147, if he wins belts at 154, yeah, you will start calling him a generational talent. Fucking dipshit. Canelo's done shit like that. Haney hasn't, bro. Okay, you get it.
My point is, when you watch him fight,
what you like is how someone looks in the fucking ring. You like how someone holds their hands in the ring, bro. You like how someone holds their hands in the ring, like. You're fucking stupid, dude.
Tell me what you see in the ring.
The fact that 10,000 people show up in 109-degree weather to stand outside in the sun to watch him spar a week of the fight, I would say there's something special.
Okay, when you look at Manny Pacquiao,
you tell me which active boxer slips better punches than Canelo. Who can slip shots more impressively than Canelo?
Shakur Stevenson.
Hurry up,
Shakur Stevenson.
I mean, that's your opinion, bro. But
no, he's
this how they get when you talk about the boy. Grown ass man, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask Burberry a question.
Let Chief talk.
Let
Chief go. Chief, go ahead.
Rare breed. When you're talking about this generational talent, are you speaking eye test, popularity? Where are you going with this?
Eye test.
Because when I look at eye test, there's nothing special.
This is a fucking retard, bro.
I'm not done. There's nothing special about Shakur or Haney from the eye test. They're playing.
I never said Haney was special.
I disagree. Yo, Chief, I disagree.
I
disagree. No, I never said Haney was special.
Let you finish his point.
I don't even like Devin Haney. I don't know why that was brought up.
Let him finish.
So the thing is that Canelo isn't a talent that we haven't seen before. I'm not going to argue that. But what he's able to do with his talent and as many weight classes, especially for the fact that his ethnicity is usually not being able to be that dominant, that heavy, is still generational.
Well, technically he's white, but go ahead.
What? But he's still
Mexican. He's still 5'9".
What are you talking about, you fucking dipshit?
He's saying he's a junior.
I'm just kidding.
He's so Mexican.
He's fucking Mexican.
He's fucking white.
He's Mexican. Goddamn.
So basically,
describe Haney as a light black dude. He's half white, probably. Who cares?
About Haney? He ain't black.
Who gives a fuck? That's what you mentioned.
We're gonna
wrap up this.
You gotta do a DNA test.
He must be Irish.
What I'm getting at to wrap this up is that when we're saying generational talent, or at least what I'm saying when it comes to Canelo, is not just the fact, have we seen anyone that's done anything like when Ray Leonard came along, Roy Jones, there's still nobody that's moved like those guys. Nobody today has moved like those guys. Canelo has not done movement and athleticism that I haven't seen before. But what he's able to do with it against the people that he's fought in as many weight classes he's fought in, I mean, you look at his resume, whether you have asterisks next to whether you thought he won or lost, it's still a who's who that is that's hardly comparable. I mean, you got Floyd, you got Manny, you got Canelo of the past 30 years. You have to go all the way back to the 80s and 90s for Chavez and for guys like Chavez and Leonard and guys like that to compare the kind of resume he's got and the level he's been able to do it at. That's what makes him generational.
I mean, let me ask you a question, and I want your honest opinion.
Can I mention something? Triple G, Canelo 2 was far better fight than Marvin Hagler versus Sugar Ray Leonard, and they talk about that fucking fight like
What's the point of bringing that up?
because they consider that fight to be a great fight, and he just mentioned Marvin Hagler and Sugar Ray being great fighters. I'm not saying that they're not.
And Durant whooped his ass.
That Canelo put on against Triple G was a far better, fucking more entertaining, generational type of fight that makes him a great fighter.
Absolutely. Okay. Go ahead, Robert.
Okay, Chief? When you look at Crawford and Canelo, for example, let's compare those two. They're both near the same generation.
Mm-hmm. They're the same. Yeah, they're about 2 years apart in age. So yeah, same generation.
Yeah, who's the more skilled fighter? Well. And I want you to be honest. Who's the more skilled fighter, Canelo or Crawford?
I say
Canelo.
I think Crawford. I agree with you.
I fully disagree. I would to see Crawford fight at 154, 160, 168.
I didn't even hear Chief's answer.
That'd be like his 5th or 6th weight class.
He's the same height. Hold on. Chief is supposed to answer. Chief is supposed to answer. Chief, go ahead.
So who do I, by the eye test? Here's the situation. And I've been Crawford's biggest proponent on this panel. So even though I finally have to say, now we have to talk resumes. So you're going to say who's passing the eye test, who's he fought compared to what Canelo's fought, and what Canelo's been able to do.
Chief. You can't do that because
yes, you can.
Yes,
you can.
Yes, you fucking can.
You know why you can't do that?
I said this shit earlier already, bro. You cannot just say you're with the eye test and the resume doesn't matter, bro. Your style has to be tested against other styles.
Of course, that's true. That's very true, but it's hard. It's hard because Canelo and big up to Canelo. Canelo's a ticket seller, so it's easier for him to get the bigger names in the ring with him as opposed to a guy like Crawford who doesn't have a big name. But it's very, very skilled.
Who has been ducked. And, I'm the biggest guy that's been saying that all of PBC fighters were running with their tails between their legs, hiding under yellow blankets because they've been pissing themselves, trying to stay away from him. I get that.
Because they froze them out. Yeah,
thank you. So it's not.
I get that.
And when he got the opportunity, he won by knockout. He stopped. So
exactly.
That's where I would say right now. Now, I do agree. Overall resume, Canelo's got a better resume, but when it comes to fighting tough competition and like definitely guys at your level, guys at your level and going into the fight, they were at your level. He blew them out. Where Canelo, I still haven't seen that. I mean, you want to take Kovalev? Kovalev was like past it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that right now, going off of what Crawford just did to Spence, before that he did to Porter. I think he's a better pound for pound fighter right now than
but Crawford's a different.
Porter, everybody ran a train on Porter at the PBC, bro.
Bro, everybody knocked him out at that point of his career. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but okay, hold on.
I keep hearing this misconception. I keep hearing the misconception.
What are we judging on? What are we judging on? Just pure resume?
Is that even an argument?
Pure resume.
Well, I mean, he did rematch. He did win the rematch against Alvarez, Eliter Alvarez, and he did beat Yard.
It doesn't matter. Even past his prime, he was a champion. He had a fucking belt. He had a belt.
Is Yard not good? Is Yard not good? Did he not give a good fight?
I bet you Triple G would have beaten that Kovalev, we would be hearing a different fucking tune, bro. That's crazy.
Jump up 2 weight classes.
Gonzalo hit the nail on the head, man. People don't realize how slick from the waist up, how hot it is to hit Canelo. When it comes to slipping punches in the phone booth, and you're right on him, how hard it is to catch him super clean. It's almost impossible. Like everybody who spars him talks about it. He doesn't have to move around. He doesn't waste his movement. It's all from the waist up. He slips him by like inches. Even if you catch him in the head, it's never clean on the button. He's one of the best at it, and that's a huge fucking talented thing to be able to do. Very few people can do it.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You know what? When someone throws a body shot and Canelo doesn't throw his ass out to get out the way and throws his fucking hands in the air, like Shakur does, that doesn't mean he doesn't have a fucking any skill, bro. Just because he's not fucking throwing his legs around, he's throwing his arms in the fucking like that, bro. That's what you fucking like to see, though. That's what you're talking about when you say fucking skill.
You gotta leap back. You gotta take a step.
When someone throws a jab to the body, they throw their hands up they throw their body in a 90-degree angle to get out of the way of a fucking body shot. That's the type of shit. That's what skill level means to you, or what?
That's true also, but you know what they say about Canelo as well? Like a lot of people question, why couldn't he slip, or why didn't he slip shots against Charlo like he did against other guys? Was it because he lost that ability? No. Like Abel Sanchez said to Marcos Villegas, why slip a fucking shot if you don't need to? Why skirt out of the way and have it to where you're resetting your feet?
Yes.
When you don't need to reset.
That's true skills. By the way, hold on, Redbreed. Hold on. Let me just read before you guys continue. A super chat from Scale Bender. He says Crawford and Canelo equal number of 50-50 fights, 1. So I guess Canelo versus Triple G 50-50 fight, and what about Crawford? What was his 50-50 fight?
Crawford was considered
in his opinion.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was.
Crawford was a favorite.
Not even Spence believed he could win that fight.
It was like what, 54-46?
Yeah, but Scalebender got a point though. Scalebender got a point because at least in his opinion, the 50-50 fight was, I'm gonna assume, Triple G, right? Although Canelo was probably the underdog in the first fight. I don't remember, but he lost that fight. Like, so he lived up. Let's say if he was the underdog, he lived up to the reputation because, in my opinion, he lost. When Crawford fought a 50-50 guy, I mean, there was no question what happened. He knocked the dude out.
Although I would have to say, recognize that wasn't. Spence wasn't
Triple G. I agree. He was
Crawford's Triple G to what Canelo was to what Golovkin was to Canelo.
But you go further back. Canelo had a fight.
No punch resistance, Redbreed. No punch resistance.
Yeah. Listen, he fought Miguel Cotto.
This was based on what?
When he fought Miguel Cotto,
it was real convenient.
He was way bigger than Miguel Cotto, much bigger. And all he could do was beat him on the scorecards. That's all he could do. He couldn't drop him. He couldn't put a dent on him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Recognize. Look, I see what you're saying. I was gonna say that Spence was walking. He was walking forward like he was Triple G when he wasn't. Yeah, he have a good jab, but the punch resistance was gone. In his mind, he thought he could take a punch. But if he really had that chin, he would have taken those punches. I'm not saying that.
The skill, pound for pound. Look, in my opinion, if you put both of them in there today, and I don't think Crawford is that much smaller than Canelo. Just I'm being honest with you, I don't think they are. Canelo might put on more weight by purpose, meaning muscle weight, but I think if you just let them both be who they are, they're similar size. Yeah, I think Canelo beats him, but skill-wise, pound for pound, skill-wise, right? Who's the more entertaining fighter? And I'm not saying this like Crawford.
Well, what's entertainment? It's already recognized. But
There's a thing about how Terrence moves. People like the way that Terrence moves. That movement, the foot, that's his skill set, and then his balance. Whereas Canelo, when people want to watch Canelo, they want to see that slugging, that fucking hard slugging, that fucking like. That I'm gonna fucking break your ribs type shit. Yeah. So they're two.
Then he loads up with every punch. He's like, it's so like they see it coming. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
can I say something?
Yeah.
When it comes to guys, hold on, guys. Yes, thank you. Let me just read a super chat here. We got a super chat from I Am Your Leader, who renewed the membership program. Thank you. He says, Shakur, knowing full well before his toughest fight against a fighter he had prior history of blowing up blue weight, he was scared losing to Conceição.
What?
Yeah, okay. I think he's talking about Valdez.
You said he blew the weight on purpose against Consencio because he was nervous.
yeah. So
he was shook.
Let's recap what I am the leader saying. So he blew the weight for that fight against Consencio, and then the way he fought didn't show me that this guy's a pound for pound boxer. The way he fought, man, you know, the holding, low blow.
No, he's not. He's not.
He was not the one holding.
The ball busting.
It was Consencio the one that was holding.
Shakur is not.
One for fight. I'm not saying this guy. I'm just saying. I'm just saying this.
Yeah, you're gonna be surprised when he's number one pound for pound. Go ahead, though.
This particular performance is not a pound for pound performance. All right.
No, you wouldn't, bro.
Rare breed, but you can't say, hey, this is rare breed debating, but you can't say that, bro. But you can't say that.
You'll see.
Why not?
That's what you're saying right now. You're not using logic. You're all in your feelings.
Yo, Rare
That's all
Breed, intellectually
but
honest.
you can't say that.
Say my comment. Save it.
How long of a time frame we talk about Rare Breed?
2 years, 3 years. Top.
Oh, you can't say that he wins 70. That he wins 72 shots underneath the belt. You can't say that, Rare Breed.
I mean, shit. If it was that easy, boy,
you saw it. He went below the belt 72 times, or at least 68 that some other guy counted. How do you explain that?
The establishment behind you. You got to have the establishment behind you to get away from some goofy shit like that, bro. So don't act like you don't know what the fuck time it is. All right.
Just like
he fucking turns his eye. He turns it. He's
Gonzalo. Can I just say something about
deflection?
We're talking about
just
Crawford
like Canelo.
because we're comparing Crawford and Canelo. I just want to say that yeah. Some people criticize Canelo for the way he fights. Sometimes they say he's flat-footed, but he's moving his head and he's not getting hit. Right, like Never Sober said, how come some boxers every time somebody their opponents throw a hook or whatever and any type of punch, they leap, they take a step back, and like Gonzalo said, you have to reset now. You might be out of range now, because you're moving back. If you stay there, you're properly. Hold on, another thing. Crawford gets hit a lot. He got hurt by that Cuban guy, whatever, I forgot his name. And then
Gambo, yeah.
Gamboa. He against
Mean Machine.
You see, Rebel, you know what I'm talking about. Where have you seen Canelo get hit like
Indonesian.
When have you seen?
I've seen Canelo get hurt by Cotto's legitimate cousin, so it happens.
When was that? No. Where was that?
That's his older brother too.
How old was that guy?
When he was a teenager, bro. He was a teenager, bro.
Yo, come on.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to that.
You guys talking about skills, but yet Crawford's getting hit all over the place, and we don't have to go back like 20 years ago or something like that. 10 years, 15 years.
You exaggerating saying he getting hit all over.
He get his ass all over the place, bro.
Yo, listen,
Crawford was scared to exchange with Posto. What about that?
Yeah, let me ask you all.
He was.
He ran from Raimundo Beltran.
He beat the shit out of him too.
That's a good point.
No, bro, he fought like a bitch against him, dog. I was disappointed in Crawford in that fight.
He hasn't done that since. He's changed everything up. He's coming forward now.
Yeah, but just because he beats Spence does not mean he's going to be able to beat Canelo, dude.
Exactly.
First of all, he shouldn't be fighting Canelo. I'm tired of all these dudes going up weight. We don't need to see that. Fight people in your own weight class. There's plenty of smoke.
Canelo is a 5 foot. By the way, Canelo is 5 foot. Canelo's like 5'7". 5'8", maybe.
He's 5'7". Yeah, but he's big. He's big as shit. Pause.
He
might be short, but he's not.
Fair enough.
He thinks Canelo stink.
You're saying he's big bone? Is that what you're saying?
Pause.
He's big
He's
bone.
He's fighting guys. He's fighting guys that have longer reach. He's fighting guys that are
okay. But who is he fighting though? Like you act like he's fighting.
But you act like he's fighting bombs. You act like he's fighting bombs.
Who is he fighting though?
You all say Devin Haney is big, right? So if Devin Haney went up to 40,
he's a middleweight. Yeah.
Okay. If Devin Haney
and 135, bro.
If Devin Haney went up to 47,
better Regis program, man.
Hey, no, hear me out. Yeah, he is. But if Devin Haney went to 47 and fought Crawford, undisputed versus undisputed, right? And he gets his ass whooped by Crawford, are we going to give Bud any credit? The answer is no.
Yes.
And we shouldn't.
Yes.
No. I wouldn't. We're not doing it.
I'm not giving him credit for that.
That's bullshit, bro. Like, come on. Just because
I'm not giving him credit
for
beating. Well, you're giving him credit for beating Devin Haney? Crawford?
Right.
I would love to see it. Yes, I would love to see it.
I mean, you okay? Personal.
They're both undisputed.
I'm talking about in the historics of boxing. I'm not talking about your personal feelings.
Even if Bud Crawford was less skilled than Devin Haney, that would be a tough fight.
It'd be two decorated champions, one younger and one older. Yeah, it would be a good win for Crawford, bro.
No, it's not, bro. Because first of all, Devin Haney, he's not even really all that good for real. Let's be honest. He's a nice little fighter. But on top of that, and you're going up 2 weight classes to fight a guy who's more skilled than you. That's not a competitive fight. Yeah, on paper it looks nice, but reality is a bullshit fight.
You're acting like Crawford can't do it, bro.
If Shakur Stevenson would have been undisputed
hey,
champion,
bro, if he fucking beat on Gamboa, why the fuck can't he beat on fucking Haney,
They were in the same weight class.
Exactly. Great point.
It's only one weight class above super lightweight, so I don't see the argument here.
Gamboa's little ass.
Is anybody calling for Devin Haney to fight?
Who did even though Canelo's
nobody's
smaller, you know,
I'm saying
I want to see it now.
I want to see Crawford versus Tim Tszyu. Make it happen.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good fight. That's a good fight.
No, but yeah,
it's a good fight. Yeah.
Haney's a big dude. He's truly like a welterweight, but you can tell how like his nose looks smaller now because it's the same size as his new head and body, new body size.
Let's be real. Let's be real. None of these guys fight at their own weight class. We shouldn't even be using the word pound, or the phrase, should I say, pound for pound, because
you're probably right. Honestly, you know what? That's
okay, fair enough. Where should Canelo be fighting? Where should Canelo be fighting? I remember when
Canelo should be at 160.
By the way, I remember when people used to say Canelo was a bully at 154. So what's his weight division, guys?
154. 154.
With his height, he should have never went up past 160.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that, man. Like even 154. You have 5'9", you might be a small 154.
He's little at 154, bro.
He's 5'7" and a half.
5'7". He's not 5'9".
Anyway. He's kind of short for a fucking welterweight, bro.
Yeah,
exactly. So
yeah, but he's big. Even though he's short, he's a big dude.
And guys, come on, hold on. So we established that Canelo is a small 154 pounder, 160 pound, and he's undisputed.
Mike Tyson was short like that too, but he was still.
And Canelo is an undisputed.
Also competing at heavyweight.
Hold on.
Yeah, wasn't he 5'8"?
I have to mute.
He was 5'10".
Hold on. Let me just say something. Canelo, we established he's small for 154, maybe small for 160 as well. He's the undisputed 168-pound weight champion, whatever. And people are still asking the question, well, who has he fought? Oh, he's not that great because he's a small guy.
I mean,
yes.
Give him his fucking credit.
I mean, Devin Haney became undisputed beating Kambosos. It's possible.
Yeah, but
Canelo picked up the belt.
You just skimmed by Brentwood. You just skimmed by everything you just said. You just laid it all out for you, dude. And you go, pause and you say, well, Haney, like, who gives a shit, dude? Haney hasn't done anything like that. Nobody has. Canelo has. And the reason why he's done it is because of who he is.
Did you see Devin Haney next to... Did you guys see Devin Haney next to Regis Prograis?
Yes.
Regis Prograis is supposed to be the 140.
Gigantic.
He's bigger than that. I mean,
so this is what I say. This is what I say when I say that that fight between that imagined fight between Haney and Crawford wouldn't be as outrageous as you guys imagine. Have you seen them two next to each other?
Yeah, no, it's not that outrageous.
A little bit bigger than him.
Yeah, but he would fucking
a little bit bigger than his ass, bro.
I don't know.
Well, let him smack him.
Regis is 5'8".
Yeah, but okay.
And he lost to a 5'6" fucking Ukrainian with short arms.
Like, you think that he's not gonna better against? You think he's gonna do better?
He's about Tony Lomachenko. You think he's fight Crawford?
How about this? Fight justice. How about that? I want to see this.
Oh, listen, I would personally. You know what? For him being a weight bully, I would love for him to get his justice and be like, all right, fight Crawford.
But he would never do it.
Yeah, fight someone. Okay, my point of that question was, would you give Crawford credit? The answer is no.
Yes,
he can do it. It's only one weight class above.
They're naturally matched up with him. Bro, they're really matched
up at like 150.
His
Crawford's gonna walk right through him.
Yeah,
you don't remember? So you don't remember Haney came in around 160 against Loma?
Yeah,
he has no power though.
The skills matter.
Yeah,
that's cap.
Yeah, look at Plant. He's hunched over, looking down, bro. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling how people hate Canelo so much, bro.
I don't understand it either. Like, he's a very good boxer.
Hey, Caleb Plant is fucking huge, bro. That fool's fucking ripped, dude. No one, what the fuck?
Just imagine, he's a mover, he's way taller than Canelo. Okay, he's flat-footed, but he's still chasing the runners. He's still chasing those who's down. He's a big-ass runner, bro. Catching him.
Yeah, Usyk's the only guy that's fighting guys way bigger than Canelo, like ratio-wise.
Yes,
Usyk probably more than
Usyk is the only one.
Probably more than anybody.
Yeah, Usyk is the only one. That's even more impressive.
I give it to him. Listen, I'm not saying if you got Usyk there, I can't really argue with you. But the reason why I got it is that dude, he's just killing he's just blowing, he's smoking these dudes.
Yeah, and the way he's doing the same thing. They're dominating.
Is beating these guys.
Lesser
insane.
Canelo's never dominated an elite opponent. Ever. You've never seen Canelo.
What you don't understand is that Inoue has to fight at 154 to do what Canelo's doing.
Jermell Charlo's not an elite opponent?
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, not at 168.
He has to go to
154. Do your math right. Do your math and then come to me.
No, it's percentage-wise.
That was a cherry pick.
Do the math.
That's a cherry pick, and you know that shit, bro. Stop the cap, bro.
What's the highest?
Cherry pick. 108 on the pound for pound list.
108. Hold on.
What?
What's the percentage? What percentage is higher? 108 to 122 or 154
Who's on the BDA pound for pound list?
They could be. You're comparing people that could have been better in shape in the beginning of their career. That's something else. That's a different conversation.
Look at David Benavides and look at Castano at 154. There's a huge difference between 68 and 54.
Oh God.
Same thing.
David Benavides is like 200 pounds right now, though, bro.
That guy's
probably a fucking heavyweight or have you seen David Benavides? David,
he's hiding at 168.
Don't bring up Benavides. That guy don't bring up Benavides.
Don't say
he's a fucking cruiserweight. There's no debating
He's gonna show up, guys. Don't say his name too much.
Don't say his name.
Don't say his name.
You don't say Benavides 3 times. Never say Benavides 3 times.
Candyman, he'll show up. He's like Candyman.
You say his name, you say Benavides 3 times, and actually know. Hello?
Yeah, hello from Australia. Hello from Australia.
What do you say about Benavides?
Jimmy, hold on the corner, and your fucking Mirage will show up.
Yeah. All right,
oh my God, you said his name.
Guys. I wanna hear from 31 Jackson. Go ahead.
31
He
Jackson.
just jumped in. Jackson.
Oh, this fool was acting crazy last time. I remember you, boy.
What was the topic y'all was on? What was the topic layout for the whole stream?
Devin Haney versus Crawford. Who wins?
31 Jackson.
No, that's not it, man.
The topic was, would you give Crawford credit if he beat a Devin Haney?
Come on, bro.
You mean the title of the video?
You 2 black fighters facing each other because it's not interesting.
And
Black against Hispanic.
On the same way.
It's only interesting if the guy moving up is more skilled, but that's not the case with Devin or Charlo against those two. So that was a bullshit ass fight, and y'all know that.
If he's more skilled, why is he fighting smaller guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Who?
Charlo.
Haney.
No, wait.
Who said Haney was more skilled? I said.
Oh, good.
I'm saying if you're gonna, it's only interesting when guys move up. If they're the more skilled guy moving up, like Pacquiao, they can do that because most of the time. Exactly. Because he's more skilled than the guys he's fighting.
Canelo's doing it,
and he's more skilled than most of the guys he's fighting.
Okay.
Then most of the guys you just even give Canelo full credit, bro.
You contradicting yourself.
No, I never said Canelo's not a good fighter.
Canelo, bitch.
He said Canelo's nothing special, bro.
Exactly.
He's not.
You said Canelo. I think he's not.
You just contradicted yourself.
He's trolling, bro.
So you can't be a good fighter and a special fighter at the same time. You stupid.
All right, hold on.
This is Mirage, bro. This is the American version of Mirage.
Hey, Jackson, you're a bitch. Come here fucking talking about Canelo, bitch. You're a bitch.
Canelo's a bitch.
You can't recognize a dude's talent, that means you're a bitch. You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Come on, boxing show about fucking undisputed champion. How he a bitch? He's a fucking world champion. Undisputed motherfucker. How he a bitch? You're a bitch.
He got Why just give him his fucking credit and move on with it?
There's
gonna be people that don't like a fighter. Listen, I don't.
Yeah, but like, calling him a
I don't
bitch, that sounds like he fucked your fucking girlfriend.
Nah, he a bitch. I'm not gonna go that.
Gonzalo's going at it. Fucking.
Canelo's an all-time great.
He a bitch. Just call it
out. I'm not a fan of Canelo, I personally, but I think he's an all-time great. Like when it's
okay, he can be. A great,
I just don't like him. To me, he acts like a little.
He can be all that or still be overrated.
All right, let Jackson go in. Let
but
Jackson
he's a
go
great
in.
fighter, though.
Let's see what Jackson has to say. Jackson, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Jackson, what are you saying?
Canelo's a bitch, man. He a great
bitch.
He ain't fighting nobody. He's a bitch.
Why is that?
Explain why.
Oh, tell us why.
Explain why he a bitch? Because he's not fighting nobody. Do you not hear me? He's a bitch. He don't want to fight nobody.
Now, the next question is this: who's your favorite fighter?
What the fuck are we talking about?
Who's your favorite fighter? Who's your favorite fighter?
Devin Haney.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god!
Here we go.
Get the fuck out of here!
Yeah, Devin Haney, the fake Muslim.
So, wait. So who do you think won, Lama or Haney?
You already know who won Haney. He beat his ass. He was the body snatcher. Hey, why Loma ain't fighting no more? Why he ain't fighting?
No, hold on. Did you hear? Hey, guys, agreed with you. Oh, you're on the wrong fucking panel. Hold on, guys. You're on the wrong panel, Rare Breed? No, he's on the wrong sport. Because remember, 80,000 people fucking one poll, another poll, 200,000 people took it. Shut the fuck up. I do, dude. Let me finish my fucking up. Okay, of course he did. Shut up. Fucking all right. But you on fucking
from Devin Haney.
Okay, hospital bill. All right. That's when I went to hospital. Okay, now let me finish. Every professional fighter who was there. Will you fucking stop talking over me, dude? Do you have any self-control, bro?
Devin Haney beat his ass.
Have a little fucking self-control. Impulse control, dude. So anyways, my point being, like fucking Jesus, fucking H Christ,
Jimmy, go ahead. It's Friday, man. It's gonna be crazy, Jimmy. Go ahead. You got a bargain.
No, I know, but like fucking show it's a modicum of fucking decency. But anyways, how fucking hate me? Like fuck. But fucking Lomachenko outlanded him, landed the cleaner punches. Now let's just look at the fucking facts. The facts are poll after poll, reaching in the hundreds of. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish. No, I'm talking about polls people take, fan-driven polls. Like when magazine puts out a poll. I don't give a fuck what you. This is fuck kid, dude. Get that fatherless behavior the fuck out of here, dude.
The judges say.
Okay, let me just shut it. I don't give a fuck about get that fatherless behavior shit the fuck out of here.
All right, Jimmy, finish your point, and then we'll let Jackson go in. Jimmy, finish your point. Jimmy,
like an Italian from New York.
Jimmy, finish your point, and then we'll let Jackson respond or something. Go ahead, Jimmy. He's muted.
No, man, because my fucking point is he's going to fucking discount everything. My point is polls. When there's a poll, who do you guys think won? 80% of over 200,000. Okay, so that means a tiny percent of people think Haney won. Then you look at the fucking pros. I don't get enough time to list every professional. Didn't say it was a good prize close. It was a robbery. They fucking robbed Lomachenko. They ran Haney out of the ring, his hometown. The fucking ring that was in his hometown in Vegas that was started off as a pro Haney crowd, but at the end was booing his ass. Fucking Vegas itself. Vegas itself going into the fight had Haney as a 2-1 favorite in the 12th round. If you wanted to put money, they fucking, and it said right there, the only way Haney can win is by knockout. That's how far behind Vegas scored the fight. So, fucking robbery's a robbery. So you want to come up here and celebrate a robbery? Dude, that's fucking on you, but I got every fucking thing.
Yeah.
Okay, respond to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Yes, respond.
First of all, it wasn't a pro-Haney crowd. He got booed
what the fuck?
when he was walking out
No, it wasn't.
he was walking, he got booed. How is it a pro-Haney crowd when he got booed walking in the arena and walking out? And the reason why they rushed him out
have
the arena
entertaining style?
they was throwing shit at him.
Nope.
You see him throwing shit at him. That's why they rushed him out.
We watched the fight. They were cheering as loud. But they were cheering as loud for Haney in the beginning of that fight. Don't say it wasn't a pro-Haney fight. Okay, that's what you're saying? He beat his ass, sent him to the hospital? Seriously, say something. What did he do? Okay, all right, okay. Who gives a fuck, dude? Nobody fucking dies who win the championship. No, he didn't beat his ass. He lost the fucking fight. You know why? Who landed the most punches? Oh, Lomachenko. Who landed the most punches? Lomachenko. Who rocked Haney? Who rocked who? Lomachenko was never rocked. Haney was rocked.
Guys, I have two important comments here. Two things. All right, hold on, Jackson. Let me read two super chats here. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Pucho, your mic is kind of sounding robotic.
All right.
It's good now.
Scalebender, he says, he a bitch, man. Jackson 2023. He says, I agree. He agrees with Jackson. All right. And then we have another super chat from I Am Your Leader, who says that a fight hype poll with 101,000 voters said 72% voted for Loma, 16% for Devin, 12% said a draw. It was the largest poll I've seen. So 72% said Lomachenko won that fight. That was on Fight Hype.
That's cool. He's still ducking Shakur though.
I don't care what people said. What did the judges say?
Okay, let's move on. Guys, we're gonna move on from this because he doesn't care. Okay, but Jackson. So you think Devin Haney is the best lightweight, super lightweight right now?
Yeah, Bucho, your mic is.
Who got all the belts?
No, Haney. That's a good argument, but
Haney, you dumbass.
I don't care about
not Haney, you dumbass. Not Haney, you dumbass.
I mean, he one belt gone, but who got the rest of them? He the best. Shit,
what a dumbass.
The best dude. Shakur Stevenson would fucking school him.
I wouldn't say.
I think Tank would knock out Devin Haney
all night.
I mean,
we can think it.
Probably would. I do agree with that statement. Tank would probably.
You gotta send the contract. Take the ace on.
Tank would
knock out
Devin
Haney. I don't know who would win, but I know Tank is better to watch.
I think he might give problems if I using his length.
Bro, you couldn't pay me to watch Devin Haney fight.
On the B side, send me the contract. Nigga never sent it.
He's the most boring fighter in boxing.
He's got the Floyd style. More the shit out of you.
Don't Floyd like that now.
Y'all making excuses.
All right, we got a super chat from W. We got a super chat from W. Jackson.
Stop.
All right, we got a super chat from WM. We have a double super chat. Says Haney dyes hair like Charlos. He's half female. Lomachenko wins. That's true. He does dye his hair like the Charlo. So, but anyways,
have you guys seen the most recent training footage of Haney on the heavy bag?
Yeah, he looked good, don't he?
Oh my gosh, the delusions in the air.
Nah, you know that delusion.
Oh my god!
I hope Regis
You gotta be smoking paint chips to really believe that.
I don't think he will, unfortunately.
Who was the ring general? Haney. Who pushed the fight? Wasn't Haney. It was Lomachenko. Even fucking Shakur broke it down right after the fight. Loma won that fight. You know who cares? Other fucking people respect what professional fighters say. Listen is biased.
Now I'm curious. I want to find out. Rare Reed. Who do you think won that fight?
When I first watched it, I gave it 7.5 Devin.
What?
And then when I rewatched it, it could have went either way, bro. It was a close fight. But if you want to say, if you want to give it to Loma,
I've heard Rare Breed on a different channel talking.
The answer you want, bro. Shut the fuck
We
up.
all know Devin Haney really lost that fight, bro. So you be going back and forth. You flip flopping, bro. You be changing your fucking opinion, bro, on different channels.
I've been saying 7-5 for Devin.
Nah, bro, because I already heard you say that. I already called you out for this shit before, bro. I already called you out for this shit before, bro.
Yeah,
you went on another channel.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard you say fucking Lomo fucking 1-2 on another panel.
I remember that.
I was trolling the Haney fans, but in reality, I thought that was a 50-50.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. So is that what all the professionals were doing? Is that why all the fucking writers, Paulie Mullen, everybody went online to talk about it? They called it robbery. That one.
I watched the fight with my friend, and he
with Loma and Devin Haney fans. Why y'all acting like it wasn't a close fight?
shocked at the fact that Haney won that fight.
Listen,
it was a competitive fight.
Remember, the guys that fucking.
We're asking
why do all the why do all the guys who were reporters run to all the pros? They do it after every fight. Who do you think won, champ? They catch everybody leaving that place. Every professional pro in there. It's asked. Who gives a fuck?
Because to be a decent fucking human being.
I told you.
I know, he don't care. I don't care what a bunch of pros say because the guy who I wanted to win won. And I'm so insecure, I'm going to yell on a panel about it. Because if you look at the totality of things and use your logic instead of driven by emotions.
The totality of the judges. Motherfucker, what was
the totality? The totality of a robbery. A fucking bunch of old fucking clowns.
He sits his ass.
It was a robbery. And you in a tiny subsection of people. And it's just bizarre that it's only black people who think that. Just kind of strange. That it's only black people who say that.
Let's hear the idiot out. Let's see how he won. Why do you think Devin Haney won that fight?
He's a body snatcher.
No, I have a better question. What rounds did you give Haney?
I gave him. If we want to be
rounds did you give Haney? Rounds did you give Haney, bro? I want to hear it.
Loma, 1 through 6. I swear to God.
1 through 6.
Oh my God!
Oh my fucking God! So who won the
Watch it over. That jab was motherfucking.
Translation. I didn't watch the fight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you give at least fucking round 10 to Loma?
Yeah, I said he had 2 good rounds. I mean, you got 2 good rounds. 2 good rounds.
It's not like Lomachenko put it in from the spell.
Okay, but did somebody ask him? Because somebody asked me. He won't answer either. He won't answer certain questions. Like if you ask him,
he won the round. No.
Listen, what are you talking about? Who landed the most punches in the fight?
Oh, you want to talk about he had a big round? He had one big.
No, answer the question. How did he outland him?
What are we talking about?
He landed 30 punches more. Who landed the most punches?
He had 2 good rounds.
Who landed the most punches? 32.
Are we talking about 5 punches here? Bro?
Punches. We're talking about the fist hitting the body.
Who landed the fucking punches? Who landed the most?
Are we talking about? Y'all talking about the most?
No, isn't this crazy? Isn't this craziness?
Who landed the most?
Mostly driven shit. Who landed the most punches in the fight? Lomachenko. He doesn't even say it. Listen. That's how you catch them.
Who
landed the most punches?
You don't understand.
What are you talking about?
Haney did it for the culture.
It was Lomachenko's. Lomachenko had the higher body punches. Lomachenko had the higher body percentage.
Loma only landed like 9 body shots to Devin Haney.
He went to the hospital for broken ribs. No, he didn't. That's a liar.
If the body shots were landing on Loma, why was Loma the fresher one in the later rounds?
What the fuck?
Why did Loma lose in 12 rounds?
Yo, 31. Yo, Rare, you just recess is over. Go back to school, man. This is done.
All right, guys, let's move on. Guys,
I'm actually mad Devin got that fight.
I got a question now. I got a question for Jackson. Jackson, can you give us Jackson? Can you give us your? Hold on, I have a question. Jackson, can you give us your top three pound for pound boxers?
Top 3?
Yeah.
All right, we gotta go. I'm going Terrence Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going Bivol. then I'm going Benavides.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Believe that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm surprised. Man.
Anyway,
I gotta admit, I am definitely shocked.
I'm shocked.
What, you don't like the list?
No.
No, it's a good list.
No.
It's just a fucking bunch of making
I'm honest
at all.
No, they're shocked with your lack of melanin in your picks. That's what it is.
I was expecting to
the shit he was talking about the Lomachenko fight?
You know who's shocked more than anybody else? Referee.
Yeah, River, you were shocked too. Don't even say you weren't.
He was putting a lot of effort.
Referee's angry.
I got Devin Haney in there.
I was gonna.
I knew it. Hey, look, see, you just killed that.
I'm being.
You just ruined it. You literally just ruined it by saying that.
Yeah,
he's lying. He's lying, bro. He's been lying the whole time.
Haney shouldn't even be a top 10.
Know my list.
He's not even. I don't know why people put him.
Let alone top 15.
You had a better list. You had a better list.
Let me take a wild guess. Tank's on there too, and Spence is on there too, right?
Who's list?
I gotta put him on there. He only lost to Terrence Crawford. Why the fuck would he not be on the list?
He asked for 3 fighters, you goofball. What the fuck?
I already said 3 fighters with your dumb ass. Shut the fuck up.
So,
what number do you have Devin Haney on your pound for pound?
I said 7, motherfucker. Can you listen?
No, I couldn't hear.
Who do you got at number 10?
Number 10?
Mm-hmm.
I got Shakur Stevenson.
What?
Hey.
Why?
What the fuck has he done to prove to be on the pound?
Name somebody you think that can whoop him in his weight class or a weight class above.
Nobody.
All right, so shut the fuck up.
I don't even know.
Bro.
In a fair fight or in today's boxing?
Yeah.
I'd like to
in
see
any fight.
I don't know. Guys, I'd like to see Shakur against
Cepeda beating him.
Cepeda, I was going to say that.
Cepeda beats Shakur.
Yeah, Lomachenko is ducking Shakur. I want you to admit that on live TV. Lomachenko is ducking Shakur Stevenson. Go ahead.
Have you seen Cepeda's last fight?
Hold on. Hold on. Let me address what fucking he just said. If you think Lomachenko's people, what did Bob say after the fight? They fucking robbed you. You won that fight. Everybody said so. It doesn't matter. I'm talking to Red right now, dude. Dude, take a volume, dude. Just take a big breath. Come on. You're in with, listen, pretend you're in with a bunch of adults. Just pretend right now. All right, okay. Let me I can't concentrate.
Let him answer the question.
Jeez, he's not going to let me answer.
I'm going to mute. Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead, Jimmy. All right.
Like Bob said, there was fucking, there was talk of him retiring, which he should have. They fucking robbed him, dude. That was the biggest fight of his life. He is so, they said people around him said he's fucking devastated. He didn't speak to anybody for days because they fucking robbed him. They knew he robbed them. He saw it online. Everybody knows he was robbed. So now they're going to feed him to another fucking dude, American on the up, the fucking, who's even more talented and faster than fucking Haney. That's fucking ridiculous. Like, you're not going to start feeding me to people. I'm being honest. I don't even think, first off, he shouldn't be fighting at 135. He's fighting in a weight class he shouldn't even be at. Everybody knows it. But he had to because at 130, nobody would fight him. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think I'm kind of thinking maybe if he comes back maybe one more time, but he's not long for this place. Why would he be? They get fucked. Eastern Europeans and Russians and all of them get fucked.
Jackson wants to respond.
Triple G was fucked. All right, but Triple G was fucked. Kovalev was fucked, and now Lomachenko.
Yo, Chenko got fucked against Triple G. I don't even want to hear it.
Can I respond to that?
If Shakur would have fought Lomachenko instead of Devin,
let Jackson respond.
It would have been a different narrative.
Let Jackson respond.
All right, bro, you just said Bob said Loma got robbed. Motherfucker, Bob hired the fucking judges. So how the fuck? Why would he hire judges to rob his gold?
What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Bob hired the judges? Listen, but that's wrong. But that's, can we just stop and look at shit? But don't say shit that's not true, dude. Bob doesn't.
Bob.
Oh my God, this fucking dude. Dude, take a breath. This fucking dude.
You paid
because the judges, you knucklehead. The commission assigns the judges. Oh, there's nothing to do with the judges, you fucking zipperhead. Dude, I forgot more about the sport than you will ever know. I'm telling you right now. No, he doesn't. The promoter doesn't hire judges. Think about what you're saying, you simpleton.
You know how big of a conflict of interest that would be?
Holy shit, dude. Seriously.
Obviously knows nothing
32,
about
32, what did you get on your Chris? What did you get on your SATs?
You have to put the judges in the contract. It's just not a mystery.
No, you don't. What the fuck are you talking about? The promoter doesn't pay the judges. The commission pays the judges. This fucking dude is fucking... Dude, listen. Seriously, you need a hug. You just need a hug. It's 32. 32, it's not your fault. 32, it's not your fault. It's not your fault, 32.
That's goodwill hunting, isn't it?
I heard that before, Jimmy. I heard that dude's a dumbass, man. That dude's a straight dumbass. I heard him before.
Gonzalo, let me just read a super chat here from SSC. Thank you for your super chat. He says, Viva Mexico, cabrones. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate your support, SSC. Always supporting BDA boxing. All right, we have Pete, Uncle Pete, Scalebender. Welcome to the show.
You tell him, Jackson. Tell him.
Don't fire him up. He doesn't need help.
Yeah, fire him up.
But listen, Pete, explain to him that the fucking promoter doesn't hire the judges. That's the commission. Explain that to him if he ever takes a breath.
Jackson's dead right. Tell him, Jackson.
Lomachenko had to approve of the judges. You dumb motherfucker.
Hey, really, you dumb motherfucker. Hey, keep swearing. Listen, I understand when you got a room temperature IQ, it's kind of fucking hard to let other people talk. But the promoter doesn't hire the judges.
He used to ride the show bus to school. Leave him alone, Jimmy. Just let him be, man.
You white motherfucker.
So I want to hear.
Oh, there you go, blood. Hey, you know what? You got the wrong one. You got the wrong one, kid. You got the wrong one. You fool me. Get the fuck out of here, you ignorant hood rat. Fucking screw.
Jimmy Jackson.
Yeah. Hey, why don't you go fucking do someone a favor, man? Just fucking hang up.
Mayonnaise.
All right, hold on.
Eat some mayonnaise. Good one. Eat some mayonnaise.
I like mayonnaise, but mayonnaise.
Yeah, guys, it's open on Friday, so
what exactly did I miss?
I know, dude. I know. I'm just giving you that to him, dude. Whatever. But you notice how they make it. You notice that though? You pasty ass has to go into the race right away, right? Push on him a little. It's open lines Friday. Everybody yells at each other. Right to the race, pasty ass.
Jimmy. All right, hold on, guys. This is
started with Lomachenko and Devin Haney. We got here. How did this happen?
This is the YouTube boxing community. So, Scalebender, Pete, you said you agree with Jackson. What's happening here?
I just think you don't agree with him. Jimmy's a white bitch, white pasty bitch.
Exactly.
and all the judges were Ukrainian.
No, dude. What was that? What was from eating the Chinese food in that movie? White boy, they know you do that excellent, man. That's what you should have said.
Anyway, let's move on. Guys, let's keep it boxing. All right, let's go to another topic that's gonna be controversial. Let's see. So we're talking about Shakur. Shakur's fighting. Who's he fighting again? I don't
De Los Santos.
Oh yeah. Okay, he was gonna win that fight.
Did you guys talk about Shakur hanging out with Crips and shit?
Nigga, what?
Let's keep it
boxing. I bring it up because they try to make it seem like he's innocent, but he's really a degenerate. Bro, I mean, we are too, but
he is a degenerate. He's a fucking degenerate, man.
Nigga, you're a degenerate.
Yeah,
none of us are innocent.
Yeah, I'm part degenerate. Yeah.
You white pasty.
I'm white. You fucking. Well, I'm fucking white, but that's not the point.
I'm sorry, but it's just funny when you said that.
Crackers. You should have called us crackers, dude.
No,
dumbass crackers.
They can't form anything articulate.
I think there might only be like two white people on this panel. And that's Jimmy and Scalebender.
and they white too. Don't
Big
tell
time.
a lie.
Oh my God.
I'm hybrid.
Pete says he's white and
Hybrid
proud.
excellence, man. I got more self in you. I got more dog in you, bro.
Y'all are white.
I think
I'm mixed.
All right, guys,
I'm a mutation, bro.
Guys.
I'm a mutation. I got more blood.
It's
Piece of southern cracker.
All right, guys, come on, man. Why are you getting all emotional, people? Come on, let's all relax. You know, it's like open
What
like
do you mean,
Friday.
chill? I'm actually joking when he's getting triggered.
I was laughing. I was laughing too.
How am I triggered? Because I'm calling you white.
Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win between Daniel?
Yeah.
Hold up. Let's get back to boxing. Who's gonna?
Let Rebby talk.
But I'm not mainly white though. That's the thing.
All right,
I'm not mainly white.
Hey, you're white. Congratulations. You want a cookie?
All right. Rebby, go ahead.
Stanionis and Keith Thurman. Who do y'all have winning that fight?
We talked about it. I think most of us had like Thurman. I think no. Sorry, we had Stanionis. Somebody said Thurman. I think.
Yeah.
I know. When I watched Stanionis fight Delorme, go back and watch that fight. I think if guys that can box will give him some trouble, but
I think
then again,
shot.
Keith Thurman's washed.
He's washed, man.
We'll
So.
But if honestly though, if Thurman can harken back to his old, if he can, he has the skills to beat him.
Happen.
Yes,
I'm saying it's he would have to really, which is like we said, it's very rare for a fighter to go back in time like that. But
yeah, Jimmy, you need a DeLorean. Yeah, DeLorean and fucking.
Yo, here's the thing. Even if Thurman doesn't beat him, he's still gonna win by robbery. So I have Thurman.
How is he winning by robbery? This nigga just came off a split decision.
Would Keith Thurman? Would he fight Boots? Would he fight Boots if he beats Stanionis? Hell no. I don't even know why I asked that question.
Yeah, let's move on.
He might.
I don't think anybody.
Jermel Charlo, has his reputation been basically destroyed?
Yeah.
But he was fighting he was fighting two weight divisions. He was fighting above two divisions above his normal weight. So, does that even count?
Yes, it counts.
Right, that's the problem.
Showtime boxing going out. Showtime boxing going out with a bang.
3 people.
Hey, right now they're showing Jermel Charlo versus Erickson Lubin on Showtime. Right now.
He looked like a
That was a
Yeah, that's a shame. You pay a man that kind of money, you got to fucking show out. You know what I mean? Think about it. Even if he got starched, he gets knocked out, his reputation would have been attacked. And people said, hey, went out on the shield. What do you expect? He went up 2 weight divisions. The only thing he could have done to get out of that fight looking bad was doing what he did. It's just crazy.
Jimmy, do you think that Jimmy, do you think that Jermel Charlo knew this from the beginning? Do you think Jermel Charlo knew from the beginning?
I honestly think, well, obviously right away, he did to get paid, of course. He was looking at a fucking $1.5 million to whoever he was fighting, and all of a sudden they're throwing $10-15 million. No human is not going to turn that down. You got a fucking wife and kids, you're going to take that shit. I don't have any problem with him taking it. It was a cash grab fight. But when he got hurt and he tasted the power, he just checked out. That's the difference of being an athlete who happens to box in a fighter. A fighter would have went out on his shield. Even Brooke went out with Triple G. He went in there, tried. He fucking threw one in there through hands until he got fucking clipped. You know what I mean? Nobody fucking badmouthed him after that fight. Yeah, exactly. Nobody fucking, Brooks a pussy, and then this is universal. Charlo got clowned by everybody. To the point, if I was fucking filming him, I'd be worried about that dude.
If you pay for that fight, I feel bad for you because that was a waste of money.
I did.
Canelo looks like shit too. Hey, Canelo looks like shit too for not getting him out of there. Canelo looks like shit too.
Charlo came to survive, so it's hard to knock out a guy.
A lot of guys try to survive and got knocked out. Everybody that you've seen get knocked out tried to survive before they got knocked out. Oh no, that's not.
Those guys, maybe they don't know how to move on their feet, or crafty like guys,
but Rare, he didn't.
What are you talking about?
Back. Well, that's what we're saying. He was not fucking fighting back, right?
He wasn't even throwing any punches back.
Yeah,
you got to get him the fuck out of there,
right?
And he was flawless.
Everyone including
Charlo's got decent chin.
If he fought back, at least we'd have the respect, If he fought fucking back.
Yeah, but that's a bad look on Canelo too, man. I mean, I'm just saying that's a shitty look for Canelo.
I don't think
making the fight.
I don't think Mel has a decent chin because when he fights people his own size, he should.
No, he got a decent chin. He just didn't fight.
Canelo, not his own size, bro. Canelo's bigger than Charlo. Charlo's just taller.
Bro, he's 6'1", fighting at 154, bro. He's a
okay.
bully.
So what? Tank is not taller than Leo Santa Cruz, but he's bigger than Leo Santa Cruz.
What are we talking about? What the fuck?
And Canelo's a strong motherfucker. I see him doing neck dips with 3 45-pound plates. And he was doing
Canelo's neck and his waist compared to Charlo. He's a bigger man.
All right, how did,
absolutely thicker joints.
How did Canelo use his weight advantage in that Charlo fight? I guess you would say the punching power, but other than that,
power.
Hold on. Other than the power, what else? Which other size physical advantages did Canelo have?
Let me tell you.
168 pounds.
No, let me tell you. Did you when you saw both of those fighters in the clinch, you saw the huge gap in strength that Canelo had over Charlo. Like the guy doesn't belong at 168, and he's definitely not accumulated to that weight.
He's the same size as Bavon. He's fighting at 154.
Jermel decided to clinch.
Oh, he's not.
Come on, man.
Why would he clinch?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so by your logic, Charlo is a bigger man than Mike Tyson. By your logic,
the fight did not have that.
No, Ribby's right. Ribby's right.
Than Mike Tyson.
Wait, real quick. Ribby's right. Jermel Charlo, he didn't go up to 175 pounds, walk around at 180 pounds, and then that's a real 168 pounder. He's telling you after the fight he'll fight at 154 again, no problem. I mean, he didn't even fucking. All he did was not cut. He didn't even move up walking around weight. Dude, that's a bad look for Canelo, man. You gotta get him the fuck out of there.
Or don't.
Why don't you just fight Benavides? Like, why all these little fights with Charlo, Triple G? These are fucking distractions. Get to the main course already.
Ask Al Haymon. He's in charge, right? Everybody says Al Heyman is the one in charge.
No, you know Canelo's his own boss.
And that's why you hear all this Crawford talk, too, by the way. That's why you guys hear all this Crawford talk.
Their own boss. All the PBC guys are their own boss. That's
why you hear all this Crawford talk now, too, by the way, because Charlo came out flawless after that fight.
So you mean to tell me if Canelo went to Al Haymon right now and said, "Give me Benavides," Al Haymon said, "Nah, you're fighting Charlo." Come on, let's be real.
The plan's already there, man. It's gonna be Benavides in the last PBC fight for Canelo. That's for sure.
Yeah, we'll see.
Of course. Nah, of course, man.
Nah,
that's how you match him. You
don't think? Now you're just lying, Red. Now
it's Canelo's choice. It's Canelo's choice.
We don't know. It's Canelo's choice, but he runs the show.
You think he's scared of Benavides, and you actually think he's scared of Benavides after moving up?
I don't know if he's scared of Benavides, but for whatever reason, he's not trying to fight this guy anytime. And when you ask him questions about Benavides, he gets angry.
We don't know. Well, okay, fair enough. Nobody knows. But tell us what do you think is happening?
What do I think is happening?
Yeah, with a Benavides. Why do you think he's fighting Benavides? In your opinion, speculation.
I think he knows that's a tough fight because unlike Caleb Plant, Charlo, or even old ass Triple G, these guys are not scared of Canelo. Okay, Triple G is not scared of Canelo, but Triple G is old. But these other guys, they had too much respect for Canelo. The only guy who didn't, surprisingly, was John Ryder. He came to fight. But Caleb Plant, you hear him in the middle of the fight, not bad for a 20-0, right? Charlo, this guy's damn near a fanboy of Canelo.
All right, so he's
like, Benavides is not going to have that kind of respect in the ring for Canelo. He's going to come to fight.
I need to cut you
Win or lose, he's coming to fight.
So you're saying he's docking him. Okay, that's the short answer.
The
short answer is that let's read a super chat. That guy, thank you for your super chat. He says, if the PBC goes to Amazon, which fighters from that stable do we expect to see? If the PBC goes to Amazon, which fighters do we expect to see? Well, I guess all of them? Or what? I don't know how that. I understand.
All of them.
Yeah.
Amazon is really a better app than Showtime anyways. There's more people on there.
I guess he's saying if only a few fighters from the PBC would... I mean, I guess I would like to see the big names. Tank.
They need to go to the zone so that everybody can fight each other.
No. I can't stand the zone commentary. It's trash.
I agree with Red on that one. I agree with that. The zone sucks.
Yeah, Mannix and that other guy, Mora, those guys are terrible. Bring back Jim Lampley and fucking, what's the Italian guy? Malnaghi. I like him.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah, what about Bradley?
Sergio
Bradley's too much of a fanboy of Crawford and these.
I'm kidding.
I turned that shit off anyway.
No, but I do like Tim some of his stuff. He isn't knowledgeable about the sport, but he's too biased.
Yep, I agree.
He's always screaming though.
Andre Ward was good. I know you guys don't like Andre Ward, but Andre Ward is good.
No, he's not.
I like Ward Jones.
Shut up.
Yeah, he was an Irish warrior. Andre Ward, the Irish warrior.
Yeah, the Irish,
right?
Great Irish boxer.
A true Irishman.
Let's see. What else can we talk about then? All right. Let's not summon Mirage, so let's not talk about Benavides. Did you say Benavides 3 times? It's gonna show up.
It's like Beetlejuice.
Yeah, basically.
I feel like you want him to show up low key.
Nah.
We talk about Fury versus Ngannou.
Oh my god, that way.
No, from what I read somewhere that Usyk said that for the Fury fight he wanted 14 weeks of training, something like that, and we're already at 10 weeks from now to December 20 whatever when they wanted to make the fight. So apparently, I guess it's not gonna happen this year because Usyk wants 14 weeks of training.
Well, Fury's gonna get a little tune-up or a little sparring before he fights Usyk.
That sounds like some doubt.
Hey, is that because he wants to put on weight? What do you guys think? Makes sense, no?
That sounds like he has some doubt.
Probably does. He probably wants to put on some extra weight.
Holy shit.
Well, Fury might be an asshole, but the motherfucker can fight. So
I agree with that.
And he's a much bigger man than Usyk. Yep. That's a tough fight.
Hey, I have a question for Jackson. Jackson, are you there? I want to ask Jackson something. Jackson. Did you watch? Did you watch the Usyk Dubois fight?
Yeah.
Do you think that was a low blow or?
Hell no.
What?
Hell no.
Hell no. It wasn't. So it was a legit punch, basically.
That shit was right on the belt.
I think it was a legit punch because we all know Usyk is weak to the body. Joshua showed that.
It was
Better
low.
Beef showed. Yeah, Better Beef showed that shit against the amateurs. Like
I would take that shit 1,000 times.
He doesn't like getting hit to the body. I mean, who does? But
bro,
you know,
the Boss should have won that motherfucker.
He wouldn't have won.
He would not have won either way.
Usyk would have got up, but lucky for him to give him more time to recover.
Hell no, he wouldn't have got up.
He just took advantage of the time they gave him, which is smart as a fighter.
If it was on the belt, then he had the rest of the fight to fucking fight and get Usyk out of there, but he didn't, and then he got knocked out.
I'm glad Dubois. Can you imagine if Dubois would have won that fight and we got to watch Usyk versus Dubois? Come on, man! Like, first of all, there's no buzz for that fight, and Dubois, for real, he's trash.
Oh, he should have won.
He had the whole rest of the fight.
Doesn't sound like 32's falling asleep. I think he's falling asleep.
We're not talking about Devin. He lost interest.
He should have won.
Yeah, let's talk about Devin. Devin Haney.
He had the rest of the fight to do so, but he didn't.
He's overrated. Devin Haney's overrated.
Lord Devin Haney.
Yeah.
He is overrated.
Yeah, no.
That press conference was cringe, right?
The Progrès?
No, actually, I thought it was kind of funny.
Actually,
was getting pissed.
Regis Progrès had actually his camp had a point. You know, he's the champion. He shouldn't be introduced first. And in the poster,
who gives a fuck?
Devin's a bigger name.
In the poster, it should be Progrès versus Haney, not Haney versus Progrès.
So
Devin's a bigger name though, so I can see why he would do that.
He's not a big name. I don't know why is he a big name. I don't understand. I don't know.
I'm saying he's a big
name. You know why he's a big name? Because you talk about him.
He's not a big name.
You talk about him.
But he's a bigger name than Progrès.
He's not a big name. He's nothing. No, come on. Because what?
He's not a big name, but you make videos about him.
No,
I mean, he does have almost 3 million followers on IG, so he's got some type of name.
You talk about him.
I guess. But then on Instagram, you know, I want to see other boxers how many followers they have. You know, I think
not 3 million. It's not many with that many.
3 million on Instagram.
Tank has got like 8 million. Ryan is what, 15 or 12, some shit like that. Canelo, probably 30.
It might not be that much then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot, but maybe not to that level. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Devin Haney is a superstar. I don't think he can
He's
be
not.
a paper.
He ain't gotta be a
Exactly.
superstar.
He's not a superstar.
He's not.
You should keep him away from Shakur Stevenson. He'll be okay. That's all. Matter of fact, I think Zapata will probably give Devin issues.
No.
Yeah, he would.
No.
He would.
Hell
Trust
no.
me, he would.
Yeah, he would.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Especially if you can't fight him like Devin Haney did.
Tell you get the fuck out of here.
All right, who here thinks that Devin Haney's style is exciting? His fights are exciting.
It ain't gotta be exciting. Do he win?
Okay, so
boring as fuck.
Oh, that doesn't make
It
sense.
ain't gotta be exciting.
Yeah, you do have to be exciting.
Do we? No, you don't.
In order to sell pay-per-views, you
Unless
do
you're
have to be
Mayweather,
exciting.
unless you're
He's
Mayweather.
fucking
Unless you're
boring.
Mayweather.
He ain't
Unless
gotta
you're
be exciting.
Mayweather.
All he gotta do is fight the best fighters. That's all he gotta do.
He's boring. All right,
So
he'll never
far,
sell a
he doing
pay-per-view,
that.
really.
So far, he doing that.
Wow.
Really?
Bro, I don't care about
What's the fucking Lomachenko?
Bro, you talking about paper? You talking about pay-per-views in the era where you can literally steal a fight? What are we talking about?
He's boring as fuck, man.
All right,
Oh,
so
do you think he's boring?
bro,
It says entertainment.
No, Jackson. I understood your point. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But now, do you think Devin Haney is boring? Yes or no?
No, not to me.
Okay.
Yo, I got a question for you. Did you think Klitschko was entertaining?
No.
Jackson?
Yeah, he can box. I like boxers.
Was Vladimir Klitschko exciting?
Why wasn't he? Why wasn't he?
Because he was clinching a lot.
So
what about
part of the
Paulie?
sport.
What about Paulie
That's
Malignaggi?
not part of the
Was he
sport.
entertaining?
That's not clinching. Is not part. Let's
Paulie,
stop this.
y'all want to talk about pillow fist? Nigga, that's Paulie.
Bucho.
Pillow fist.
Oh.
That's pillow
Clinching
fist.
is part of the sport. It's what you're not supposed to do.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
To be fair, a lot of these fighters could learn how to
It's against
punch.
the rules. If you learn the rules of
Clinching is
boxing,
part of the
clinching is
No, it's
against the
not.
rules.
It's not.
Clinching is part of the sport.
It really is.
Clinching is against the
part of the
rules,
sport.
and so is
Trying to knock out your opponent.
So is
is
running
not.
around the ring. That's considered
You ain't
stalling.
got it.
That's against the
Bro,
rules as
you
well.
have
where
to
we're
know how
at.
to clinch. That's why Devin never gets motherfucking pointed for that shit. Because he knows how to do it. Your dumb asses.
Yeah. Okay. So
That made no
clinching,
sense.
clinching is part of the sport.
Actually, I disagree. He doesn't know how to clinch correctly. Actually,
Yes, he does.
no, he doesn't. He's not a
That's why
world
you
class
guys
Muay Thai
complain
fighter.
about it.
If he
That's
fought a
why you
Muay
guys
Thai
complain
fighter, he'd
about
get
it.
fucking destroyed.
So,
It'd be a wrap. You wouldn't even
No.
last a round.
okay, you mad because he clinches?
No, I'm saying he's not a real Muay Thai fighter. He's a fake one.
Okay. That's your opinion.
That's not my opinion. That's reality.
That's your opinion.
Who's not a real
Your
Muay
words
Thai
are not
fighter?
fact.
Haney.
Who?
Haney.
Muay Thai.
Yeah, Muay Thai.
The clinching.
Oh, Devin, hey, I got you.
That's your opinion, bro.
No, that's your opinion of fact.
Whatever,
I don't
bitch.
understand. I don't
That's your
understand.
opinion, bro.
A lot of these fighters can learn how to clinch though, because they get hurt and they don't know what the fuck to do.
The rules of boxing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, if you get hurt, it's okay to clinch. Like, you know, I'm not saying do it all the
literally
fight.
look it up, clenching is not allowed.
It's not allowed.
But you know what I
Have you
mean?
ever
Like,
got pointed?
there's nothing wrong with clinching
Have
too.
you ever
Stuff.
got
Doesn't take a
pointed for
fucking
it?
rocket scientist to look it up.
Excessive
Did
clinching
the
is
judge
allowed.
never pointed
Yeah,
to the referee
excessive
ever
clinching.
pointed to it?
You saying they shouldn't clinch at all? That's
So
ridiculous.
let me.
It's
So
boxing.
excessive clinching is
No, he don't need even excessive clinch.
Clinching in general is not
That'd be a game
allowed.
right
the
here.
problem is that excessive clinching is not being penalized.
So,
Well, the
You
rules
mad
of
that he
boxing
know how
need
to
to
clinch?
apply. The rules of boxing need to be applied. But this is what happens in the
he's a
United States.
boxing.
This is what
Motherfucker,
happens
you
in
mad
the
because
US.
he know how to
No
clinch?
rules.
So
That's a
it's,
good thing.
if someone made a
That's a
touchdown,
good
but they were
thing. That's a
offsides,
good
is it
thing.
still a touchdown?
That's a good thing. When he got hit by Linares, when he clinched him, that's how he regained his strength back. Motherfucker, I want a fighter
He
that
got
know how to
rocked
clinch.
by Linares.
And he clinched his ass.
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh my
It
God.
didn't do
Stupid ass
much.
motherfucker.
And it was
I
still
want my
illegal,
fighter
and
to know
it's
how to
still
clinch.
illegal.
Why wouldn't you want your fighter to know how to clinch? The fuck? They're gonna
Because
get
it's
knocked
an
out if
illegal
they don't know how to
move.
clinch. Your dumb
So
ass.
if a football player scored a touchdown, but it was flagged for offsides, is it still a touchdown?
What the
You're the third
fuck
person
are
that
you
thinks
talking
fucking
about?
Josh Taylor
That
won
makes no
against
sense.
fucking Catterall.
Yeah, but Jackson's saying for if you lose a point, if you're excessive clinching,
it saves you from getting knocked out. You know.
Bro,
So
he ain't never got.
it's like Charlo taking a knee. It's like taking a knee. It's like it's going to deduct a point, but still.
Fighters should be allowed a dick punch.
Devin Haney ain't never hit the canvas. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
All right, this is going nowhere. What else?
And fast.
Daryl Alexander in the chat says Klitschko was Klitschko was the best at that bullshit. He probably was. Remember
I'm mad that coaching is a part of boxing. That's crazy.
It's not, but okay. It's literally against the fucking rules. You are so ignorant.
This is boxing, not Muay Thai, bro. It's the wrong. You're talking about the wrong sport.
It's not part of boxing.
You're literally saying like, oh yeah, you could dribble in soccer with your hands. No, you can't,
What
bro.
the
It's against the
fuck?
rules.
No, I'm not saying that.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. You know what? They should have
You really are.
Hey, who's fighting this weekend?
That's a good point.
Nobody.
Nobody?
Nah, let me
Damn.
check. Let me check.
I'll check right now.
I'll go check.
Might be some on Pro Box. Maybe, I don't know.
Enlighten us.
Oh yeah, I think Alexis Rocha is fighting Santillan.
I think Alex Rocha is fighting this weekend.
And Jack Catterall and George Linares, the real champion at 140.
That's interesting.
That's what I was just saying. Fucking Catterall deserved to win that fight.
Hey, I have a
Rocha
question.
And Santillan.
Alexis Rocha versus Giovanni. Yeah, Santillan. Thank you.
Jackson, who would win? Devin Haney or Teofimo Lopez?
I got Devin. That style is all wrong. The style.
Hey,
I'm about
be
to
honest.
I like. The style is all wrong.
100% honest.
The style is all wrong for Tio. You see how Tio, he will fuck a fighter that comes straight up at him. Like, if you put
I gotta agree with Jackson here, bro.
Hey, if you put Tio versus Subadal Matias, he will fuck Subadal Matias up because Subadal Matias goes straight at you. Nigga, Devin, no, he has to move around and box. Tio's not good with movers. That's Devin all day.
Did he beat Lomachenko?
Well, Lomachenko comes forward, bro.
Lomachenko said he was hurt, didn't he?
Yeah,
Lomachenko said he was hurt that fight, didn't he? He said his shoulder was fucked up, didn't he?
Loma does not fight well going backwards.
Okay.
It just is what it is. He's great coming forward.
Yeah,
though.
but he's not coming forward like Josh Taylor. This guy's talking about guys coming forward.
Look, I like Teofimo much better he's a more entertaining fighter, and I think he has a better resume too. And he fought Loma. He was more dominant against Loma than Devin was. But
okay,
stylistically, that's a bad matchup for Teofimo.
That's your opinion.
I'll be real.
That's your opinion.
Like 31 said, Teofimo does struggle with people who don't just come forward to him.
Right,
he's not gonna beat Devin. That's why he don't want to fight him. As y'all see.
Now,
another question. Jackson.
He came out today and said he retired again or something.
Jackson, who has the better chance of beating Devin Haney right now?
Devin Haney out of 140. That could possibly beat him.
Or 135, anybody from around that.
No, I'm gonna just
invincible. He can be beat.
I'm gonna do 140. I'm gonna do 140.
All right, 140.
Beat him.
I'm gonna do 140.
Beating him at 135.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna do 140 because that's where he at right now.
Gary might beat him.
Gary Antoine, he could possibly.
Yeah, Gary Antoine also might beat Devin.
You know why I say that's all wrong for Gary though?
Why?
The fucking jab. That's all he gotta. If he circle to his fucking left, it's over with, bro.
I saw Jojo Diaz take Devin Haney's jab away.
All he do is he gotta run in to hit him.
That's when I knew Devin Haney was fluid when I watched the Jojo Diaz fight.
That's why I think it's all wrong. That jab right there. All you gotta do is circle to the left.
Bro, you can take that jab away. You're not. I'm not saying that.
I mean, he gotta get past it first.
Okay. You're right, but eventually you have to fight.
Devin got some other shit coming behind it.
No matter how skillful it was, he ran to people that forced him to fight.
We ain't talking about Floyd. We talking about Devin.
He's nowhere near as good as
Floyd. We talk about Devin.
You can't just outbox everybody. You got to fight eventually.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's when Devin ain't gonna get his ass whooped. Why?
I think that Subriel Matias would mow him over. He'd go right through Devin Haney.
We haven't seen Subriel in the boxer.
He'd run him over.
That'd be a good fight.
Yeah, what about the real champion at 140?
Who's the real Teofimo Lopez?
Jack Catterall.
Get the fuck out of here.
He's fighting tomorrow.
That's a tune-up, brother.
At 140, what do you mean?
Yeah, you're right.
That's a tune-up.
You're right.
That's a tune-up, cuz. That's a tune-up.
It's true, though.
Do you think Taylor won that fight against Jack Catterall?
He edged it.
How much credit do you give Teofimo after that performance from Josh Taylor?
That's a good point.
From Catterall.
That's
I'm gonna be honest. I give him credit, but not as much because Catterall's still the real
Josh
champion.
Taylor might be washed.
Yeah,
he just stay his ass at 140 because he doesn't want those problems at 47.
Man,
then again,
Earl one problem with, man, I'm telling you, 140 really overhyped. Y'all saying super out materials? Okay, put him in there with T.O. or Devin. I bet you that he don't win. I bet you he not win.
T.O. and Subaru will be an entertaining ass fight, but
it'll be entertaining till T.O. knock his ass out.
All right, guys.
He will win, but it will be a hard fight.
No defense.
Guys,
he's not beating Catterall.
Guys, I just looked at the time. It's been 4 hours and 53 minutes. So we gotta call it a night. But thank you for joining the show, everybody. We'll see you next time. All right. Take care.
I came late, but I came hard.
Yeah.
See you,
Jesus. Family show. Family show. All right. See ya. All right, everybody on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed the chaos. But that's Open Eyes Friday. That's how it works. Fireworks. Yep. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Please hit the like button. That really helps the show. If you haven't hit the like, please do it now. If you like the show, of course. And I think I can give a shout out to everybody who donated. Oh, yeah. Hold on. So we have... Oh, wait. Let's play the Halloween music that I got. Where is it? I think this is it. Oh, spooky. Shout out to I Am Your... Oh, no, wait. Let's start. Sursayer, Michael Poe, Jaden Anthony, Pound for Pound Malik. Who else do we have in here? Rapax Trucking Company, Bill Hoyle, Earl Stevens, Top Rank owns PBC, JVX88, Rafael Garza, Mars, Don Chile Relleno, High and Low Sports Centrum, Uncle Pete Scalebender, I Am Your Leader, WMMA Scene Now, SSC, and That Guy. Thank you for your support. We'll see you next time. Take care.